Thanks for being here. If you're here, appreciate you stopping by. We are we are about to get started. Very roundtable, and it'll be great. At least I think so. Yeah, I think the topic's interesting. Hoping the conversation will follow through on this one, but we'll see. Let's do it. Oh man, I'm about to sneeze. Hey. Hello all.
Hello, all these on-time people.
All these on-time people. There's so many of them.
I know.
Gosh. Good thing this is not like all black everything.
Hey, I'm still representing, the Caucasian people.
I don't know. You are also half Chinese. I don't know what the stereotype is with them in terms of time. Are they supposed to be punctual?
In my experience, yeah, they're pretty disciplined. All about.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, then that explains everything. I don't need to dig any farther into you or like your experiences or anything. I learned all I need to know.
That's it. It can all be distilled down to that one word, discipline. And that's it. It's just this one-dimensional caricature.
This seems...
It seems a little bit brighter than usual.
Yeah.
The gamut turned. Now it seems a little darker than usual.
Yeah, I keep it literally on its lowest setting. Now the picture quality is a lot better than it has been actually recently. But sometimes it's like green. I don't know why.
weren't you supposed to get a new mic or a new camera from all those subs that Gambit gave you last year?
I'm
just joking. I don't want to put you on the spot like that.
But very excited.
Have you seen Brave New World?
No, actually, I haven't. I don't have right now. I can't go to the movies right now, unfortunately. And because I've seen every Marvel movie in the theaters, but I don't think I'll be able to make this one, unfortunately.
I think that's actually like one of the only ones that I have yet to see and I don't really actually have any plans to. And I can go, so I'm sort of whatever.
You just don't want to? You're saying?
But yeah, theaters kind of annoy me. Well, one, obviously they're expensive, and two, just like at least the theaters that I happen to frequent, they just whatever. The people don't respect the rules anymore, and so I'm just annoyed by that.
Don't respect the rules. I hear you, man.
Me being the Asian disciplined person, I respect the rules.
Certainly. Not like.
Are y'all talking about the new Captain America?
Yeah, I brought it up.
Yeah.
It was solid. I think they did a good job of bringing it back to alluding to the like greater stuff, but like bringing it back to a grounded. It wasn't anything like spectacular, but it wasn't like it was a good all right, we gotta change direction for the franchise kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you not every movie in a big universe like that has to be like the ball out of the park, but it was like a solid moving it to the next kind of thing while keeping the fair for this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't think it did anything one thing spectacular, but it was nothing was bad. Nothing was really bad,
Most that I heard of the reviews is whatever. It's solid, nothing great, nothing awful, just kind of middle of the pack, so to speak.
I mean, honestly, they needed something like that because the Wolverine Deadpool was great, but it's not one you can rewatch you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's the same thing with the Spider-Man Far From Home. It was great, but how many rewatches can you have of that? I just don't feel like they're because of the concepts that they bring in. But this one I think you could rewatch. Oh, okay, what happened? Why did we move to this? Oh, let me rewatch. Okay, yeah,
Yeah, so I was telling a friend Corey that I hadn't seen it yet. That's unfortunate. I don't think I'll be able to make it to the movies. This will be the first time I haven't seen a Marvel movie in theater. I have Disney Plus, so I'll see it eventually. But I just won't be able to make it, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm looking forward to. It seems like people I haven't obviously watched any of the reviews or reactions to it, but like from a lot of YouTube titles, people seem to be have some sort of negative feelings toward it. But I'll just wait until watch it.
Well, do you have like high this been a Marvel movie that you've been highly anticipating?
No. I want it to do well. I like the introduction of the Red Hulk, because the Red Hulk can be an interesting character, and I like that Sam Wilson became Captain America. You know, I think that's a nice change of pace. Like I seen in the comics.
Get a change of pace because on your left.
Indeed.
You've seen the movies,
but yeah, like
I haven't seen that one yet, actually.
I've seen the Falcon Captain America version of Captain America in the comics, and it's good. Like it's always hard when you're changing an iconic character, but like it's interesting, like all the different interactions, like and the drama and the friction that you can create with a new person there. And giving it to a black person, like are they supposed to react? From what someone, again, this was just a YouTube title, but someone was like like a black Republican being Sam Wilson, like fights against like a pro-military president or something like that. And I think that's interesting, right? Because I haven't seen that, right? I haven't seen the Brave New World, but I did see the Falcon Winter Soldier, right?
Oh, the TV series, yeah.
Yeah, the TV series on Disney Plus. That one was interesting in all the ways it wasn't interesting in terms of its politics, right? It's like, Marvel, why would you make this series? Like, why do this at all if you don't want to say anything, right? Like they cock tease us about having a political message. Level. Yeah, right. Like, we're gonna have a discussion. Like, look,
Isaiah Bradley, crying out.
You've created
that was such a great opportunity.
That was barely anything. That was barely anything.
That world's politics is opposed to like making it like I like when shows like allude to like real world or do like their own versions, but Marvel is like it's a sandbox, right? Marvel's kind of like 40K where you have all these stories that are established and then you can pick from them, cherry pick, right? So they've established this world. Right. And I think that this is something maybe 40K does well that I wish Marvel would do more of, is as opposed to everything having like a real world allegory, which because it does have some real world but instead of just doing that, maybe do like explore the politics of what has happened, right? You just had the blip, you've had it come back, and they like barely touch that. Like, and we've had that other series, what was it, Secret Wars, where they kind of touch another aspect, but they don't really, they're like, there's gotta have been way more shit going down with the blip, with half the population gone, and then all of a sudden they're back with like resources.
Well, but that was it.
Exploring that a lot more than they are.
That was literally what Falcon Winter Soldier was
right, but
doing.
it was like very minuscule, like a very small.
And so this is what I'm trying to get to, right? So what I'm trying to get to, is that, like they said, right? Like the point of this was that, hey, we're going to like make a statement. That's what they were alluding to, right? Like this is going to be a bit more political, right? It's going to be a bit more edgy, and like they're using an in-universe event, right, to supposedly make a statement about like politics. And this is like the best of sci-fi. This is how sci-fi is supposed to work, right? Like the best of Star Trek was when they were using some sort of like they landed on some random ass planet, right? And then it had some sort of conflict that alluded to something happening in the world. That's like the best thing that was ever in Star Trek. But for this, right? So what they do is they set these the Flag Smashers, right? And the Flag Smashers are like, hey man, like the blip happened, it reconfigured the entire world. We did, right? Like for years, you guys were gone, right? All the rest are gone, and then all of a sudden you come back, right? And then now it's we're dealing with like resources and land, right? And how do we like redivide those things? Because like we had rebuilt all our lives, but now you guys come back and you demand your old lives, your old property back, which makes sense, right? Like like that makes sense from the people who came back, their standpoint, right? But from everyone else, is like, well, like you're going to condemn us to a life of poverty now, you know? Like that's interesting, right? And it talks about like all the other conflicts that were going on through the world. That where land is being divided and taken by one group over another, right? That's something interesting you can do with. But at the end of this, right? First, like the flag smashers end up being boring because like, you know, like, oh, they just can't, they become like evil terrorists, right? Like the leaders like just take it too far, right? And now they're evil terrorists, and there's like less gray involved, right? They just kind of just become thugs at some point, right? But at the end of it, right, there's that moment with Captain America, or Falcon, about to be Captain America, right? Talking to the world leaders. And what does he have to say in this moment, right? The world leaders who were like these, like the heads of a UN or something like that, right? Some sort of big international government organization, right? What does he say to them, right? The people who are deciding, making these decisions, deciding where land should go. He says, and I quote, "Do better." Just do better, right? People are relying on you, so do better. That's what he says to them. He says nothing. He like, you know, it's not like, hey, like it's I remember I literally when I was watching it, I came up with a speech, right? Because I was so enraged watching that, like I literally came up with my own speech about it. But like you could talk about like how you know, there is a division within our society, right? And how like you need to bring in like the other stakeholders, right? Like this is a group of like rich individuals who've like completely sheltered themselves out from the real world until this terrorist attack happened to them, right? You could like, hey, we need to bring in, you need to listen to these voices, like to make sure something like this doesn't happen again, right? This is a result. What happens when you marginalize these people and you don't reach out to them and you simply impose your will on them? There's something like that, and that's not even like that's not even like super divisive, right? But all he could do in this moment was say, do better. Wow, Marvel. Oh my God, how brave. Like, why bother? Don't even bother setting this up if you're not even going to actually say a thing, right? And because I get it, Marvel, you're not like actually socially conscious, right? Like you do the DEI stuff, right? Because you thought it was advantageous under the Biden administration, right? Under the Obama administration. But now under Trump, it's like, oh, it's not anymore. So let's jettison that because we don't give a fuck about any of this shit, right? I get you. That like all that's fake. I understand that. But if you're going to bother making the show, right? If you want to say that we have something to say, then have something to say. That's all I'm asking you to do. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. I agree wholeheartedly. To me, it harkens back to, I think I brought this up before, of like, leading up to, I think it was like, the movie Beauty and the Beast, or the live action version. They said that they had that exclusively gay moment, and then it turned to like nothing. It's like, so Lumiere held hands with like,
and they danced.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's like, oh, smiling.
What a huge
and everyone
statement.
clapped.
Oh,
no
God.
one like beat him up. So yeah,
Exactly.
I guess.
No one was murdered on the spot, so yeah, huge
Yeah.
endorsement by Disney. It's just like,
And
I don't know what they're thinking. It's
And
really hard
every
to
time Disney does this, remember this is also important, right? How they do this every time, right? They've done this trick so many times. They've done it in Marvel films, they've done it in Star Wars films, and apparently also in their regular Disney films as well, right? When they say, hey, we're going to do a thing, right? Some sort of woke thing, right? They always make sure, one, it's at the end of the movie, right? And it's a small scene that they can easily edit out, which is exactly what they do. So when they send it to China, which doesn't like gay people, right? Ain't a fan of that. They cut that out, right? When they did it for Star Wars, right? The end of the episode 9, I think it was, right? There was the two women who I think kissed or something, like two randoms, like who like no one give a fuck about those two people, right? But at the end, they like kissed or something. Cut that out, right? It was just a tiny scene, easily edited out. They did it to when there was that the one that conservatives like lost a shit about. It was like it was an
Lightyear?
animated movie and one
Lightyear.
Well, it was Lightyear. I guess it was Lightyear. Yeah. One character just no. There was Lightyear. Okay, so it was Lightyear, which did this, but there was another one as well, right? Where I think it was like anthropomorphic creatures that like one of them acknowledged they had a wife or something. I forget which one I'm thinking of. But in any case,
wasn't it a cartoon? It was like a cartoon, and it was like super in your face about it. I feel like that was the one that they were mad about.
I don't know. Well, you might
like a major
put on like conservatives like lose their minds over all kinds of shit. So I don't know which one you're talking about. So you might be just talking about another one.
It was like the gay cow. The gay cow. You don't remember the gay cow?
Maybe it's the one I'm thinking. The one that was the police officer. Remember, there was like a police...
Yeah, it was like one was like a trans or something cow or some shit like that.
A trans cow? Like, I don't know if it was a trans cow.
Yeah. I don't remember if it was the cow. It was like a farm animal.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Paw Patrol. That's what it was.
Paw Patrol? I don't.
Yeah.
Isn't that a children's show? I don't know.
Yeah. That's why they were mad.
It's not Disney.
My like cousins and my aunt and uncle and all them were like, they gayed up the Paw Patrol, boys.
Yeah, I see. I hadn't even heard about that one, but like I said, conservatives like lose their mind and have like utter fucking mental meltdowns anytime that anything like this happens, and they're gaying the kids. Yeah, whatever, right? So, so I believe you though. I believe you. Something on Paw Patrol happened. This one's new to me. But in any case, right? This happens all the time, but like at least in Marvel, right? I can't speak for what happened in Paw Patrol, but in Marvel, tiny scene, right, where there's some sort of a DEI acknowledgement or whatever the fuck, right? And then put it out, ship it out to foreign markets, they ship it out to Saudi Arabia. They don't like that shit. Don't worry, you'll never see it, right? You'll see whether China ship it out to wherever it happens to be, right? They're willing to. Well, usually now, maybe not anymore. They might be done with it now. But they were willing to take the heat from conservatives and pretend like in America, pretend like they're brave and fighting the power and all that bullshit, right? But again, it's always like a 10-second clip of something, right? Easily ignorable, not central to the plot. Something like.
Oh yeah, same thing happened. I believe in Endgame. You remember in the beginning, like it was one of the directors was like it was Marco Anthony Russo. Like remember when they were doing their the little scene, the support group, I think it was a male support group or something like that. And then there was like he had a story. I went on a date with a guy and like it turned and it was like it was really
that was
hard
one of the Russo brothers, I think, right? That like played
one of the directors of the movies.
Yeah, one of the directors of the movie, and he like acknowledged that he was like. He had a husband, and then he like his husband was gone. He maybe died in the blip or something.
Right. Yeah. Something like that.
And then they had a support group. And did they cut that part out too? I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I wouldn't surprise. I would have to.
That scene was a victim of the blip. The whole scene.
It just disappeared. Right? But Disney's being so brave. And
it was irrelevant to the plot. Right? Like it could easily have been like sliced out, and nothing's lost in terms of.
I mean, like they'll have their Instagram pride flag, right? Like the Mickey Mouse like pride flag type thing, right? And the pride colors. But then maybe they'll have like a Disney China account, right? Well, actually, it works best for China because China has the Great Wall, so they don't even see Instagram. So within like was it Weiyun or what's the name of the app they use there?
WeChat.
WeChat, I guess. Within that, they can just like. They just don't have any of that stuff, right? They can just completely separate, right? There's China front-facing thing, absolutely no statements, and around the world, yes, we're being like brave. I know, sorry.
Oh, don't apologize. It's very sad.
But yeah, we're waiting on two others who will be here soon. Fuck, I had something I wanted to say. I wanted to ask. Did I want to ask Latoid something? I feel like I had something to ask Latoid.
You never want to ask Latoid anything.
Nice. You can do that. I can't do that. That's really good. You're really good at that. I can't do that with my eyebrows.
Do you take advantage of that in the courtroom?
I don't.
When
he's got somebody to tell a witness on the stand. They're selling like stuff that's gonna hurt his client. He's like, really?
Yeah. When he's being ridiculous, right? Like position yourself in a way so that the jury can see you make this make this face. That's really good, though.
Fun.
Yeah, I always because I have to like actually wink, and I don't have the muscles here.
It's what you do. You just got to find them. Once you find them, then you'll remember. Same thing with your ears. If you wiggle your ears, I can wiggle them independently too.
Oh, really?
And that's just finding the muscle, and then like once you find it, then you're.
Do you put that on your dating profile, ladies?
It's on my resume actually.
Green ear wiggler.
Do you use your resume as your dating profile?
No. Although
that wouldn't be too bad.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think I had something I went to ask Lactoid, but like now, this is why I usually write these things down. All right, like when I have these things, I think it'll be good for the start of the stream. I write them down because otherwise I'll forget. But I think I had it. I'm gonna be really upset myself later on. And I can't think of this. All right, so let's think of something else then.
I noticed something in Severance in Prime that I thought was interesting. That makes me now reinterpret a lot of what I've been seeing on the show, because in that last episode, while
please
interviews,
don't say anything.
you haven't seen it?
Prime has a
Don't
rule.
say anything. Don't say anything. You can't. No, people haven't seen it. No, we don't do spoilers here. No.
Well, it's not a spoiler.
You shouldn't even spoil the title of the show, Severance.
Like we have no.
How are you gonna find it?
And no, that people have. Hey, if you want to have these conversations, everyone should watch it. Report in that you've watched it. I'm talking to you, audience, too, right? And then we can have these conversations. We can't do it unless everyone else is on board, all right? And look at Lactoid being a laggard, right? Haven't watching this. Gibbs, you're gonna watch Severance?
It's on my list. I have it. It's gonna be probably one of the next couple shows I want like binge watch.
Okay.
It's too severe.
We'll have to talk about later, Aiko. I'm sorry, we just can't. I've
been trying for weeks.
I said, hey, I like to hear what you have to say. You didn't say anything.
All right, I'm ready to say it.
But everyone else isn't ready to hear it.
I'd like to hear it. No, wait, don't say it. Oh, wait, but I want to hear it. But no, don't say it.
I can't.
I like it. My thing is I like to watch shows, right? But it's sometimes it's hard to like not watch it if the full season's not out, because it's like I only have a limited amount of time.
Well, you already have
to
a
watch
full
something.
season out. You have a full season out.
Yeah, so it's like so I know that it just finished, or is like close to
No, the season two season 2 is almost done. But season 1, you already have season 1, so watch season 1.
Yeah, so it's like kind of like, because I only have a certain amount of time, so I usually like to sit down on like a Sunday and be like, all right, we're watching whatever, all of it,
right?
You know.
Then next Sunday,
the great thing about Severance is talking about it between episodes, like because everyone's kind of like on the same cliffhanger each time.
Around the water cooler, right?
Yeah, it's like Game of Thrones. It's a water cooler show.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this is the advantage of releasing things week to week rather than binging them, right? Or like setting them all at once, because it gets people, thinking.
It's the kind of show that demands that you contemplate.
And once you're like caught up on a show like that, like I did like Billions, right? I was real big on Billions, and I caught up to like whatever season they were on, and then it was like, oh, it's a weekly show. Let me join in the discussion, kind of thing. I feel like this is the same kind of shows that.
Yeah.
One of
Anybody
I was
watching
thinking more David Lynch is a perfect example of that. You want to go a week between episodes with Lynch.
All right, what are you gonna say, Corey?
I was gonna say, anybody watching Reacher? Or am I the only one?
Oh, Reacher. Yeah, I'm almost done with season 2, like the last episode. But I hear the third season's really, really good.
It's in the middle. Yeah, it's season 4. Yeah, but yeah.
What's that?
Is it the fourth season?
I think it's third. I think it's third.
Yeah, but what's that glass thing behind you?
Which thing? This thing?
Is that a?
What?
Is that a cutout of like a somebody in that?
This thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
Oh, so that's okay. So this is my trophy case. I haven't finished setting it all up, but right here on the left, there's 2,000 of these gold Funko Pop Master Chiefs in the world, and I have 2 of them. And they're signed by the Steve Downs and Jen Taylor, who plays Cortana and Master Chief. That's signed by Ray Park and what's the guy's name? The voice actor. He's in,
it looks like the face of a person. Like it's a large.
Darth Maul. It's Darth Maul.
Darth Maul? Oh, we can't see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very hard to see
goddamn, I
here.
can't think of the other guy's name.
It's Darth
That plays
Maul.
voice actor.
Okay.
And then I
Gotcha.
have under here, I have the American voice actor signed card of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon set. I have all 4 of the cards signed by the guy, and it's in there.
Nice.
So I have like a lot of I have like a mass. So just my Star Wars collection was valued like 4 years ago at like $88,000, and so like I've collected probably a lot of shit since then. And then I have others like nerdy shit. Like I have like 40K stuff coming in. We're about to bring another trophy case and replace probably this bookshelf. And I'm gonna move this over, and then I'm gonna put like all my fucking 40K stuff in there, and other memorabilia. It's a process. I'm like remodeling the whole house, so it's taking. Just got new floors. We're getting other stuff going on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, don't talk about Darth Maul. Those are spoilers, Gibbs. You don't
Yeah.
want to talk about that.
Oh,
This is his name. You're only
Back to
Everyone in the audience has watched Star Wars.
you're only 30 years late on this one.
The Phantom Menace, I've heard, is pretty good. Some good
pretty good.
reviews lately.
Hey, and this year is the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith. Back in theaters in April.
God, I'm fucking old. Jesus Christ.
Lactoid. What do you think of the crypto reserve?
That's a good question, and one that I really haven't put any thought into. Just give me a second. Let me plug it into the calculus and see if it's a good thing or bad thing. A second.
Oh, I got one while he does that. Did you see famous Texan Queen Amaranth they broke into her house, beat her, robbed her at gunpoint for a crypto wallet, and she shot one of the bastards.
Wait, what?
I heard about that.
And they
I've
fucking
not heard
took
about
off
this.
running, and the cops are looking for him. Yeah, this happened yesterday in the day. But listen, say what you will about Amaranth. That's a base, and she's a little bit of a lefty to all my righties. But hey, she's a base Texan who
I don't know if
believes
she's
in
a
2A,
lefty.
clearly. Yeah,
Not,
she's
like,
a
I
lefty.
don't know really anything about her, but I would.
She's like, she was on the Live and Learn cast for the election with like Destiny and all them back in, I would say probably lefty. If you're
So,
on that.
she was assaulted.
Yeah, so they broke into her house, robbed her at gunpoint. They like climbed it, like pulled her out of bed while she was sleeping. They like took her to like her other house because she got like a compound. I don't know if you like her house. So they took her to where the thing is, and she released a video of her. Like you hear the shots and you see the guys running, but like the Houston PD has confirmed it's real. She really did shoot one of the people. They're looking for 2 of the 3 suspects. One of the suspects ended up going to the hospital, I guess, and the other 2 are booked out.
She has to secure. I would imagine, or I'd assume someone like that.
Oh yeah,
has
they have
security.
tons of security footage. She says.
No, but I mean,
there's,
like security personnel as well.
Oh, I mean, I don't know that, but like I know they broke into their house and robbed. I guess she doesn't have
Who's
any
this?
security personnel.
Amaranth.
But yeah, she like shot one of them. But they were saying people were like, "Oh, it's a fake, it's a scam." Because yesterday she had been like sneaking, like posting texts, like while they were like beating her, like, "Hey, I need help, call police now." And people like, "Oh, it's whatever," because it's a big streamer. And then whatever, she posted a video of like you can hear the sounds and the people running and saying, "I got shot." You can see it. And she goes, "I might take this down later if I'm told to by the police." But we have videos of all the stuff that happened in the house. We have all this other stuff, but I burned it to the case, so I can't share it with an active investigation going on. I was like, well. But yeah, she definitely blasted one of the fuckers. So 2A for the win. Saved Ammo's life.
Okay.
Good guy with a gun.
All right. Fair enough. I'll give you that.
I mean, how based is it? They're like, go get your crypto wallet. She's like, yeah, sure. Ah!
Fuck. That's a shame. Well, I'm glad that she's okay. I guess we don't know her like physical status, but like, I hope she's okay. That's horrible. And when people know you got money, yeah, and they know your location, they'll come get it.
Yeah, that's why I would have assumed she would have had some sort of secure. And like Gibbs said, she's on a compound, so she's.
Yeah, I call it a compound. Yeah, like if you see like the video, I mean, you see a giant gated fence and like big stone, like 8-foot walls, and then like see multiple. Like if you ever watch any of her streams, she's got like a little guest house and a big house and like a pool, and there's some other shit in the back. I mean, I don't know like if they call it a compound, but it's like a pretty massive fucking property. With,
Well,
like,
yeah, so
multiple
you're
buildings.
invoking something like large, which I would hope, or at least if I was that wealthy and had a compound, I'd have some sort of security. Well,
Yeah,
also,
I would too. I mean,
I assume
I'm
you
an
also
asshole.
get like regular death threats or people trying to stalk her, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the security situation, but yeah, it would, especially in Houston. Like, even the rich parts of Houston will be like right next to really poor parts. There's a gas station in Houston that's famous for posting up on their sign. It says, "Have gun in hand while pumping gas here for your own protection. We're not liable for your protection."
Okay, definitely a place I would never stop. I'm like, okay,
yeah. The problem is though,
here.
it's like right at this intersection. It's like in a major intersection area between like that and like going into like all like you know what I'm saying? Where like Houston's got these little like. It's like a heart. It's like a body system where there's arteries.
Like a vein,
like the circle,
arterial roads. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. So it's like a hub for like going like into 10 different areas, right? So
okay.
like people all stop there. It's like a convenient area. But it's like real dangerous.
It's like I would never do that.
Dangerous enough with the measles. Now you can get shot as well. Just go to Texas, get shot, get measles, turn out fine.
One-stop shop.
Yeah.
But
shoot the measles.
In any case, I'm sure Texas will try. I'm sure Texas will try. But yeah, Lactoid thoughts, crypto.
I think I'm against it. I think it's a bad idea.
Why? Why do you think?
Because this is just going to be like the government's going to take a bunch of money, right, from us, and then use it to buy a bunch of crypto. Seems like a bad idea. Like buying crypto generally, I look, do what you want with your money, okay? It's not something I really invest in because it's incredibly volatile, and it's just the nature of the investment is not backed up in the same way that like stocks are, or in some regards, the U.S. military backs up our dollar in a way that they don't with cryptocurrency. So no, I'm not a fan of it. I think that the U.S. shouldn't be investing in such a speculative investment.
Do you think? Oh, first of all, shout out to you for saying that. But now I'm going to take it one step further. Do you think this is a sign of corruption on Trump's part?
No. Why would it be?
Why would it be a sign of corruption, right? You mean Trump after the crypto billionaires poured a ton of money into his campaign. Trump, who had that crypto ball where Snoop Dogg and what's his face, Nelly, I think also performed on Inauguration Day. That was part of his inauguration celebration. The specific crypto ball. Trump, who has surrounded himself with crypto goons like David Sachs, right? And I think he specifically called out David Sachs, like in this whole affair.
And the 5 currencies that he's talking about buying are the 5 that Sachs is heavily invested in. Like it's just
Yeah, and then later on, he like when other crypto people got mad, right? He had an addendum to that tweet, right? Saying, also like Bitcoin and all the other stuff, right? Yeah, true. Like we want that too, right? But first, he started with David Sachs's portfolio, right? And yeah, this is what the United States will be buying, the things for David Sachs. But go ahead.
Well, but Prime, so just before, like, I guess Lactoid goes, I guess here's my question with that, right? I get what you're implying, and I guess there's depends on how you define corruption, right? And this is my question. Is it corruption if you're backing the people that backed you on plays? Like, okay, they all did the crypto. Okay, these guys backed my campaign. These are the people that are my constituents. These are the ones that are helping me get here.
Yes, it's clear corruption. I'll tell you right now, it's clear corruption. Absolutely, yeah.
No, right? I don't. The reason why I don't say it is,
like you asked me, so I'm going to tell you, it's corruption because they paid. They paid them to do it, right? Like this is pay for play, lobbying, right? This is exactly what that is. Well, yeah, lobbying is corruption. I agree. There we go. That we're on the same page. Sure, then if you're paying politicians, right, you're giving them money for them to do a thing, how is that different from blackmail, right? Like not blackmail. Not black. What was the term? But just like you're just handing them checks, right? For favors, right?
Well, corruption. Yeah, okay. By that corruption. Definition, sure, it's corruption. But if you don't accept that definition,
the obvious
Fabian Liberty style, super narrow worldview, Prime K's definition of corruption, is it corruption for the rest of us when like you back the people that backed you in like with policy after you get elected? I don't think that necessarily is. Now, if he was over here doing Like it was only going to benefit these people, and
It's only going to benefit those people.
Then we're going to rug
100%
pull.
only going to
We're
benefit
going to
those
rug
people.
pull.
Like,
He
So,
did
hold on,
rug
let
pull
me
us.
finish. If you're going to do
He
it,
did a rug
and he's
pull.
gonna
He did a
benefit
rug pull,
Hold on,
too.
let me. None of y'all let me finish what I'm saying.
Sorry.
If he like if he goes in there. And like I get y'all talking about the rug pull at this point, but if he goes in there and invests in all these with David, whatever his name is, and then goes, "Hey, we're gonna bamboozle the government out of millions of dollars," that would be corruption. But if he goes in there and it actually makes the U.S. money, then like how is that corruption?
Rug pulls. And quick succession. Rug pulls. 1, 2, right? Before he even got to office. 1, 2. Amazing.
Allegedly.
No, absolute
Right.
rug pulls. No, you can look at the bank accounts of the people who trusted him and lost money, right? The MAGA voters. They can tell you.
Everybody
right?
knew that
they
the
can
coin
tell
was going
you.
to crash.
No,
The
don't.
bull
Hold
was
on,
trying to get
hold
out
on, hold on.
beforehand.
That's bullshit, Gibbs. That's fucking bullshit. Right?
No,
Don't give me
everybody
that.
knew.
No, they don't know. No, they don't. If everybody knows it's going to crash and everybody knows they're going to lose money, then people wouldn't put money into it.
The whole point is
Obviously,
to
people
pull
fall
out
for the
before-
scheme. There's no way
like
that
gambling,
the
like-
reason why billions were made on those 2 deals is because people don't know, right? It relies on a gullible public, right? Who trusts their president. Oh, he's my president, Donald J. Trump, right? And he's telling me about a good president. Yeah, a good investment. Yeah, I've been hearing about crypto, and I don't know, I've been a little skeptical. But there's a Trump coin? You're telling me a Trump? Well, I'm gonna get on that. A Trump coin, absolutely, right? They
I don't believe
relies on people. And literally everyone knew it was a scam. Why would they put their money in specifically
Because
to
it's
know they
like
were
you're
gonna lose the
hoping,
money?
you're hoping you can get out before. It's like gambling. You're like,
No.
Well, watch
yeah.
it. Watch it.
Like, no, don't bullshit me. There are plenty of. In fact,
not bullshitting you. That's what everybody
and
talks
it's even
about
better.
coins.
It's even better, right? Because there's statistics on this. I gotta find them. The statistics on this are showing like a certain proportion was like 40% or something like that. Don't quote me on that yet because I have to find it. But like that were brand new, right? Like so they were the crypto wallets that were brand new. They were made specifically to invest. Either it was in Trump coin or Melania coin. I forget which one. But like. A huge percentage of them were new. They weren't like people who had been playing the game and just doing the slot, right? No, they created it on their president say so. And then he fucking rug pulls them. Like, unbelievable. But anyway, so back to the actual
How did I make
part.
money on like Baron coin then? Like I knew that was gonna be a rug pull, and I fucking sold and made like $3,000.
I don't care.
Like, it's
if
not
you
that
knew.
hard.
I
You
don't
just, like,
care.
up,
But, hold on.
sell.
I'm
Like,
not saying
everybody knows
There's
no
a
one
fucking
cares.
Baron coin now.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's another meme coin.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, this is the
I
president elected voted for.
bought like I
but
don't know $1,000
it
worth
literally
at, like,
doesn't.
a
Hold on.
penny,
It doesn't.
and it went up to,
Hold
like,
on.
3 cents.
Whether it's a scam, Gibbs does not rely on whether Gibbs knows it's a scam. That's not the definition of a scam.
Everybody
right?
knows
That
it
has
was
no
a
idea.
scam.
No, everyone doesn't know this is a scam.
But Modi
That's the
was
thing.
made money
no,
on
they
the- on
don't.
fucking
So you
Baron-
can just keep saying that, but
Baron
people
coin. The
literally
guy-
don't
the
know.
guy is
And
no
that's why
financial
after
support.
all these rug pulls, you can find a ton of people talking about like how like, hey, I trusted this individual, right? I trusted Logan Paul, right, for his NFT bullshit game, and then I lost my. I know it's laughable, and I agree. That's the face I had when I heard about that shit, right? Yeah, Logan Paul, he's a trustworthy name, and I decided I was going to invest like a ton of my life savings into this, right? He told me he was going to change the world with this, and he was going to. There's an ongoing project, right? And then after when it all failed, he told me he was going to pay me back, and then that didn't happen either, and I'm just so surprised. Amazing, right? So I agree.
Well,
These people are
that dumb,
stupid.
their money is
right?
better spent by Logan
I
Paul.
agree. These people are stupid. That doesn't mean it's not a scam, right? So no, well, okay, that's different, Gibbs, right? So now, Gibbs, I know you have like no sense of morality, right? So that's okay. But I want you to embrace that though fully. Right? If you have no sense of morality, you can say, "Oh, okay, Trump scammed these people, right? Because he's a scammer, right?" And then,
that's why I'm saying. That's
hold
why
on.
I'm saying I don't think he scammed them.
No, yeah, I know, because
anybody
you're
I've talked
bullshit.
to that
You're a
had
fucking
Trump
liar
was
here.
like,
Because you can say that, hey, he's a scammer and he scammed them, and I like that he scammed them. They were too stupid, and I think
that
that
Logan
money
Paul.
is
That wasn't
better
Trump.
belongs
It's two legal
in Trump's
people.
hands. That he can do something more useful with it, right? Because all these people are idiots, right? I would appreciate you if you said that. Okay, well then
But they're
there
two
it
different
is. You have no
situations.
morality, right?
Hold
That's
on, they're
okay.
totally different
But now you're
situations. I
bullshitting and
agree Logan Paul
running
bamboozled
cover
them.
for him
I
when
don't
it's a
think Trump
clear
did.
scam.
No. I don't
Yeah,
talk to
whatever.
anybody that thought Trump coin was a real thing.
Any which way, back to the corruption thing, right? If instead I handed a literal bag of money, right? Like a cartoon bag of money with a dollar sign on it to a politician, right? And then had them do a thing for me, right? Like, and we did it behind in the cloakroom. They did a thing for me. We would call that corruption, right? We would get a person, well, not like Lacto. Lacto would actually be the defense of, I mean, like a prosecutor, right? He would be prosecuting that individual, right, for a secret transaction. But instead, we just do the same transactions in the open, right? And this is different. When the politician does the thing for the money, this is apparently different. No, this isn't corruption, right? When you do it in secret, it's a corruption. But when you do it in everyone's faces, no, it's not corruption. Amazing. What a great system we have here.
Okay, a couple things. I'm not going to defend the Trump meme coin. I've already criticized that openly. I think it's worth criticizing. With this, I don't think this is openly corruption unless, I think I kind of echo Gibbs, unless you think that any kind of lobbying is corruption in of itself, which is kind of a strong argument for, potentially, that any, like it's retroactive corruption. The tokens that Trump said would be included in the reserve are all among the top 8 cryptocurrencies by market value, except for 2, which is Tether and USDC, which are both stable coins that directly map onto the US dollar. So it's not like there is, USDC or Tether speculators that are hoping to make it big on those coins because those are tracked to the US dollar.
But they need the stable coins, right, to make their other coins like not worthless, right? They want that to be legitimized.
No, well, you don't need stable coins. Stable coins are helpful if you want to, like, for transactions, but you don't necessarily need to invest in stable coins in order to be speculative with any other.
No. I'm saying no. Some coins do that. They have, like, there was, what was it, the Luna and Solana situation?
I know that one. That one's completely different, right? That was using a speculative stock as in order to as a foundation for another speculative stock, right?
Yeah.
It was totally different.
I'm not saying all of them are in that fashion. I know, like, well, there's the meme coins, right, that don't use this at all, right?
Those
And there's
are
the other
entirely
coins, yeah, they're different. But I'm just saying that, like, I'm saying the point is the stable coins are useful for other scams, other different types of scams.
Yeah, and the way that wiring money is also useful for scams. I don't know. I don't think that the fact that Tether and USDC are included here, that doesn't really bother me. The rest of them appear to be just by market value, which is what I would expect if there's going to be a crypto reserve. And then kind of along the lines of what Gibbs was saying, like, let me just ask you, if unions give money to a candidate who then pushes forward pro-union policies that are financially
it's corruption.
beneficial
I
to
can
the
answer
union.
that already. Corruption.
Okay.
It's corruption.
Yeah.
We should
That's
get rid of all of
interesting.
it. Every bit of it. And I don't know why you're asking this again. I've answered this many times.
Well, let me ask you a
this
tougher
very
one. Let me ask you a tougher
many times. It's
question.
corruption.
Let's say you have a group of people who donate money to a campaign, and that candidate's going to raise their welfare benefits.
And that candidate's going to raise their welfare benefits.
Yeah, and they donate money to this candidate specifically to increase their welfare.
Sorry, to be clear, you're saying the candidate's doing specifically because it's gotten money from these individuals?
Yeah, so like a bunch of people all donate money to this person to raise their welfare.
I want all of it gone. I've been saying this for years. I want all of it gone, right? Because this invites this sort of behavior. If it's good for the people, right, for the American people, then it'll be good whether you get money out of it or not, right? Like, let's create a system where they don't have to rely on any level of campaign investment by the public. So I think that now, if I want to scale this, right, levels corruption, I can say everything is a scale. Things aren't black and white, right? Everything's on a spectrum, like I always say, right? I think it is more corrupt when you have a flood of money from a single individual or a single organization that can impart their will, rather than a diffuse collection of people, right? Being like just the constituents, right? I'm a representative, right, of a certain district, right? And I'm getting like small dollar donations from people. And in general, right, these working class individuals have a set of priorities, and they want me to enact on them, right? And they help me get into office, and then I'm going to do it, right? Like that is, I think it invites corruption. The whole system itself invites corruption, right? But that's less corrupt because the application of power is diffuse, right? Like it's not like one of those individuals gets to come in my office and tell me what's what, right? Like, I don't spend time in the Hamptons, right, listening to these people, like golfing with one of these individuals and spending exclusive time hearing, catering to their needs, right, and promising, oh yeah, I'm going to grease your business deals. That's a different level of corruption, right? But like, it's all on the same spectrum. So I can say it's all corruption. Some is worse than others, right? But I want to get rid of all of it. That's my goal.
So yeah, I got your grand goal, right? That makes sense. Let me just ask one more question here, then, just to see, like, what your thoughts on this are.
Sure.
So, okay, I don't see in your own scenario, and I guess like by your own metric, maybe you can explain why it's different. I don't understand why the fusing works, right? Now, like, if I was going to say like I'm a gun owner, right? And I mean, the NRA is not perfect, right? But theoretically, the NRA like would represent my gun rights for me. So if I'm a member and I paid them my due, why would it be any different if they're representing all those millions of people that are members and they're going and they're sending their one guy to go talk? Why is that worse if we're just choosing that? It just seems like the
NRA is a bad example of this. I think I see where you're going with this, but the NRA is a bad example to you specifically.
A wide group.
No,
and it's like being more efficient.
No, the group that's lobbying for are the gun manufacturers, right? Like, now you pay dues to them, right?
Well,
granted, right?
Too,
you support them, but no, not the gun owners. Don't give a fuck about the gun owners, right? It's the gun manufacturers. That's the one that actually holds up the organization. They're the important ones, right? They're the constituents for the NRA.
Why does the NRA fight for ghost guns then? If that was the case, they fight for ghost guns. They fight for like 3D printer guns and shit. I don't understand how what you're saying could be true. If it was the gun manufacturers, they would want that completely outlawed, so you'd only buy from the gun manufacturers.
Well, for the gun manufacturers long decided that any gun regulations, period, is a threat. So all gun regulations they've waged a war on. Right, so all of them. So this is consistent with their general thinking. But even if they have something, if they push for something that seems irregular, right, that seems inconsistent, that doesn't like blow away the decades of evidence that's saying, this is just for the gun manufacturers. No, absolutely not, right?
But so are you saying like every organization's like that? Say I picked like LULAC, right, who's the Mexican Rights American organization, and they go and lobby for all the people that pay their dues, right? Like with this, like, I don't understand.
That's not they're not an industry trade group, right? So like those are different, okay, right? But like if you're saying that, well, there's just a lobbying group and they are exercising their power. I'll say this, right? I say that I think all lobbying in terms of like handing over money is bad, right?
Right.
In terms of actually like talking to your congressman or congresswoman, right? And like presenting them your case, right, for whatever interest you're representing, and like maybe even designing model legislation for them, right? To say like, okay, well, this is something I really care about. Here's the bill, right? Like maybe we could work together and craft this and present this, right? All that's great, right? If a lobbying company is doing that, right, and giving money to a lobbying organization to do that, right, to like fund that activity is fine. Right, I'm okay with that. The moment you start handing over money, that's when it becomes an issue. But then even along that, there's a spectrum, right? I think that spectrum basically like increases as the money increases, like in terms of like level of corruptness. That like it's simply the case that the more money you put in, the more influence you have on this politician. Right, so like low dollar donations across a wide group of individuals who you have a general sense as to what they want, right, has a lot less influence on a politician than a big dollar donor, right? I'm putting $10 million into your campaign. Guess what, Gibbs? You're gonna fucking listen to me. You're gonna listen to me afterwards. That's the way it is, right? So yeah,
I wouldn't be elected without the money, but yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying with that. That's why I prefaced what I said earlier. It was like, unless you think all of this type of thing is corruption, which
all of it is.
You said yes,
all of it
yeah.
is.
So then, I mean, we're just arguing over like, well, not really. I was just asking you to flesh out some stuff there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you take that stance, I mean, then we're just I mean, yeah, we just have fundamental disagreements, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I like all money out of politics. All money out of politics doesn't mean union money gets to stay in politics, right? It doesn't mean that lefty causes that I agree with they get to exert money
You're
into all
consistent.
of it.
I
Yeah.
was just, I was just curious because to me, when I look at that, I don't like when we go down to the low. I don't really see a fundamental difference between like if whatever I don't know, maybe like AARP decide they're going to get together and vote. I feel like they're representing at least their group, or like say a business is like a couple businesses say like I don't know, the Ranchers Association of Texas decides to get together and represent all the ranchers. They're going to go in there. Yeah, they're like a collective, and I don't. But I mean, at that point, we're really just arguing over. I mean, it's still money in the politics. So I mean, you would be against it overall.
Yeah, and again, if you are giving, let's say you're part of the Ranchers Association, right, and you're giving money to them, right, to represent your interests, right, and like to put your interests in front of your representatives, right, you're doing it so that they're doing it so you don't have to go to Washington or to like wherever their local office is to do these things. They're doing it for you. They're presenting the problems that ranchers have to them, making sure they know what their constituents are feeling, right? They're just doing that in itself. That's great. And in fact, I encourage that, right? I encourage everyone to be able to have some sort of FaceTime with their politicians or have a group that helps represent them in front of their politicians, right? So let them know, yeah, there's a large constitution of people who really care about whatever the fuck this is, right? But once they start handing over money, that's a problem. It's always a problem. But yeah. So, all right. Well then, all right, Lecter. So I don't want to get into it. We're going to get into this one day. I'm still trying to avoid it because I don't want to do it. Right?
You want to spoil things?
I just want to no.
You want to spoil it?
Yeah.
Spoil what? Prime.
Because I don't want to. I say, but this is just like it's not a random aside. It's like sort of related. But I'm gonna say, then we can get started, right? My thing is, friend, is that like you're supportive of Elon. Like, I think it's gonna come back and bite you in the ass. I'm gonna say this, right? Well, not personally. I don't think you're gonna lose money on this. I don't think you're gonna like lose money on this. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that I think
Tesla stock, which is
I don't have any Tesla stock.
No, okay. Well then there we go. Right. I'm just saying that this guy is a fucking clown. He's a clown, right? And you're going to be clown yourself, like defending him. Like I get you don't understand what I mean. I get that it's not like obvious to you what I'm saying, right? You have a different media diet than I do. You haven't like actually examined his record or anything like that. You haven't done any of that work, right? You've seen him in his interactions with Donald Trump, and you seem to like those interactions so far. I'm just saying that like this guy is not what you think. Right? He's not intelligent. He's doing something that you like at this moment. And I agree. But like, this guy is a clown on so many levels. And I think like, I'm just saying this now, right? Hey, like if you like go out on a limb for him saying that he is worthwhile, that he is a welcome part of your political movement, you're going to clown yourself. And I don't want you to do that. I'm saying this because I care, right? I don't want you to do that. But like I will just have to like sit down and have that conversation about it, and go through the evidence. I just want to get that out there. He's a clown. Like he's just an embarrassment, and he embarrasses everyone who supports him. Eventually, once they finally realize what a scam artist he is. I just leave it now. Like you can respond if you want to. But
yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think is he perfect? No. He's definitely not a god. I don't think you should ever worship any man, or woman for that matter. You shouldn't worship people.
Hands off pat
you
or
shouldn't
asses,
have idols,
but go ahead,
right?
Yeah.
But in terms of among men, I think he's relatively impressive. I think that he's accomplished much more than I probably ever will. And I think that goes for everybody here.
He's not done. That story's not written yet.
Yeah,
He's taken more ketamine than I ever have. So
yeah. I think
Yeah,
that's the problem with
probably
measuring
Can I
things
ask
within.
a question like tangentially related?
Yep,
to
I'm
Elon?
here. Oh, there we go.
So while we wait,
Sorry.
I guess just wait for this. I was gonna ask. Right, so there's an article this week, and I'm thinking about like maybe doing something kind of fun and like going and like maybe doing some investigative reporter here in San Antonio because San Antonio is now on the front lines of this Doge battle. I don't know. I think Prime might not have seen it, but I think I've shared it with almost everybody else in one of these groups. But long story short, they found there's a facility that's owned by a company called Family Endeavors, and they've been open since 20. Well, they were something before, but basically since 2021, they've had a contract with the government that pays them $18 million a month to keep this facility open. And so they've had it since then. It's supposed to house 3,000 children and families, like not like a combination of it. 3,000 is the total number of beds for this facility. It's supposed to help migrant overflow, right? And it's never been used in that time.
Mhm.
And they're taking 18 mil a month for an empty facility to the tune of over $1 billion now at this point. It's like 215 or 225 mil a year,
Mhm.
right? So now this has come out that this exists, and it's just like chock full. And I know I was going to say stuff about other places spending money, but now this seems to become from like a predominantly Republican issue, at least locally, to now there's actually a local investigation being opened up in this by SA, I don't know, something, whatever the division, and some like a bunch of news stories. And Democrats and Republicans seem to be pretty unanimously behind. Wow, this is a massive waste of money here. We don't need this facility. Why is it in it? Why are they spending 18 mil a month on a cold facility? And so, what's interesting to me is like, I feel like with Doge and with Elon, yeah, I think Elon is kind of this like lightning rod, right? And he says things and he's out there and he attracts the heat. Well, it seems like Doge at some level could be a really good thing if they actually are doing their job and find shit like this, which is like clear waste. Right, because because there's not really any way to defend this. They fleeced the fucking government for 18 million a year for a facility where they don't even have people on staff at all. It's crazy. And like,
what's your question?
Are you not a fan of like getting rid of government waste?
Okay, so I'm
justify it, friend.
I don't
justify government waste.
Hold on,
that's going to be that's it. Justify it.
Hold on.
Justify $18 million a month.
Hold on. This is very simple to answer. Very simple. But like. I do want to get
specifics.
I'm gonna answer your question, right, and then you can respond to me, right, obviously. But then I want to like jump into like the actual topic, and like move on, because one day we're gonna have the blowout. I just wanted to like throw this out there again with Elon, because I want the best for my friend Lactoid. Even you see me yell, I want the best for my friend.
He's fine. You guys are obsessed with this guy.
Yeah, that's so weird.
The guy who's literally at the center of world history right now.
That's very weird of you guys.
Yeah.
I'm not
no. Like you're obsessed with him being this like horrible bad guy.
No, I promise you, I never want to think about this man again. I never want to think about him again. I don't want to hear about him, right? Because I'm obsessed with politics, right? I hear about his fucking, I hear his fucking name and I see his fucking face every fucking day, and it pisses me the fuck off, right? I wish, oh God, I wish. I can't wait the day.
Can you name me one thing that he's done that I would think is bad?
We'll do it.
Exists.
We'll do it one day. Hold on.
Besides the games. Besides the games.
Lying about his rank.
I just said that the game shit. That was the one thing.
Sorry, correct. Again, like the point was saying to Gibbs that I don't want to like be dragged into this, but like I'm going to answer his question and then he can respond if he wants to. But then let's get started because I don't want to make this an Elon day. One day we're going to have our Elon day. I promise you we're going to do it. But
when though? You keep promising we don't get it, and I want
Monday. Elon Monday.
Once everyone has seen the Elon movie.
Once everyone's seen the Elon movie, I don't want to spoil anything. Fair enough.
There's a movie.
No, there's not a movie.
Surprise! It ends with him being God Emperor.
That looks like it. But okay, but I'm going to answer your question, right?
So you're ketamine overdose.
You are. That's exactly him on a toilet. Actually, this throne. Yeah.
It'll be a throne.
But in any case, so to answer your question, Admiral Gibbs, right? So you're telling me about some facility. I haven't heard about this, right? A facility in Texas. But I'll take your word for it that there was some sort of article, right? Yeah, sure. So some facility in Texas that was supposed to house migrants, I guess, right? And then apparently not, and we're spending millions of dollars on it, right? Start off with one. I don't immediately believe anything that comes out of
the company's supposed to record profit. Yeah, like I guess my real question is this: is like if they're, I'm sure that you can agree because I feel like 2 years ago.
Don't be sure I can agree.
Oh, sure. Well, just hear me out. Maybe you tell me when you stop agreeing with what I say. All right. I feel like both
Now-
people on both sides could agree that the government had wasteful expenditures and bloat to some degree, right? There was areas that just bureaucracy in general will always have
Always.
some bloat where shit
Well,
just
yeah, it
disappears.
existing.
It exists, right? So to me, my question is there stuff that you would accept as, oh, this is actually wasteful? Or is it just because Elon and Doge or Trump is finding it, you're always going to be suspect?
Okay, so let me. I'll answer the question. Right. One. Start off with. I am suspect of everything that they say. The reason why is because they've actively lied, right? They've actively lied on like the savings that they found. Like they said, like it was like that one contract was like $8 billion, and there was actually $8 million. They've been. Elon said they've been like, oh, so transparent, right? And they've been posting totals, right? But then people have been just actually like looking at these contracts. They've been double checking the word, and it's been like continuously bullshit, right? Like even the savings in terms of the how many people they're getting rid of and the contract signed, like these things are bullshit. The numbers they're giving us. So no, I don't trust them, right? I'll wait for independent verification. However, let's say that we have that, right? In terms of this facility, and that it is everything you just said it is. Okay. I mean, all right. What you found, right, is waste and abuse, which existed previously, right? Which no one was in favor of, right? And we had processes to find these things. And so like we had literally inspector generals that Trump fired in place that would do exactly these things. They would look for these things, they would find these things, and they would do it within the confines of established law, right? Rather than putting empowering an agency of like red flags, right? I mean, like walking red flags. Like each member of Doge that we found, like Elon's little brown shirt cadre, right? Like walking red flags. If you look, like, I'm sure Lactoid hasn't actually looked into these people, right? Which is why he's smiling. But like, if you actually have looked into the past of these people, right? There would no way they would ever pass a background check, but now have empowered them to go into. No, they didn't. Sorry, we'll deal with. Sorry, Lactoid. We'll do it later.
Even ICO agrees they did.
Lactoid. We'll do it for later.
Even ICO.
We'll do it for later.
You're the ultimate. The final
We'll do it for
boss
later.
now, even
We'll do it
ICO.
for later. We'll do it for later. Right? I just got to answer this question.
The final boss.
And we're going to move on. We're going to
This is
move on.
dangerous misinformation, but go ahead.
Okay, sure. All right.
Ukrainian propaganda.
So we had processes like firmly established within law to deal with these things. And you can say maybe they could have worked better. I could agree with that, right? But like destroying the inspector general's office. There's multiple offices, but like subdivision, whatever that's called, right? Yeah, that's a problem, right? You mean the independent group that's supposed to check the executive? That group? Yeah, that's an issue. And putting these random individuals to make seemingly unilateral changes, not a fan of that. So I am a fan of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. So if you're telling me this is an example of waste, fraud, and abuse, great, right? Fantastic.
I mean, it just seems like on the surface, like right, like that's why this was interesting to me, because it's already gotten bipartisan support, at least at the local level, right? And
of course you will. If you find actual waste, fraud, and abuse, you always will find bipartisan support. You always will. So that was never a thing.
I was using it more as like a meta example, right? Like people, like I just try to like see how people are thinking, because I find something really. I know I don't want to like dive into this too much, but I've been really like examining the like this kind of like. To me, people say that there's been this great divide between like the right and the left, and like people in America were the most divided. Oh, it's been divided like 20 years, but it really does feel like now is different than it was even 5 years ago. Like people feel.
I know we're not going into
not at all, brother.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of like saying that, like, I just find it really interesting, like how people are coming to certain conclusions. Is kind of what I'm
Okay.
is asking.
Let's move on. Let's move on. But we'll do it. We'll do it. I don't want to talk about them. I just really don't. And anyway, what's convenient is that like literally every day, like I get more evidence to my case, and so one day we'll just have it out. All right. Thanks all for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you are new here, been enjoying our conversation, consider following the channel, right? If you're just like stumbled upon, right? Follow the channel. We have these conversations all the time. We're going to go into the Ukraine topic right now. But we have these conversations and we'd love to see you here. So follow the channel. I haven't done so yet. Same if you are on YouTube. You can submit questions like super chats on YouTube, and we will address them. We will answer them, and it'll be a lot of fun. You can consider supporting us if you're on Twitch through subs, right? Give subs, or you got Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming. Usually one free sub per month here. Consider supporting the channel, and that way we do need your help. But if you're finding any of this valuable. So we're going to get started with the topic at hand. Right. Topic. Last week, in an interesting, and it's an extraordinary scene, U.S. President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky got into a heated shouting match. Trump claims that Zelensky was being disrespectful and ungrateful for the efforts that the U.S. has made to impede the Russian invasion. The incident seems to have further deteriorated the relations between the two nations. Furthermore, this follows an emergency meeting that was held by EU leaders as fears mount that Trump is taking an isolationist path that could benefit Russia. What do you think of these developments? Should U.S. allies show more gratitude, quote-unquote gratitude, for the protection that America provides? What should that look like? What do you feel about the possible dissolution of the NATO alliance that has served as a bulwark against Russia and China? Do you feel that overall Trump is heading in the right direction, or is this leading to a complete disaster? So yeah, I think many of you, at least the type of people who would usually be watching this channel, have heard about this incident. I called it like I wasn't sure what to call it, right? Like the press was like, this is a shouting match. It wasn't really a shouting match, right? It was like there were elevated voices, but like I don't know, right? I'm like used to you degenerates, right? Talking to you guys, right? Like we get loud. It didn't seem all that loud to me, but like there was elevated voices, very heated, right? It was very undiplomatic, but whatever, right? Shouting match is what I went with there. And yeah, so Trump and Vance was there, but Vance is always just an accessory. Everyone's always surprised that he showed up. Like, like he's happy to be there. He's excited being included this time. But yeah, so they had a moment, and apparently Rubio was there, which I didn't know because Rubio, like in a lot of the footage, he's like not, you can't see him, right? But the SNL skit was when I first realized that Rubio was in the room. I had actually no idea.
He's right next to Vance, I believe.
Yeah, he was right next to Vance, but like in the angles that I saw, he was never there. And he didn't say anything, right?
Well, he's little Marco. You can't see him.
Yeah, little Marco. You can't see him. He's tiny, right? Yeah. But in any case, they have this interaction. And I think honestly, like hearing a bunch of reactions to it, it's very much a what you call it? Those ink blots that everyone sees something different.
Rorschach test.
Rorschach test. Yes, it's a Rorschach test. As to like what you saw within this meeting, right? Like who was in the right and who was in the wrong. And it seems to be actually quite consistent there. So that's one part that I wanted to explore. But really this idea which came up about like gratitude and what should that look like among our allies, right? Like I think Trump is doing something interesting with like U.S. foreign relations, right? Like when he first talked about like the NATO contributions, right? Like you're supposed to be putting in a certain level of your GDP to like maintain the NATO forces, right? But a lot of other countries weren't doing that, right? I think it was very interesting when Trump like made that an issue because I hadn't heard about that, right? But Trump brought that to the fore, and that's something I maybe conservatives were talking about that, but in the lefty circles we never discussed that, right? So that's a super interesting thing, right? And so like talking about like respecting America because of all the things that America does in the world, good or bad, whatever you may think of that, right? But we do a lot of stuff, right? And there's these countries that are under our wing, but they're not actually treating us right, and that we should be leveraging our position as the guarantor of safety of the West, right? For advantageous deals, right? I think that's a very interesting case, right? Especially in how naked Trump does that. And so I want to examine that. Do you guys agree with this type of behavior, right? Like, do you think there's advantages to this, or do you think like, overall, right, it's going to wash out into us like hitting a brick wall and going and breaking the world order in a way that we can't like fix? So let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm Lacto. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm just going to answer some of these questions. I don't think that we should leave NATO. I think this is something that people have been pushing for. The right wing is kind of split on some of these issues, and I'm sort of in the middle of the road in the sense of no, I do think NATO is beneficial. I don't see a reason necessarily to leave it, especially since our contribution to NATO is we're not giving money to NATO necessarily. It's we have our own budget, and then and if we are giving money to NATO, then maybe we can talk about scaling that back. But I don't think that necessarily means we should leave the alliance. In terms of demanding gratitude, I was a big fan of Trump demanding that other NATO countries hit their 2% minimum. They always should have been. If that was the expectation for the alliance, then countries that aren't pulling their weight, it's a percentage of their economy. I think that you should have to pull your weight if you're going to get the protection of the single greatest military superpower the world has ever seen. This is an incredible deal. The fact that we have to shame you into meeting this relatively minor expectation for you to get such a privilege of having that military umbrella, I think just proves that Trump is probably right to some extent that countries saw an opportunity to take advantage of us because why should we have to pay for our military? No one's going to touch us with the U.S. here anyway. When it comes to the Russian invasion, what happened with Zelensky and the Russian invasion, and I know this is a controversial subject. I might be the lone voice of on this panel. It's not like super pro Ukraine on this question, but one of the reasons I voted for Trump was his promise to end the war in Ukraine, and I think ending the war in Ukraine doesn't mean defeating Russia necessarily. I think a big part of the problem is getting Ukraine to acknowledge the situation that they're in. And I think that he did a good job of doing that. And I don't know if you guys saw, but just before we came on the panel today, all U.S. aid has been cut. All U.S. military aid has been cut to Ukraine. Mm-hmm. So it's been frozen, which is a pretty massive development, I think. So, and he said, we may resume if it comes time, if you're ready to come back and talk about peace. And that's ultimately, I think, what I want from this situation. I think that the history of this conflict is much more complex than people want to talk about. It's not like we have this David versus Goliath. It's not like Ukraine is this infinite good guy and Russia's the infinite bad guy. Both sides here have done wrong, right? I mean, you have incidences of war crimes. You have, for example, the Bucha massacre, which is shameful. You also have the Ukrainian military firing unguided missiles into Donetsk and Luhansk in 2014, following an illegal coup, right? And that was a conversation. It's a conversation that nobody has or nobody wants to have, and that is also a war crime. And we care about using unguided munitions or collateral damage when it comes to Israel. I think it's fair that we should care about it when it comes to the people of the Donbass as well. So I'm interested in having this conversation. I think that ultimately, given the complexity of this conflict, the best outcome we can hope for right now is some kind of negotiated settlement, because absent some kind of negotiated settlement, this war either won't end or it'll keep going until Russia wins.
Go to our friend Corey.
Well, first, thank you so much for inviting me. Always grateful to be here. And yeah, well, I definitely agree with the sentiment that it's overall complex, and like no side is, let's say, pure evil or pure good. And like I'm not going to pretend like I have a deep understanding of all the things that are occurring there. I'll just give my perspective, as limited as it is, as if like I do view overall as Russia as the aggressor, sort of like violating the non-aggression principle, so to speak, to use that term, I guess, somewhat facetiously. And so, like, with that in mind, so like, I think everyone wants peace, but what does that actually look like? And like, I think as Zelensky says, like, they're looking for like a sort of a just peace, as in they have their own conception of what peace looks like, and it's not just a matter of like things just stop as they are now, and that they lose, I think, like 15 to 20% of their territory. And like, I think there's understandable concerns, which I think Zelensky was bringing up with Vance during that meeting, where Vance, in my mind, sort of acting like a snowflake, couldn't take the mildest of pushback, and then it just spiraled out of control there in terms of like, well, if we give in now to Putin, then what stops him from doing it again in the future, or like again regrouping and doing the same thing 4 years or 5 years or whatever years down the line? I think there are some genuine concerns there, and I don't know exactly how to solve that. Other than like I understand why Zelensky and other people like myself don't want to give in to that demand. Of just like, yes, we just stop here. And then in addition to that, also Ukraine also gives some of its resources to the United States. To me, that is sort of like an extortion, so to speak, going on. And so, like, all that to say, it's complicated, but I see Russia as the aggressor. I could be mistaken, and therefore I think they should be treated as such. I also find it interesting that, as far as I can tell, Trump, I think, whatever, called Zelensky a dictator, but I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't know that he's ever called Putin a dictator. But correct me on that. But I never have come across that. And so, how does this look like in the world stage? At least from my perspective, if essentially the U.S. Wants to be isolationist and retreat from the world stage, then by all means go for it. See how it plays out. I'm sure China would love it. I'm sure China, in its goals to take Taiwan, that works in their favor. It's like it would United States come to protect Taiwan if China says what it's going to do at some point in time, and same thing with Europe, where you understandably, I agree that countries like Canada were not living up to their NATO obligations, and they should, but the United States was exercising, their soft power, as an explicit example, like in Europe, through Biden. Okay, Biden wanted to ban the sale of extreme ultraviolet lithography devices to China. He got that. That's a Dutch company. I don't see why now that the Dutch should just like reverse that. It's like, well, yeah, China wants these extreme ultraviolet lithography devices or machines, whatever they are, to pretty much increase their chip and semiconductor manufacturing to become pretty much a world leader in that potentially, then they should go for it. And so, like, yeah, if the United States wants to retreat, go for it. The rest of the world, like China and Russia, I think would welcome it. I'll leave it there for now.
Lee?
Bro, we're cooked. I don't know. I didn't know we just like. I don't know what it is about this, like this photo of like Trump talking to Zelensky like this, or like me hearing JD Vance, who I swear to God I forget the guy exists until someone fucking says like JD Vance is the vice president of America. I'm like, what? I forget about that completely. For him to be like, did you even thank the U.S.? Why aren't you? Man, we were America. We were we're the greatest country on earth. We had the power, we had the money, we had the freedom. You can say whatever you want, do whatever you want. We're America. And then we go to these countries and we instill like military bases and like allyship and blah blah blah. And like, what did you want from these people in return? They needed our help. You don't extend your hand to people that need your help and then be like, well, what are you going to do for me? It's like, well, if we could do things, we wouldn't need your help. And that's not how like the American, like the superpower of the world is supposed to act. We're losing face every single day like to the smaller countries, right? To the smaller countries, maybe that are insignificant in like people's eyes, but it's to show face for like I thought we were like a huge for my entire like life it was like anti-Russia. This kind of just seems like we're big broing the little kid on the block for like Putin. I don't know why we're doing that, you know. And then like turn around and say the same shit to Netanyahu if you have the balls to say it to like Zelensky. You know, you want to talk about like, well, you're doing all this shit, and you're getting us into World War III. I mean, so was Netanyahu, but we're not going to say anything to the big boy on the block. We're not going to say anything to Putin. We're going to talk to the little boys. We're going to tell the Palestinians we're going to take over it's not a good look. This isn't a good look. And I get that like some Americans think it's like cool to be like big broing little nations and like, oh, this was badass, such dubs, but like it's not a good look on like a global like political scale. So it's like, yeah, we're having our fun, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I think it's not looking good from my end.
Go.
I think you're muted, at least on my end.
He's struggling.
Yeah, I don't want to say the stuff that probably everyone's going to say because it's like the obvious to say, right? In terms of how bad this is, but I do think that there is a flip side to this, which is because I agree that other countries in Europe like haven't been spending enough on defense, like as part of their NATO obligations. Like I agree with that. One of the consequences of that was that the United States has pretty much had unilateral policymaking power in Europe and really in the world for a long period of time. And now we might actually be entering a period where there is a kind of multipolarity out there. It's just that the second pole is now going to be Europe, which is to say that Europe is going to be calling the shots, especially when it comes to Ukraine. It looks like Europe is going to be calling the shots unless there's some sort of reversal as to this relationship with Ukraine. And I'm wondering if my guess is that the intention wasn't to tell Europe that they need to spend more on defense so that they can have an equal say to the United States in terms of what goes on in the world. I don't think that's the intention, but it sounds to me that that might be one of the silver linings here. That if you ever get somebody who's a leader of one of these like super powerful countries who's going in an unacceptable anti-democratic direction, that the world will have hope that somebody else can pick up the baton. And I'm not exactly an optimist on this front, but I do think that it's an option we haven't had for many decades, and maybe that's one that will come as a result of this. I don't know, but that's my slight silver lining to all this.
Understood. Let's go. Gibbs, please.
All right. Prime, you said something interesting in your opener, in that the left circus didn't really talk about how we're being taken advantage of. This is something I think of the right that we talk about almost daily. For as long as I've been alive, this has been a talking point. My parents would talk about it. We talk about it at church. We watch the news. You would talk about it. And people would be like, why is America always leading the way in this crisis? Why are we carrying each time? NATO is supposed to be our client states, right? They should be going first. They should be doing this. And yet, a lot of them aren't even paying their own way. They have membership and because reasons. And they're like, now, like I say this, I have been pro-Ukraine and personally benefit from the military-industrial complex doing well. So my drive has always been what's best for Gibbs, right? So I have been one of the most avid Republican supporters for continued support of Ukraine. And, in the short term, I still am, right? Yeah, I am still also a fan of what Trump is doing with Ukraine after what happened at the White House. The reason for that is because he sent a message that you need to respect us. He sent a message, I think, sends a message to the world, which is y'all been living off our teat for too long, and you've never said you're welcome. Instead, you resent us for giving you our money. You resent us for saving your ass and powdering your little bottom and playing world police every time the British couldn't even get their ships out of port. It's you're welcome. I think that I like that. It's also something that I think we can come out top in the long term, right? And this balances out my short-term satisfaction with Trump ensuring my long-term benefits. Well, why do I think that? I'll tell you why. In the name of Eric Bischoff's former WCW head and WWE official's book, he named it "Controversy Creates Cash." And in Trump's own words of investing, he's always advises to invest during the low and chaotic times for a better future. Chaos seems to be the goal to some extent with this. Nobody knows what he's going to do. We've been bullying some of these little smaller countries like Panama. We've been knocking out these trade deals. We're threatening the world with tariffs. We're letting Ukraine know that you're not going to just get a blank check from us. And you go, oh, Gibbs, what does that have to do? Trump's the WWE's dumb. Well, no, Trump also has close ties to WWE. He appeared on their show. He has Linda McMahon in his own administration. And I see some Ollie laughing over here because I know a lot of people just want to dismiss the WWE, but they're a worldwide phenomena. They make a shitload of money. They're very influential with in regards to like diplomacy. They're part of the reason why we're doing so much with Saudi Arabia because they had such an investment there, and Saudi Arabia invested in them. So this leads me to believe I can be a Trump whisperer here. And it's my theory that they think they like the lay of the land with America's power base if things get shaken up. We don't need NATO. NATO needs us. We don't need the UN. The UN needs us. If we pull out, the UN loses all legitimacy. The NATO loses the biggest proportion of its power. We're stronger than every other NATO country combined, and Russia and China right now. So go fuck yourselves. I mean, like, I'm sorry. It's time for America to be first. And I think I also like the lay of the land with us being the bully. We've played nice all this time, and all we've gotten is drained of cash and everybody hated us. It's time for us just to, do what we want and benefit.
I am so glad that we got our weekly WCW quote here.
We do
right?
it
It's like
WWE style, baby.
like a-
we take over the world
it's like-
domination, baby.
Right.
What?
And that
Acknowledge
like
it.
bankrupter was
They need to
like-
acknowledge
Can
it.
I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Gibbs, your support of the military-industrial complex, okay, is just transparent, but it's what half of these Ukraine brains are in favor of. Okay, they're just not as
Sure.
transparent as you, and I give you
Hmm.
credit for that. Thank you, Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think in the long term, this benefits us more, right? In the short term, I might benefit, from this war continuing on forever. However, if Trump's actually going to use our power to go project and do stuff, I've diversified my interests. America
How is
coming
he
out on top
projecting?
is better for
Project
Papa.
and do what?
Well,
What do we
as
do?
long as we can get our Blackhawks
He's
off
got a
the
better.
ground,
He
right?
already got a better deal with Panama. He made Colombia his bitch. He's basically telling Canada, y'all about to get the hands if you don't do what you want. Greenland's
All in
about to
one
become
month.
the 51st
All in
state.
one month,
All in
Corey.
1 month. All in
4
1
more
month,
years.
shaking the world. NATO doesn't know what to do. Suddenly, everybody's spending money on their military, which is what we wanted in the first place. I mean, goddamn, Poland is turning into little Texas. I'm excited. I
We should
like the
make
lay
this
of the
guy
land.
king. Who's going to be better for the country when Trump leaves? Who's going to be able to hold the torch that Trump?
Well, I'll
let
tell
loose?
you who. I'll tell you,
Trump is
the
walking,
man
so who
nobody's
can
gonna
run?
forget now, J.D. Vance, because he's giving him the what for. He said, "Tell us, when was the last time you said you're welcome? Get on your knees.
You're
This
sorry.
is my dick.
Who
You're
is
welcome.
Yeah, I'm not
There's
gonna
no-
lie.
last time was-
Zelensky's got some fucking
last time
was the
patience.
night
before.
If that were
By the
me,
way, to
I
answer
would
your
have
question,
flipped
the last
table,
time was
bro.
the night
butthole
before.
too while you're
Because
at
he
it, Zelensky.
because he
Let's
thanks
go.
the United States once a week in his weekly addresses. So
Well,
when's the last
no.
time was 2
I
days
want him to
before his White
grovel.
House.
Yeah.
He needs
No,
to
no,
grovel.
he also
exists
started.
solely
He
because we
started
hired
off
him.
his speaking by saying thank you.
Wow.
When's the last time
Yeah,
Netanyahu-
he
when's the
did,
last
he
time Netanyahu said
Yeah.
thank
Open
you
it.
to America?
He should
Yeah.
have got on
When's
his
he
knees
done
in
a
front of
thank
us.
you America
Well,
tour?
Vance was
Wait,
just
when's the
actually-
last time Putin has said thank you?
Yeah,
to
when's
him?
Yeah.
Putin ever said anything? Why the
Well,
big boy?
you know,
The big
we'll-
boys
we'll
we
get
don't
to
say
him
anything
next.
grovel.
to.
We'll get to
The
him
big
next.
boys we don't say anything to.
Yeah.
Vance was
Well,
just
Go ahead,
actually-
no,
I wanna ask
Lactoid,
guys-
SMH Lactoid. Go
but
ahead.
before-
I
His
wanna
fist
ask
is
guys,
going through his head.
But before you do
topic.
that, before you do that, we got something from our friend Lawson Harrison. A question, right?
Oh, what's up, Lawson?
Yeah, and after that we can go straight to you, our friend Lactoid. But he says, and I quote, "I'm curious what kind of mental gymnastics is going to be done if/when the time comes to deal with North Korea, and how many inches of Kim's cock we are going to have to suck because he might want Seoul back." That's the question.
Take it away, Lactoid.
I got it. If we can keep
I mean,
this-
I don't know how big his
South
dick
Korea.
is. I don't know how big his dick is. I want to point out a couple.
What's your
things, though.
threshold?
I want to point. I want to point. I don't know.
So before you then let me address it really quick. Then, yeah, I think well, I don't. I think North Korea is. Oh, this is what I wanted to. Fuck. This is why I just remember this question. Just made me remember what I wanted to talk about previously, but we won't have to deal with it now. It's nuclear proliferation. That's what I really wanted to talk about. I wanted to hear Lacto's opinion on it. But in any case, North Korea's got nukes, right? It's a different deal than Ukraine, right? They get treated differently, and I think it's going to be such a big issue for us in the long term. But like when he wants Seoul back, I guess the reason why you're saying this is because Trump, he fell in love. Remember, Trump said he fell in love with the dictator of North Korea, right? They exchanged beautiful letters back and forth. Please tell me you guys remember this, right? Letters, like literal letters exchanged. He said there were beautiful letters I exchanged with him, and Trump felt something, which is amazing because he never feels love for anyone, right, other than Ivanka. No, that's why you're asking, right? Like what will the mental gymnastics, like if he makes an ask for something major, right, within the North Korea South Korea relations, right? Like, do you think we'll bend to that? And yeah, I think depends on what he asks, right? I think Trump might bend and give a lot. If I was North Korea, oh my God, that's actually a really good point. Like the more I think about this point, like I'm glad I really took the time to look at this. Like the better I like it, because I think it's a really good point. If I'm North Korea, watching what's happened with Russia, Ukraine, right, and dictator Russia, Putin, is getting everything he wants, literally embarrassing a staunch U.S. ally. Right? Not even super staunch, actually, really. And the way that he is, right? And giving Putin all the leverage he needs, right? If I'm what's his name, Kim, right? If I'm him, I'm like, okay, I have even better relationship with Trump than he does, right? And there's a U.S. ally bordering me, right? Who I've got a big problem with. What can I get out of this? Actually, this is the perfect time. I haven't really thought about this, but like the implications for the North Korea, South Korea, like South Korea's got to be shitting its pants looking at what's happening in Ukraine. Got to be shitting its pants. I'm really curious as to how this play out. Really good question, Lawson. I had to think about that, but go ahead. Back to it.
Okay, I got like a bunch of things to say now. The first thing, South Korea is a designated non-NATO major ally of the United States. We have direct treaties with them for defense. We have military assets there. It's an entirely different situation. The history
Trump
of that
has
area is
also
also
talked
different.
about pulling out those assets.
I mean, I don't think he can cancel our defense treaties because those are ratified by Congress, and that's law.
Well, Congress has ratified lots of things. It's put a lot of things into law that he's been ignoring. So he could just do that.
No,
of course he can. What will
Congress also put in the Impoundment Control Act. We can.
Yeah, and it hasn't done shit, right? Yeah.
Look,
I
will eat crow if I'm wrong. We're not going to end our defensive alliance with South Korea. We're not. It's just not going to happen. We're not going to end our defensive alliance with Japan. Some people have been saying China's going to take over our place.
We don't have to end
NATO.
the defensive alliance. Hold on, we don't have to go that far, right? Because I was careful in what I said there. Like, if I was Kim Jong Un, right? Then I would say I would have specific asks, right? Not because I know Trump isn't going to at least I don't think Trump is going to completely flip over our relationship with South Korea. But if there is some sort of if he says, well, no more military exercises or whatever, right? Like, we're done with that. Would he do that? It doesn't break our treaties, right? Like, we're still technically there. But that could be an ask you could get. Like, there's things like that. So
yeah, it's possible. I don't know. The area is also a very different situation because militarily, South Korea is much better equipped than North Korea alone, right? In a conventional war between North Korea and South Korea, the South, by all metrics, would appear to win. It's not the case when it comes to Russia versus Ukraine, right?
Wait, what?
Russia.
Chat.
No. What did you just say? No. North Korea would wipe South Korea. That's not a question.
No.
Yes, without our help, South Korea gets wiped. No, hold on, bro. You realize they have so many artillery pieces they can literally just destroy.
We can have this conversation. We can have this conversation. No, I'm telling you, we will have the conversation. I'm not wrong on this.
estimates are like a holding actions against North Korea. If you look at any military strategist, they're all holding actions till we get the I think it's the Fifth Fleet over there to like get back and then push back, just like in the Korean War. Literally, are designed to fall back because we know we can't hold the Korean peninsula with our main.
Wait. Who do you think pushed us back in the Korean War?
Who do you think pushed us back?
Yeah.
Well, that would be China, but who pushed
It wasn't North Korean.
Who pushed South Korea back before that? Do you remember how the Korean War started? They had a small beachhead that we had to push people into, just like I'm describing, because they retreated
and at that time,
from North Korea.
At that time, South Korea was much more underdeveloped compared to the North. Now they're overdeveloped. They have a higher tech military. They have Western military assets there. We're seeing what Ukraine can do with Western military assets when they have a manpower disadvantage, which South Korea does not have.
Tech you have if you can't even get off the
ground.
We
can learn about this and later. Okay, I'm telling you, it's different. Regardless, we also have a binding treaty with them. Regardless, the two things that I've got I just want to nitpick something. The first thing is declaring any kind of skepticism as to forever war in Ukraine as Russian propaganda. I think this is, before we run into this, and nobody's pushed it this talking point thus far, so I'm not coming after anybody here. But this is, I think, a means to try to dodge the conversation. Because if somebody brings up a point that's true, or even if it's not true, the correct response is to challenge the veracity of that claim as opposed to dismissing it as propaganda or dismissing the person as spouting propaganda, right? This would be like, if somebody criticizes Israel's action, oh, you just hate Jews. That is not a response to whether or not this specific action was right or wrong. Like, I want to, or whether or not it actually happened. I want to see an actual breakdown as to, did this occur? The other thing is, and this is just a weird one, I've noticed that specifically about this topic, people are really keen on talking about dicks and sucking dicks specifically. People really like to talk about choking on dicks, sucking dicks.
Who's bringing it up now?
It's all about dick sucking. No, go on Twitter. I'm not the one bringing it up. It's all
What's
about
your
dick
algorithm?
Sucking. Yeah, well, what my algorithm is, whenever anybody has something critical to say about, you should look at Tim Pool's comments, okay? Tim Pool's has been critical of Ukraine.
I think if you do a word frequency analysis of this panel, the word dicks will have come mostly from the top left.
Yes, because I'm complaining.
My entire feed on Twitter was either Zionist or dick sucking posts about how we suck Israel's dick. So it's not this specific thing. It's just maybe it seems to be we hit people in the homophobia when we're talking in this country. It's damn, how far can another country's dick go down our throat at a certain
geopolitically point? We really talk about dicks geopolitically.
At a certain point, can we suck our own dick? Can America suck its
own
dick,
please?
All
fair.
Definitely can.
And this is relevant because Lawson brought up dick sucking, and when you look at Twitter, it's all about dick sucking. Well, you question anything regarding Ukraine, it's because you suck Putin's dick. It's ridiculous.
Look at who you follow, though. They're all Destiny adjacent. Are you surprised that it's all dick sucking?
Okay, we can. All right, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's the best point. Completely refuted. I got no response. Last question, and this is an actual question for you guys to take a look at. If it doesn't mean negotiated peace, what does victory in Ukraine look like now? What are you looking for?
Some sort of concession by what that.
Yeah, that's
like
what kind of concession and what can we do?
Stop invading. Let us keep the land that we have. That's already kind of decided. Let us keep our country. That's kind of how it goes, right? It's just people that want to keep their country, and you guys are just like, no, just give it up because the war is going to go for it's yeah.
Well, just to be clear, the current question is not does Ukraine completely surrender off into Russia? That's not the negotiation. The negotiation is, does Russia get to keep the land that is currently gained and Ukraine never join NATO? Those are the two red lines that Russia has.
Yeah, why should they?
If Russia agrees to these two, if Russia agrees to these two, we could. I think there's a path to a negotiated settlement.
Temporary settlement. That's the issue is that you as we as Americans, we get to sit here and look at Ukrainians and go, listen, guys, we're going to give you a peace treaty right now. And I hate doing the Palestinian thing, but that's why Palestinians don't really care when there's a ceasefire. We don't really over here, we don't get really excited when you hear ceasefire because we're yeah, so there'll be temporary peace and then a year, half a year, 2 years, whatever, however long it may be, there's going to be some more fuck shit until more and more and more happens.
So you were opposed to a ceasefire?
no, it's not that I'm opposed to a ceasefire. It's just that like you're saying, hey, we can achieve peace right now. Just let Russia keep its little bit of land, and Ukraine doesn't have to join NATO. All right, cool. But then in 2 years, when Russia, like to Zelensky's point, which is the question I asked, 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, something else happens, and then they invade again, and you just like, what if they get to keep that land, and then they get to keep the further land, and they get to keep the more land, and then now you don't have a land anymore, and now you don't even have Ukraine anymore. It's like
this is the complexity that I was referencing earlier, right? Like,
not
firstly, I think it was a good thing that the ceasefire happened in Gaza, despite the fact that there's not really any solid guarantees there as to what's going to
Last
happen.
a week, yeah.
Well, pretty sure since then, like the bombing has subsided substantially compared to where it was before, right? The amount of munitions dropped in Gaza was wild compared to where it is now and where it has been since the announcement of the ceasefire. I think that's
thank
a good
God
thing.
we have a new standard to set it.
I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that when
You
ceasefires
would
happen.
think it's a good thing. You didn't lose your house.
Well, hold on. Do you think that this is a good question for you? Do you think it would have been
better to have one
it
bomb
would have
on
been
your house
smart?
than 10 bombs
Yeah, it
on
would have
your
been
house?
smart for Hamas to say we will not have a ceasefire unless you give up all
I'm
of
not
Israel.
turning this into an Israel-Palestine thing
Right,
because
I'm saying like first of all, like there's people dying now. There's people being drugged to the front line and thrown into a meat grinder now. Yes, I understand. I agree with you.
Now we're talking about moving. We're talking about relocating them so we can build Trump real estate over their land. Yes,
and I criticize that.
I don't care if you criticize it. Our criticism doesn't mean anything.
Great
That's
idea.
the fucking
It does
point.
when we're on a panel talking about it.
No.
It's my opinion. I can only speak for myself. I can't.
No,
speak
but
for
when you're talking, when your opinion is that this other country should just, the smaller country should just accept its losses, not join, not stay in the, not stay in the group that's supposed to serve its, not stay in the country. Yeah. So then, like, why should Russia stop if it's going to concede now? Why shouldn't Russia just try to take over whatever it can and keep going and then go on later on? Why wouldn't they?
Because war is painful and war is expensive, and unlike the areas that they currently occupy, the rest of Ukraine, I guess with the exception of some areas of the specifically Donetsk and like they basically have all of Luhansk, with the exception to some areas of Donetsk, the rest of Ukraine is overwhelmingly anti-Russian. Right? It is the areas that Russia currently controls that are relatively moderately pro-Russian, and it is very easy to hold those areas.
Now, shouldn't they just stop now then?
No, for two reasons. First of all, again, there is some land left that specifically the remaining portions of Donetsk, Dnipro, and Zaporizhia. But they're also they have other goals, such as forcing the Kiev into an agreement where they can never join NATO. And if they're allowed to keep going, which is what it's kind of looking like now, because Russia continues to expand their land gains over time. You can look at maps of this. They're slowly gaining the advantage. This is why people say that they're winning, is because they are winning. If they manage to make it, past a certain point, and you see the gains flip to parabolic, then who knows what demands Russia's going to make? They could force the rest of Ukraine to forever renounce any kind of idea of the EU and join the Eurasian Economic Union. They could put some kind of different leader, like some kind of puppet government in charge of Kiev. There's all sorts of things they could do.
What's going to stop them in 3 years from doing that?
Because it's different when you have a couple reasons. It's different when you have a situation where a negotiated peace was made, and now U.S. assets, the mining agreement that Trump is talking about, are in the area. There is no guarantee that Russia won't invade again.
There we go.
And by the way,
that's it.
There's no guarantee that any country isn't going to invade another country. Now, the only way to guarantee for sure that Russia will not touch Ukraine is NATO membership, and that Russians will not accept that. So we have to come up with something else.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: is it more of a guarantee that they won't invade, or is it kind of a guarantee that they will?
It's no guarantee that they will.
It's no guarantee that they will.
I can't guarantee they won't.
What are the odds? Okay, can you do odds?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know what the odds are.
You don't.
No.
Oh
no, I don't. I don't know what the odds.
Russia just decides after this agreement to just play nice, like Putin's just like, fuck it, whatever, we're good.
Well, I'm good. No, because they're gonna get what they're looking for, right? This is what they demanded prior to invasion. By the way, just to be clear, they gave an ultimatum to the U.S. make Ukraine never join NATO, and then it was a couple days later that's when they launched the invasion.
Why can't Ukraine be part of NATO?
It's the same. So it's the same reason. This is like it's a geopolitical kind of analysis. large powers have a lot of anxiety and have to spend a lot of money defending areas and considering it passive attack and want to exert geopolitical influence in other surrounding countries. The United States would not accept Canada joining CISTO. CISTO, for those of you who don't know, is Russia's equivalent of NATO. It's a military alliance. If Canada, let's hear, perfect comparison. If there was an illegal coup and a pro-Russian government,
shit, because we wouldn't.
Yes, we would invade Canada if they joined. If they were about to join CISTO and Russian missiles were about to be on the border, we'd be rolling the tanks.
And if Ukraine joins NATO, they can't take over Ukraine because America won't let them. But if Ukraine doesn't join NATO and has no protections, then they just get to take over Ukraine.
But again,
listen,
the question is why did Russia give the ultimatum? If they were just looking for land in the first place, why did they give the ultimatum right before the invasion?
Because they say whatever the fuck they want to do, whatever they need to do.
I'll tell you why. It's because
yeah, I agree with Ollie on that.
It's because when you have the experiment of Ukraine not joining NATO, right? But the Baltic states did join NATO, and Russia also did not accept that. The fact is, the ones that did join NATO are safe, and the ones that didn't got invaded. That's the real problem, is that they've proven over and over again that the consequence of not joining NATO is that Russia will invade you.
No.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't Russia want to expand
then who joined
its
NATO and then
territory?
got invaded by Russia?
Well, hold on. I would agree that joining NATO makes you not be able to get invaded.
Latvia.
Yeah, for sure.
Estonia.
Poland, Estonia, Finland.
But the Finnish states didn't get invaded either, and they only recently joined NATO.
They joined because they saw what happened to Ukraine, and they were like, "Fuck that! We're joining NATO."
It's literally just a 1-to-1. It's literally just telling Palestinians, "Hey, like, no, Israel doesn't want to expand its land," and it's like, but you see, overwhelmingly, it does. And then it's like, why would they want to? They only said they wanted this piece of land, and if people would just, it's like, take it and just apply it over there. It's the same thing. Why is it that we're all of a sudden like trusting Russia to be like, no, it's okay, we're good, we don't want our country to be bigger? It's already just in mass huge. So everyone thinks it's like this.
What does peace look like here?
What is
how are you going to get a winning country to agree to concede on the reason they went to war in the first place?
So you're basically telling me anytime a winning country invades, we should kind of just let them win, because what does peace look like if the bigger country doesn't win?
What's the solution?
I mean, no, fuck it. Then let's everyone just go to war and let's just start invading countries and grab what we can at that point.
No.
There we go.
So in 1960, well, this is what Gibbs literally argues for. In 1961, the CIA launched an invasion of Cuba called the Bay of Pigs. The intention was to take over Cuba and to overthrow the government. In 1962, the next year, the Soviets were going to send missiles to Cuba to defend itself. That was unacceptable to the US. We were willing to end the world. We were going to go to nuclear Armageddon. The Soviets will not put missiles in Cuba. Despite the fact, now, every argument you're saying,
and we took our missiles out of Turkey as a consequence of that.
Well, I know we did, right? But that was after a negotiated
that was an exchange
settlement. Yeah, that was a negotiated settlement. But we had ships out there that were blocking the Soviet ships, our military ships, and we were saying you will not put missiles in Cuba. Now the Cubans could say, "Well, what guarantee do we have the Americans won't invade us again?" There's no guarantee, and they would have been right. Well, and still, it would not have been worth ending the world over.
Well, hold on, there's a big problem that you're not factoring in there, right? And that's that we have established U.S. policy dating back to 1780 or something, called the Monroe Doctrine, and we're not going to fucking let any goddamn country come float across our fucking area. And Russia is a prime example of Eurasian power.
Yes, and Russia has a policy where they're not going to allow NATO missiles in Ukraine.
Here's the difference. Yeah. Here's the difference. I don't give two fucks about Russia's policy because I'm a goddamn patriot. They are a corrupt, backwards organization. Half their troops are dead. They're conscripts. They got a coup thrown on them by fucking one of their people. Yeah, they're a big enemy of ours. They're maybe the second biggest enemy after China. You're absolutely right. I think perpetual is good. But to sit here and go, yeah, bro, it's the same situation. No.
Well, no, hold on, guys.
Otherwise, I don't know.
Can we be reasonable? Can we be reasonable? All right. Look, you got me defending Lactoid here, and like I feel like a mess. of what Lactoid has said so far, right? I've been doing a few other things, but from what I've heard Lactoid said, everything has been completely reasonable. Like, yeah, obviously, the Monroe Doctrine is a perfect example. We instituted the Monroe Doctrine because at the time it was the Europeans were really concerned about, right?
Well,
We were
still
saying
is,
we
the
don't want the
Russians-
great European powers to be influencing our part of the world, right? And so we declare, right? With Teddy Roosevelt straddling the continent, right? We declare that all of this is ours, right? Like that was a cartoon, a political cartoon with him doing that. But anyway, right? But all this is ours. And that's a statement to the rest of them. Stay out of here, right? This is our backyard. And if you do, we consider that a threat, right? And we'll take action against you. All right. Well, then we can extend that to Ukraine. We can do this, right? We can understand that there are other rational actors within the world, right? That Russia, rational actor, China, rational actor, and even people don't like when I say this, Iran, rational actor. Oh boy. But that when you threaten these individuals, when you put these weapons aimed directly at their capitals, right? Like from a country away, right? So they have basically no time to respond. That's like everyone knows they can be hit, right? Everyone knows that with intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? Everyone's aware of that. The thing that they're concerned about is lead time, right? Like how quickly can those missiles get here? So if the missiles are all along Canada, well, it's pretty quickly, right? But it's slower than if they're right there on Ukraine. So that's a big issue, and it's a provocation. It absolutely is. We can understand this. That's a provocation. We wouldn't accept it, just like Lactoid said. He was absolutely correct when he said,
Yeah.
if Canada joined, or Mexico, like if there was a coup and Mexico joined, right, and they were staging Russian or Chinese assets, right, near our border, holy crap, right, already, right, we're bombing. Before the planes even land, before they even beach their troops there, right, we've already invaded Mexico. We've already knocked them over. So we can extend that. Let's extend that to other actors, and then have an intelligent discussion as to why they would behave in the way they are.
No, Russia. So like, yeah. So if I understand,
got
what you're
you,
saying,
buddy.
like Russia has a right to be annoyed with the fact that like its neighboring countries are joining the U.S. Like coalition, right, of like NATO, right? Like that. That's kind of.
Just to be clear,
Except
like
NATO is no longer now a U.S. coalition, right? So
no.
it's actually now like a German and French coalition. I suppose you could.
But but is that kind of like
we
the dumbed down version?
we still provide the vast majority
Yeah.
of military.
Is that the
but
dumbed
no,
down? Is that the dumbed down
so,
version?
So yeah, you're not wrong based on what I've been saying. But just to clarify,
Yeah.
when I'm talking about like, I don't like the word right. The only reason I don't like the word right here is because when I'm talking about rights, like
Did I
I'm
say
more
right?
you did, but you're not wrong to say so, right? What I'm saying is that it's not that like large powers have necessarily a right to do this. It's just that it's something that they do,
Earlier.
right? Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Large powers like they
Might
like,
makes right. Might makes right.
geopolitically, yes, they like geopolitically, it is within, like Prime was saying, it is within like a rational self actor's motive here, especially if you're a large power, to secure a sort of, especially militarily, like a protection zone around yourself. This is the U.S. has done this completely, entirely, and in fact, we fucked in like Central and South America for a lot less than like military assets.
Countries
We've done it
need to
because they didn't
operate-
accept our fruit companies. I mean, we'll go in there for no problem. And we were willing to end the world when it comes to the Soviets. What I do think that people have a right to, and we get into the rights question, I do think that there is a certain right of self-determination that communities have. And then this goes into the motivations in 2014, right? Because yes, the 2022 invasion was, I think, the main purpose was Ukraine can't join NATO. But in 2014, right, the Russians going to Crimea was not necessarily because Ukraine was imminently going to join NATO. It was because there was an illegal coup, and the people in Crimea didn't want to be part of Ukraine. And if your country is illegally couped, I think you have the right to leave the country at that point.
Well, okay.
The people,
I wanna,
right? Wait, the people are okay. Yeah, which is fine. So like, but I'm saying like for right. So the people want to leave. Then you have the right to leave the country, sure. But then that doesn't give Russia the right to invade or take over that landmass just because those people want to be part of Russia.
Maybe if there's a coup, it depends, right? So let me ask you this:
Half our people don't want Trump as president, and like
Sure, but let me ask you this: when the French sent military advisors to the United States when we had our War of Independence, was that acceptable?
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that.
When the French sent military assets to the United States during our Revolutionary War, right?
Mhm.
Lafayette, and there were some others, and the Spanish were sending us weapons.
Hessians.
Yeah, well, the Hessians were primarily with the British, but
sorry.
yeah, the Spanish and the French were helping us out. Was that acceptable? Was that okay?
I'm sure for Americans at the time.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of my position on this, right? The question of who is helping you, I think, is less
Wait,
relevant.
so
The question is,
Putin
do you have
is
the
Lafayette in
justification?
this case? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, I just want
To the Crimeans, arguably, there's more of a comparison there. Yes, I think so.
How did that apply? I'm sorry, I did not catch how that worked.
So,
how that
okay,
wrapped together.
let me give you like a very brief story. Okay,
Yes.
you have an area called Crimea. 1996, they vote for in order to have autonomy in a referendum. The referendum is successful. The central government in Kiev says, no, fuck you. We're not going to accept your autonomy referendum. Some time goes on. The UN does several polls on this. Crimea overwhelmingly wants to leave Ukraine and join Russia. But because their vote counts, they're part of the country, just because you have some people in a country that want to leave doesn't necessarily mean they get to take the land with them. Fair enough. 2014 happens, and the president that they overwhelmingly elected gets couped and replaced by the opposing party, which is like a pro-Western party. Do you think that? Let me just ask you a point blank question, right?
Well, hold on. That's not exactly it, right? Because there was an election after that, and the election took place. The everyone in Ukraine, like from west to east, was allowed to vote in that election, and they ended up voting in Poroshenko, and then
Crimea.
and then yeah, everyone. Well, no, the Russians were to the extent that the Russians were occupying it, then no, they weren't allowed to vote, which is another reason why it's strange that they're now saying, oh, you have to hold elections now when Russia clearly won't let Donbass vote in any elections in Ukraine. They can't have an election until their people are allowed to vote. But at any rate, regardless, I was willing after 2014, even after they took all that stuff, I saw that as a concession on Russia that they had lost, because the fact is, for decades, Russia had been sending ethnic Russian people into Crimea, and then also deporting the Tatars out of those areas so that they could turn that area into a majority sort of Russian area. It was ethnic cleansing. And when they took it back from Crimea after 2014, it was essentially an admission that they couldn't stuff the ballot with Crimean voters anymore.
Just to be
land back.
And if enough Americans want Sharia law in their counties and they vote for it, like, can they just like?
Well, hold on, a couple of things. First of all, just the peninsula was majority Russian in the 1950s, right? I agree with you. This sort of ethnic cleansing.
No, it was Tatar. Yeah, it was.
Well, it was
neither Ukrainian nor Russian. It was.
By the 50s, it was primarily Russian. Before then, yes, there was like a period of deporting Tatars.
There was a lot of ethnic cleansing that, yes. So it was only primarily Russian because Russia put ethnic Russian people.
But again, before the 50s. But again, the question is, like, at that point, I think you can make, if you're like part of this land back movement and you do these land acknowledgements to the Native Americans or whatever, I could like see the argument for you saying, well, it shouldn't be Russian, it should be Tatarstan, and the Tatars should be like given land there or whatever. Okay, there's like a valid argument there if you believe
the ship
in
may
like
have
land
sailed
back.
on that.
Hold on, I agree with you actually. I think the ship has sailed on that to some extent. So now the question is, what do the people who live there and who have lived there want now? And the people who have lived there did not want to stay part of Ukraine
because they were replaced.
This is a conversation with what Aiko just said. It's too late to bring the Tatars back.
It is
the area was never majority Ukrainian.
So
Ukrainian has always been a minority in that area.
Yeah, I know. And in the UK, it's been a majority Brits, and then like now all these Muslims are coming in from Afghan and Pakistan or whatever, and the demographics are changing and so on and so forth. It's like it's. Just because you infiltrated an area, you don't get to just like take the land because those people in that area don't want to be part of the country anymore. Just like Texas, if Texans are like, yo, we want to leave America, Americans are be like, all right, cool, you can leave, but you don't get to keep the land.
Well, I don't know.
Wait, the U.S. did this.
Oh, yeah, of course, Kibbs doesn't know about that part.
We left the UK and we took we left the UK and we took the land.
hold on.
Because we fought for the land on the ground. Like they couldn't. This is an island. That's a little bit different.
Islands also have
Like
land.
so like if Texans want to secede, right? And we're like, all right, cool. As Texans, you can leave, but you can't take the land. We're not going to give you Texas as a country.
Totally different situation. We already fought our revolution. We won, first of all, and secondly, when we
You are a United States country. Shush.
Secure ours. Basically, Texas runs the U.S. But hold on.
Shut up, American.
I'll use you a better example. Let's say like we took the Texan Apaches, who were part of the Texas government, right, when we became our government, because they signed a treaty with us to fight against the Mexicans. What if we decided to go, hey, we see some land over here that used to be Texan Apache territory. That's native right. We're going to go and conquer a portion of Mexico. Those people there would prefer us owning them because they're we're just making up some bullshit reason. All the reason why, like you hit the nail on the head earlier, Ollie, when you said this. It's just some bullshit reason, right? And this is why the might makes right thing. I personally want Ukraine to go on because I have a financial interest in it, and it's good for me. I will openly admit that. However, let's talk about what the prompt was real quick, because what you're arguing doesn't mean shit. Like you're arguing about 6 layers of separation of like paperwork for bullshit reasons for countries to do something. When the real reason is they wanted it, they're taking it, right? That's the bottom line. Just like we have US-backed people here in Rwanda invading the Congo to take minerals out and selling them to us. We love it. We're big fans of imperialism.
Yeah, the conversation's over because Russia's winning.
Hold on. Well, cool. Rwanda's beating the shit out of the Congo. Conversation's over. I love it. It works out for us on that end. It's bad for the Ukrainians on the other end. Both of them can get fucked for all I care, except the one works better for me for the money. But here's my point, right? This is why I'm actually somewhat in favor of this, how Vance and Trump treated Zelensky, because it sends a broader message that, hey, you need to come in here and you need to prostrate yourself and you need to show the respect. And hey, we're not playing this game no more where y'all get to sit here and say, oh, we're going to be a part of NATO and have 1.1% of our GDP go to Mexico. Spends 6.6% of their GDP on their military. They're not in NATO as far as I'm aware, right? But like they might as well be. They're probably more beneficial than fucking, I don't know, Italy, who does nothing for us. They don't put any money in there. They're just suckling at our teeth. I mean, and there's plenty of other. Greece is another one. We can go through the list.
When you say they're suckling at your teeth, like what are they doing? They're existing.
They're literally existing because we're allowing them to. The only reason they exist is because the U.S. military.
How is that suckling? Suckling usually means extraction.
Well,
you see it just existing.
They are
extraction.
Yes, they are.
Can you give examples of extraction?
I will give you examples. All the money we're spending is going basically to our military support to continue being funded for their existence. If we withdraw that and they can't fund it, guess what? They're just going to be
wait, Gibbs.
Like,
but America wants its military in these countries. It wants its presence across the world, so it's funding its own self-being of presence.
Not anymore.
We can renegotiate
well,
that.
I mean, sure,
Gibbs,
but like,
let me give you an argument, Gibbs.
Hold on. Well, let me finish here. I waited for 30 minutes while y'all just.
He did.
You can go ahead, but you will like this argument. But go ahead.
Sure, you can add it on, but we can individually renegotiate, right? We're seeing like what Eichhoff said is coming true. It's never been an America-centric alliance. It's always been for the benefit of the European powers, and they've just been using us as a mercenary group to fund their wars and fight for them because they don't want to do it themselves.
I don't think
They've
they're using
outsourced to us. That's a negative loss. Like they're not funding their stuff. They've got bad trade deals, and this is America sitting there going, "No more, we're not doing it." And I like it because I think, guess what? We should be bullying these other countries, saying it's either our way or you don't get our support no more. And I like that. And I'm tired of
I gave a concrete. I don't see how personally. I think you benefit from having the largest military and being essentially the military superpower of the world. You benefit. I gave, at least in my mind, I gave a concrete example in my opening statement of like Biden pressured a Dutch company, ASML, which has a monopoly on extreme ultraviolet lithography, and to not sell it to China. Was that suckling, or like, is that not an example of how
we get to exert power?
I don't think. Wait. Was the threat of military force behind that? Were we going to attack the Netherlands?
No. But the fact that you can approach them, as in you say.
No, hold up.
Is that not even an example of prostration?
I think that's economic power.
No. Wait.
Your military power exists. Economic power.
No, the threat exists though, Lactoid. Whether or not you openly say or you openly use that threat
to the Netherlands.
To anyone at the very very bottom, right? At the very bottom of what we're going to do, we would resort to violence which is like a takeover or whatever it may be. So if you are part of if you are part of our coalition, whatever it may be, and we kind of hold the power, yeah, we don't have to say that we'll take you over, we'll invade you, or we'll go to war, or we'll defeat you. However, it's always there. It's always in the back of your mind that like we do have the ability to. So it's kind of like everything is approached with that.
If Greece,
Look, we could cut our military budget in half and still be the number one
Greece,
power.
For example, Greece literally only exists because NATO exists. If NATO didn't exist, Greece as a country would fall. They're bankrupt. They don't contribute anything to the military. They would basically fall apart like tomorrow if the EU and NATO didn't support. Right?
Yeah,
so
which is that benefits us though.
That's arguably not true, Gibbs.
Let it be true for his argument. It still benefits us.
You're sitting here
Because
going,
the loans are predatory from the EU.
What if we just let them just fall apart, right? Instead of us keep funding this perpetually, like that, maybe let them fall apart, and then hey, if America sees some parts of Greece we like, we just carve them up and keep them. And
but that's not what's going to happen if we just back off and let America, because if we just back off and let Greece fund for itself, the neighboring country. You know, the big boy that we're afraid of is going to wait. I'm not invading Greece. I'm going to play in your world. Why engage with the hypothetical, man?
Why?
Because you all.
No, it's unrealistic. I'm not engaging with it.
I engage with yours. I engage with yours anyways. I engage with all hypotheticals because I am the centrist and the smart one. Hold up, wait.
Isn't worried about that because there is no military threat. Because they're using us as their mercenaries.
Wait, no, they're not. They're not using us as their mercenaries.
Yes, they
right
are.
now.
NATO-wise.
Right now, these countries, the only relation they have, the only good saving grace America has in terms of like PR with them is that the fact that we defend them. Okay, sure, let's strip that defense of Greece, for example. Right now, Greece is defenseless. It doesn't have any money, whatever it may be. It's a failing nation. It's up for grabs. We're not going to go invade Greece when Russia will probably want to invade Greece, seeing as though it's up for grabs. It's closer. It has better access, so on and so forth. The reason it's beneficial for us, for your sake, not even for my sake. I don't like the American imperialist thing, but for your sake, we're militarily in every single one of these countries, and yes, they do kind of bow down to us. We may give them money, but that's because we have a lot of fucking money to give. That's what we are doing. It seems to be our export is military and cash.
Hold on, do we pay them for our military bases being there?
I don't fucking know.
Yes, we do. What we should be doing is they should be paying us for our military bases being there. See the problem here?
But we benefit from having our bases there.
Hold on, maybe. I
Maybe.
can see. No, hold on, Gibbs. I could see that if we're actually protecting a nation, right? Just because we have military bases and they're there for protection, right? They can just be there for force projection, right? Like, hey, we want to be able to project force in this area, right? Like in places like in Chad or something, right? Like we have bases in like in East Africa, and the point is that it's less for protecting them and like coming out and making anything happen if they get invaded. It's more force projection. There was that base. Was it in the UAE?
In the land.
Was it the one?
What about Djibouti, for example?
Was
Djibouti
it
basically only exists because of our military base there. Right?
I don't know.
Djibouti should pay us. Well, that's where Africa.
Dog, why do you hold on? Wait, Gibbs. Why, in a real, maybe hyperbolic sense, whatever? Why do you think that we're just propping up these countries? Like, do you think it's just because for the shits and gigs and because we have the most empathetic country in the world?
I think that's because we've entered this fake sense, and I wish Ike was here. I hope he can hear me. I think we've entered this fake sense of international rules-based order where people don't want to say, "Hey, I actually control them." So, instead, we prop up a government in Djibouti, which is basically just us with a face, an African face.
I don't know about.
I wish we would just be like, "There's no African face. We own Djibouti. You're a U.S. colony. Congratulations."
Yeah, but wait. But you understand though, like even though we're the strongest military power, the world can't just operate like that, right? It can't operate at. Why not? Because then we just have perpetual war. Because then we just have perpetual war. That's literally it. We have to have some type of civility. Like it is a world. We live in a world. There must be society. There must be civility. there has to be.
They're not mutually exclusive.
So I don't know enough about Djibouti to make a statement one way or
I don't know
other.
anything about
right?
Djibouti. I'm not going to
Yeah.
comment on that conflict.
I've been
Big booty.
If
I-
there is a
booty.
conflict there, I'm
I
assuming there
studied-
is.
There's
It's
not a
Africa.
conflict. No, that's where Africa comes
It's
from.
Africa. I'm
Um,
sure there's a conflict somewhere.
I,
Well, yeah, we
as
use it to
always,
debate Somalia. That's what we use.
as always, I'm a lifelong a student of the booty, but I haven't don't know about
How am I
Djibouti.
the most educated?
Okay, but anyway,
African
whatever, it's fine.
politics?
But
That's fine.
let's we can. That was a bad trick. All right, moving on. But I want to go back to what Latoid said about well, like Netherlands, right? You said like the Netherlands being invaded, right? Like that seems ridiculous. Well, like
That's not happening.
I would argue that like because you said like this was an exertion of economic power onto this company, right? And I would say the economic is the military, right? Like these two things are equal. I mean they're like
they're related. There's a relationship between
there's
the two.
a very tight relationship, right? Our economic power is in so many ways based on our military power, right? Like the fact that we can have such a military that can force favorable trade deals, right? Like what's happening now in Ukraine, right? It's happened all across the world where we can force that, or countries they want that power. Either they don't want it projected against them or they don't want it taken away, right? In terms of protection, they will deal with us. They will, they'll change their economic system so that like New York is the center of the economic world, right? They'll like make sure that they acquiesce to U.S. laws and regulations, right? To get access to U.S. banks because we force that to be the center of the world economics, right? Like these things come hand in hand with being the economic military power. That doesn't happen to any other country, right? That isn't the imperial core, right? You don't get to have to leverage. You don't have anything to leverage in the same
It's a
way.
cost benefit analysis, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I agree that there are certain and protecting trade routes and also like there are certain things you get when you're a military superpower, but there's also like a expense that comes with being a military superpower and organizing so much of your economy around the military, right? And that and you can just look at countries that have an extremely high military spending per capita in terms of total GDP, right? I mean, North Korea accomplishes not much compared to other countries because so much of their GDP is dedicated to military spending. Right? I mean, right now you have
The other
Ukraine and
factors at
Russia.
play as well.
I'm sure there's other factors as well, but that's part of it, right? When you have
Yeah.
people and assets and capital tied up in developing shit to kill people, they're not developing shit that makes life easier, right? You got people at a factory building bombs, they're not building cars. They're not building toothbrushes or whatever the fuck. And so it's just a question of scale. And the question is, in my mind, I think the United States, when you look at how much we spend on the military, it is absurdly disproportionate compared to where everyone else is. And I think that we could survive by slimming down a little bit. And I think one way we start by slimming down a little bit is we look at this war that's ongoing, where we've given just under $200 billion. Trump says 350. He's all over the place. It's just, I think it's $183 billion, something around there when you factor in all we've given. And that's a lot of fucking money, right? And it's for one conflict in which hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. And it's ongoing, and people are being drafted, and it's a humanitarian nightmare. And far more people have died in this conflict than in Israel-Palestine. The only reason I'm pointing that out is because I don't think it got, and now it's getting talked about because, Zelensky and Trump got into a fight. But beforehand, people didn't really seem to want to didn't really want to talk about it as much. People didn't seem to talk about it as much as other conflicts. But if you look at the overall body count, I think it deserves to be talked about more. And I think it's important to look at it as the humanitarian disaster that it is.
Hold on, Laxo. If you were to say that, then let's. I got to push back on this, right? So, what's the biggest war since World War II, like body count wise? Do you know? I only found this out.
Give me a second. Biggest war since World War II, body count wise?
The war on drugs.
Good. Ooh, good answer.
No, it's the.
But in actual geopolitical conflict, I don't know, Vietnam, that the U.S. is involved in?
No, just in general. Like, people dying on both sides. Why? I'll tell you, because I didn't
Probably
know
some war in Africa.
Yeah, the Great African War is what they're calling it, or World War Africa.
I fucking knew
right?
it.
Yeah, and so it was basically Rwanda's been involved, and and the DRC. They've been fighting back and forth. There's Zaire for a while, and the Allies keep switching sides. Yada yada. Well, the Rwanda is the Western ally now. They provide more troops than any other country in Africa to the UN peacekeepers. Right? They've taken over security contracts as the French have left. They basically become the French and American proxy in a lot of African stuff. Right? What they've done is they've now invaded the DRC, and they've had their proxy militia literally do the same thing that the militias did in Crimea, where they're saying they're protecting ethnic Tutsis. And then they went in there and they took over, and now they own all the rare earth mines. And now Rwanda, who doesn't even have any resources, as far as we know, this is now the number 2 producer of rare earth minerals after the Congo or some shit in the region, right? Okay, interesting, right? However, we're not going to sit here. You can't sit here and say, oh, like your position, and be like, oh, there's so many more people have died in this war. Oh, this is such a big war. When you didn't give a shit about the Congo, you don't give a shit not the Congo. You didn't give a shit about the Rwanda, the Tutsis, and we're sitting here arguing because at that point you're just being a hypocrite. At least what I'm doing is saying, hey, I support the countries that are bringing us the bacon.
No.
Hold
on,
Gibbs. Ukraine's a net loss.
This is
not me, but some people.
I'll explain why this is unfair. This is unfair because I'm not as educated in this conflict as you appear to be. I'm not as educated on Israel-Palestine as some people are, right? I'm more educated on this conflict, and so I speak more on this conflict. If you want to talk about that subject and say, look, not enough Americans are paying attention to this because look at the body count. It's more than Ukraine and Israel put together, right? This is like a humanitarian nightmare. Here's where the U.S. is involved. Here's where we should stop being involved. This is like where U.S. aid is covertly involved in like funding propaganda and all that shit. Yeah, if you wanted to bring all that shit up, I would listen.
Yeah, but like body count is like the end all be all if the body count isn't high enough if it doesn't match.
Body count's not the end all be all. Body count's not the end all be all, but I think it is relevant when we're talking about like how much we should care. Like this conflict has a significantly high body count, and it involves a direct conflict with a nuclear power in which we are funding the direct opposition to a nuclear power, and we've been like through USAID and other NGOs providing aid to Ukraine for a while now, right? And we're directly involved. We have PMCs on the ground there, right? Have you ever seen these combat videos? Half of them are speaking with an American accent.
Well,
you can go next.
I mean, what's your point with that? I mean,
No,
I don't
say,
understand.
The point is we're involved, and Trump is saying maybe we should be less involved. And I think, given the circumstances, like we should be less involved unless we can get some kind of lasting peace, or some kind of like we can end the bloodshed.
I mean, sure, but then so we're gonna get less involved here, but more involved in the Middle East.
I would agree with ceasefires in Gaza.
No, I know that you agree. Yeah, you agree to cease, but his plan is to go to the Middle East to try to take over Gaza to some extent.
Horrible plan.
I understand that it's a horrible plan, but like you're saying that, well, his plan over here is to try to create peace in Ukraine.
Good.
But yeah, I know, but then the other plan is a horrible plan in the Middle East. So it's like it's the same guy with the two.
So
I'm betting the second plan won't happen. I'm betting it won't happen. I really hope it doesn't happen.
So hold on. Here's the issue, right? I'm not going to speak for everyone else here, right? It seems like lots of people have different ideas in this panel, and I'm glad everyone got like a different opinions. But my issue with how Trump is doing this, right? That this is a mess. It's a mess, right? So like, if you want peace, okay, great, right? But first of all, I've always heard Republicans say peace through strength. Okay, well then what that looks like in this situation is having leverage or the negotiating table, right? Now, that was Biden's line, but Biden never actually like seemed to have gone to the negotiating table. That's what his problem was.
Wait.
Is that like, hold on, Ali.
Yeah, when you're done.
Yeah, sure. Like he never actually went to the negotiating table. And like, what's happening is Trump is like forcing us to go to a negotiating table, which in itself isn't a bad thing. That in itself is not bad. But the way this is happening, what kind of peace can be leveraged, Lactoid, with Russia at this point? where they must be cheering in Moscow, right? When they saw that blow up in the White House, like the Trump saying, well, you're just gonna get run over by Russia if you aren't supported by us.
If you're not with us, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, hold on. But this is not what you would do in a diplomatic situation. The reason why you don't hear this was extraordinary, because you don't hear this type of talk in this way. This would be between partners, right? Maybe a heated conversation behind closed doors, right? But you don't put that out there now, because when we're finally in the negotiating table, next to it, with the Russians, right? Then they have a stronger hand. They have leverage, saying that, well, your partner Ukraine has abandoned you, and as the world knows, like you have nothing without them. And so why should we listen? We're going to be dictating to you what the terms are, rather than having any sort of co-equal partnership, or not partnership, but like participants here. Like, we're in charge because you have no leverage. Your partner's already abandoned you. We could say here instead, right? What you would do, you could have like the exact same stance Trump has, right? Like, you could, America first, right? We don't want to deal with this anymore. We're getting out. But you say that to Zelensky behind closed doors, like, this is bullshit, it needs to end, right? But you come to the negotiating table at their side, telling the Russians, look, if you don't want to drag this war out anymore, and we don't want to drag this war out anymore, we will if we have to, right? Because we stand with our ally here. So let's find some sort of common ground and settle this deal, right? That's the way to do it, rather than saying out in public, your interlocutor, I don't know, your opponent on the other side of that negotiating table, they have no leverage. They're nothing.
I disagree with this. I disagree for a couple things. First of all, the military situation of Ukraine is, like, leaving aside any of Trump, like, Russian intelligence knows more about the military situation in Ukraine than anything that Trump said there at that meeting. Right, the news agencies, Western media, is talking in more detail about what the military situation is in Ukraine than that. And I'll explain. Give me a second.
I know what you.
So
I agree with you, but I already agree with you on that point.
Yes, and so they know the manpower issues. They know the fact that Ukraine is relatively well equipped, but they're having difficulty getting people for their military. This is well known. JD did point this out during the press conference, but I actually disagree. I think that Trump, by doing that, demonstrates that he's serious about coming to some kind of agreement in order to resolve this, and that he is going to leverage pressure against Ukraine to come to the negotiating table. Because remember, before this, Ukraine said, we're not going to accept any peace unless we get Crimea back.
Leverage against Ukraine.
Hold on. But
here's the problem here. Convincing them to come to an agreement,
and this is
probably got to convince Ukraine more than Russia.
And this is where our framing is different, right? You're saying, hey, I want to get to end this conflict no matter what, right? As soon as possible. Not
no matter what.
Okay, right? Yeah. You're not going to let the Russians genocide the rest of Ukraine. Fair enough. Great.
I wouldn't let all of Ukraine join Russia.
Sure. Understood. I hear you, right? I'm not saying that flippantly, but like,
why?
You are saying that, but you want some sort of expedited end to this war. What I want is something equitable for the Ukrainian people, acknowledging all the things that you said previously, right? In terms of like succession and like
what would look equitable?
I acknowledge that, and equitable is tough to figure out in this situation, right? But we don't get there if it's made clear on the international stage that if I'm Ukrainian, right, that our biggest backer is abandoning us and loudly, and is
that's not what was said. What was said is, if
literally what it looked like.
What was said is without us, you don't have cards. With us, you still have cards. What that's telling telegraphing to the Russians is, you make a deal with us and we'll get Ukraine to come along with it. As opposed to, Ukraine can go on without us, so why even bother negotiate with Americans at this point? They can't, quote unquote, call off their dog.
Wait, hold on. No, they already, like you said previously, right? it was known what Ukraine's military situation is.
Yeah,
The
I agree.
problem
This
here,
nothing was
Now,
really
now, I agree
telegraphed.
with you
Sure.
on that part, right? They knew that, right? The leverage point is the alliance, though. It's the alliance between America and Ukraine. If America is just about to abandon Ukraine, that's where all their leverage goes. Yes, you're right, correct. That the Russian military officers already knew all these things, but doing this and doing it in public, right? Like that destroys any. If you don't care,
I think that needs to be made clear to the Ukrainian people.
If you care very little about the Ukrainian like Ukraine getting completely hosed in this deal. Like you said, you don't want all Ukraine to be taken over. Sure, but that's not on the table. Fair enough, right? But but there's still bad deals that can happen, right? There's still a number of scenarios where Ukraine ends out in a far worse position that could have otherwise been negotiated, right? We can't there may be no guarantees that Russia doesn't try this again, right? There's a whole list of things that can happen. If you don't care about that, then everything that's happened is fine. Then I agree with you, right? But for the rest of us, like I said, I was saying my problem. That's where I started off with. My problem with this is that I actually do care about what happens to Ukrainians, right? I think Russia was in the wrong for invading. Understanding the secession thing, but that's a separate matter. And Russia didn't need to invade for the Ukrainians to settle that matter with them, right? Russia decided to invade themselves into that foreign country, and we shouldn't be in terms of the global community, rewarding them for expanding their borders, right? That's literally the exact wrong message you want to be sending, right? So the best way to do this with looking at reality is to come together with the Ukrainians hand in hand at the table, letting them know behind closed doors, absolutely, we're going to get this deal. It's going to happen within a year. This is going to end, right? This is happening. But putting forward a face that says we are standing with our ally. That's the way of doing it.
Yeah, look, I understand your argument. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, I think that what's more important here to show is that, especially when the U.S. is having direct negotiations with Russia outside of Ukraine, to demonstrate that the U.S. has leverage over Ukraine at this point, and that the U.S. can, quote unquote, again, I'm not calling them dogs or whatever, but call off their dog in the sense of that the U.S. is willing to put teeth behind any kind of agreement they make here. And so what I want to see is if the U.S. comes to Russia and says, look, let's negotiate, and it better be fair, because if it's not fair, then we're going to keep on supporting Ukraine. We're not going to pull our funding.
You think they're doing that?
But we will pull our funding if the Ukrainians don't play ball with an agreement that we think is fair.
Do you think you're doing the first part? The second part we're doing. But do you think they were doing the first part, saying to Russians
Are we big broing Russia? Are we big broing Russia at all?
Yes. I think that any negotiation with Russia, if Russia comes to the table with absurd proposals, that the United States will say, sorry, this is just ridiculous, right? Every negotiation it is a negotiated settlement for
I'm asking you though, what have you seen in public, right? And obviously none of us are behind closed doors.
JD Vance
right?
punking
out. What have you seen in public that would indicate to you that we are being tough on Russia in this situation?
Like I said, I don't see. So when it comes to being tough in Russia, I mean, what is, besides funding the death of their own soldiers, what does being tough in Russia here mean?
Use the same language. I'm going to say use the same language. JD Vance can look at.
Okay. So
JD Vance can look dead in the face and tell the guy without us, you're nothing. You can look at we're starting World War III.
Yes,
we
because they're not.
Say it to the big boys.
Because without us,
they're
they
not.
Are still
Russia
something.
Isn't starting World War III.
No. Because without us, they are still something. You don't go to a winning power in a war and say, "Ha ha, little bro." They're going to say, "Fuck you."
No.
We're going to keep on winning.
Wait. So we have all these other countries in NATO, right? Which Russia will not accept Ukraine being in NATO, God forbid. But the smaller countries live. Who the fuck is if we are the big boy? Who the fuck is Russia to tell us that Ukraine can't join NATO? Why? What's Russia going to do? Invade the country and go to war with America? Do we not have any we have? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying but you can be this open and cocky with the smaller country that is in need. And you can flex
Yes,
your
yes,
power
you-
and
you-
to,
yes.
and to
When
your
you have a-
side,
when you
and
have
to
a
your
small
constituents.
power-
Everyone's like, oh, look, we're flexing our power.
Yes,
but you're
when
never
you have a
flexing
small-
your power
no,
to the
no.
powerful countries. You're
No,
only
you
flexing your power to the
are.
weak countries.
No, when you have a small power that's losing, that's coming to you repeatedly looking for money and looking for, with hat in hand, looking for assets, right? Is looking for shit from you, and is being entirely obstinate as to any plan for peace. They're making demands that are absolutely insane. While you have Russia, on the other hand, which
You have
so
Israel
far
right there, but
has kept the exact same demands basically since the beginning of the war. Besides, I guess, the 4 territories that they've annexed, but we're talking last year now at this point. Like their red lines, they've made absolutely clear they're not going to make peace with, like, if these red lines are crossed. And you can play tough with them on other things, sure. Like, but then again, the question is, like, what?
You're not, but that's the thing. You're not being tough when you have the weaker country, that the losing country, and then you're sitting here and you're putting stipulations on them. You're not being tough. You're kind of just siding with the winning
hold on,
countries, right?
hold on,
So in the same
hold
way,
on.
so in the same way that almost everything you listed that we keep giving money that they don't really listen, so on and so forth, was true of Israel. But we don't do anything tough to them because they're the winning side. So that's really all it is. Like, we keep funneling money.
That's not why we play tough with
There's a
Israel.
big difference.
We
here.
don't
There's a
play
big
tough with
difference.
Israel. That's what I'm saying.
That's not why we don't play tough with Israel.
No, there's a big difference here between Israel and Ukraine. One, Israel,
I mean,
like, their economy
I know
is
there
way
is,
higher. Like, do you realize sociologic that Haiti
I know
is
that's
a
what I
bigger
just said.
trading
They're the
partner?
winning side.
Oh, no, hold on. Haiti is a bigger trading partner with the U.S. than Ukraine was up until like 2022. Like, so like it
We're
doesn't.
not partnered with Ukraine because we're not partnered with Ukraine because they have a large GDP. It's an anti-Russia thing.
Hold on. Hear me out here. There is something to be said for whenever a country that's not a NATO member, that's not a trading partner, is only existing because we are funding their war effort. And they're fighting their war effort with U.S. tech, U.S. PMCs. They only are existing because basically it's predominantly funded by us with a little help from the rest of the NATO, right? So if NATO doesn't want Russia doing this, then they should be stepping up and funding this, because this is a European first problem, right? This is not an America first problem. This is a European first problem.
It is an America first problem. We are the superpower. We're the police.
Hold on. I agree that Russia is a big issue, right? However, these people need to step up and do something, because I think we can spend our money more effectively countering them other places a lot of times. And whenever you have a blank check just being written to Ukraine, and they're not even willing to sit here and be humble and supplement themselves, they prostrate themselves towards us, and they want to sit here and call Zelensky a bitch after he fucking got kicked out of the White House for misbehaving like a toddler and throwing a tantrum. Sorry, you don't get to do that.
Who do you want to do? Who do you want to do something about it? Wait.
I'm almost done. Whenever you get thrown out because you're acting like a toddler,
after
we have paid for all your
That's nonsense.
After we have been funding your war, I'm sorry, you're gonna get
bullshit.
spanked on the
We saw the vibe. We saw the vibe.
You got it.
Right?
Ollie, where is
He was
hardball between
disrespectful.
2022 and 2025? Where is hardball fuck the Russians led to any kind of substantive negotiations with the Russians? Are you lagging out, or is it me?
Are you still there, Ali? Ali, did you lag
Yeah,
out?
I'm coming back. I love
The Russians are getting them.
coming back.
No, this is the Ukrainians. Look what they did to Coach Red Pill.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Well, I guess
I'll tell you where playing hardball paid off was when we let the 3 Baltic state nations come in to NATO, and Russia didn't do shit about it. We played hardball. We won big time on that one. Finland and Norway just joined as a result of the war that we just had now. Russia didn't do shit about it. We won big time with those 2 people being. NATO was able to expand itself twice by playing hardball against Russia and allowing these countries to join.
But I'm saying hardball.
Big
I'm saying
wins.
I'm saying hardball again. When we're talking about the Baltic states, we're talking about a period of time in which Russia was neutered. They were unable to stop us from basically doing whatever we wanted, including
we just
breaking
added
informal.
2 major countries. On top of that.
I understand that Russia was also unable to stop us from doing
Right.
that. But again, in this particular situation where they are invading Ukraine and they are winning Ukraine, and they've set red lines in the sand in Ukraine, and between 2022, which is the large-scale invasion, obviously the war has been going on
back.
since 2014. Since the war's been going on since 2014, but the large-scale invasion began in 2022. Between 2022 and 2025, from the Biden administration, the rhetoric has always been, fuck the Russians, Putin's a war criminal, Putin's to blame, the Russians are evil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Has that led to any kind of substantive discussion? And by the way, and Ukraine they cannot be beaten. Ukraine, but the ghost of Kiev, the casualty ratio is 1 to a million. It's crazy. How has this rhetoric led to any kind of substantive negotiations for ending this conflict?
We doubled the amount of territory in terms of like linear border abutments that we have, mostly because of Finland, but in part because of Norway as well. Basically doubled the border area in which we go next to Russia. So I mean, the Baltic states are now almost entirely.
I'm talking about resolving the war, not adding Finland to our alliance.
No, you asked whether playing hardball got us any gains, and those were major.
In terms of negotiated, in terms of any kind of negotiations here to resolve this conflict.
Well, that's just it. If you're relying on Russia to agree, then no, we're not going to get that. What we're going to get is we're just going to have to take it, right? And when I say that, the countries involved are going to have to want it, right? It's not like we annexed Finland and Norway in those maneuvers. They wanted to join NATO. We allowed them to join NATO. We gained their consent first. And through that, we were able to gain way more territory than Russia ever could think of to have gotten through without any consent.
Sure. What's the solution? So again, peace on the ground in Ukraine right now, and you're saying just take it. What are you referring to specifically?
No. I'm saying we took what we took was the consent of Finland and Norway. We gained more territory
I'm aware
than we lost in Ukraine.
I'm aware, but I'm saying
and also
Ukraine,
keep in
terms
mind
of
that
ending this conflict.
Keep in mind, Ukraine itself was Russian. The maneuver that Russia did, this was in the 70s, was Russia gave Crimea to Ukraine so that
56.
So that they could so that they did that so that whenever votes would happen, there'd be enough ethnic Russians in there to make the entire country vote pro-Russian instead of pro-Western. So the fact that they took back the areas that they had stuffed with ethnic Russians, but they still had to give up the areas where the majority of Ukrainians wanted to be independent from Russia, and they couldn't get it through the vote anymore. They were getting it through the vote up until then, but they no longer could. That was a concession on Russia's part. That was them admitting that they could no longer get the majority of Ukrainians to vote for them.
Sure.
And so instead, they just took by force what they couldn't take through democratic vote.
I don't disagree that this whole fiasco has been an overall loss. I don't disagree with that. But again, my question is, when we're looking at the ground right now, when you have a country that is winning on the battlefield, like specifically gaining territory, and if they, let's say, their shift does become parabolic and they make it to Kiev or whatever, an institute, then we're way back.
It's going the other way around. They're starting to lose territory in Donbass now, and also they haven't been able to take back their territories in Kursk.
No, they have consistently made gains in Kursk and Donbass.
Also,
you're wrong.
Most of that is the river, the Dnipro River is a hard barrier that the Russians are not going to be able to cross there either. So I think probably what
is Ukraine worth going to war over, Lactoid?
If they take everything east of the Dnipro River, I mean, you're talking enough. Ukraine's like completely totaled at that point. You're talking a complete sweep at that point. Is Ukraine worth going to war over?
They already have.
No, that's my question to you guys. Do you want American boots on the ground over this shit?
No. Well, no. Wait.
But maybe Polish boots on the ground.
Is Latvia worth going to war over?
If Latvia is invaded, we are legally obligated to go to war for them. Yeah.
But is it worth going to war over? Like, should we go to war over Latvia?
I mean, we should, because we have legal obligations to. Whether or not I would be whether I would have agreed to put Latvia in NATO.
Belarus
is not part of our sphere.
When they are being annexed.
So that's what I'm saying is we concede.
I would not go to war for Belarus.
I know you would. We concede right now to Russia. Ukraine doesn't join NATO. You get your peace that you're talking about. Once again, I promise you this peace, I can guarantee is temporary because Russia. There's probably a greater Russia plan. I'm sure of it. Every country has their greater expansion plan. So
Yeah,
then
they
they
want
go
to
into
merge with Kaliningrad so they can
yeah.
get their warm water port in the Baltic.
Then when they go into Belarus,
Which means they need to take Poland.
No, they're not. What?
when they go into
Yes.
Belarus, we're gonna have the same
Poland
issue,
wants that fight,
and it's
though.
gonna be, oh
Poland
my
wants
God,
that fight.
Belarus. We're gonna see Belarus flags everywhere. All the money's gonna go to Belarus. We're gonna be in the beginnings of the war. America's
no,
gonna
well,
try to do
because-
that. Yeah.
No,
Well, it may not,
Belarus,
because
Belarus is part of a military
The
alliance with Russia.
Belarusian leader is pro-Russian.
No, they are
So
part
I
of. They
doubt
are
that's-
legally bound to in a military
Now there may
alliance
be a
with
revolution
Russia.
in Belarus.
I mean,
Oh yeah, and I wonder who would sponsor
listen,
that.
all I'm saying is obviously we can you can look at Russia and just tell that there's a greater Russia expansionist plan where they
No, I know
want-
they keep putting their country
There's-
around our military bases. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So all I'm saying is we secede now, and it doesn't look like Trump is buddying up to the Ukraine the same way that the same way that Biden was. We weren't buddying. Well, let me finish my statement. We're seceding now. Russia's only going to be like, well, look, they don't want to spend the money to defend these lands. They clearly don't care enough to like wrap them in. They're not worth going to war over. We're going to get our little deal. We're going to go in. And that's kind of why the Ukraine and the president's like, hey, we need defense. So to Gibbsy, to your point, is like, why don't all the other countries in NATO come in and join in and defend? Because Gibbs, the surrounding countries are Belarus, Poland, I don't know about these military powers in Lithuania and Latvia and Estonia. I don't think they have great military powers. So I don't think they can.
Well, they're in NATO.
Who?
And the Baltic states all said they want to go in.
They do want to go in, and so does Poland.
So does Poland. They all want to go fight on their own. But hold on. So it's already coming up, Wally. Here's the thing, right?
Russia can't take them either.
We kind of moved on from something I wanted to maybe examine a little more in that I brought up in my opening, which is that I think Trump is doing this, and this is like I said, I on paper, and I have been an avid supporter of the Ukraine war effort, right? I've said it many times. I still am right now, currently. Now, I also am a fan of how Zelensky got treated because he acted like a fucking toddler. I don't care what y'all say. He should have got some powder on his bottom and spanked and sent on home. And they should have got the aid funding cut so he could go home and think about his actions. I'm all for all these things that happen. Now, I hope it resumes because I'm anti-Russia. However, I do think there is something that we didn't really examine. And I brought up the WWE thing. And the reason I brought that up is because we have him in a close relationship. We have him, Linda McMahon, in the administration. Now, she's not on the foreign policy side. But I think that based off what Trump's own
Linda
writings,
McMahon's in the administration?
Yeah, Small
Yeah,
Business
she's a small
Association.
business
She's
association. Anyway.
Yeah.
So we go into that later, but she's qualified for whatever job she's got. I think it's education, whatever. What my point is though is that we can see that his thinking is similar in aspect to like these people's, right? We know that he's got a close relationship with WWE. We know that based off his own writing, he's said chaos creates opportunity, right? That's when you buy low, sell high kind of thing. So what I almost am thinking is that he sees opportunity to renegotiate things and use his reputation as a maverick, as a rogue cannon, to make these people go, oh, I don't know what Trump's gonna do. And he's like, will he pull out of NATO? We need to all meet these demands, so he doesn't do it. Oh, he just spanked the Ukraine right on the ass and told them, you're gonna do what we want. Well, we better come up and negotiate so he doesn't come play hardball with us. I think that he sees a chance, and even if it all fails, falls apart in a worst case scenario, I think he's going, I like our chances as the world superpower that a new world order forms around us and a more America-centric world order than the current one, which seems to still
Wait
be
a minute.
Euro-based.
So Gibbs, multiple things here. One, first, Sean, thank you for gifting a YouTube
That's a lot of
membership.
theory crafting.
Much appreciated. Sean regularly helping the channel. And guys, if you're on YouTube and you want to submit a question, super chats. We'll take a question. If you're in YouTube land, you want to submit a question, you can do so through bits. Like $100. $100 would be nice, but I mean 100 bits. Excuse me, I'm gonna say 100 bits.
Don't discourage $100.
I certainly won't. But consider doing that, or subbing to the channel, getting bits, or getting subs, or following the channel. If you haven't done that yet, consider hitting the follow button. We'd love to have you. We have these conversations all the time. Now, back to Gibbs. I don't know how this makes America stronger. That part, like, I'm very confused on the world stage, right? Now I get what Lactoid is saying. Lactoid is saying, well, I just want to disengage from this war, right? I don't want taxpayer dollars going to this, right? End it now, end it
Death and destruction.
end it in some sort of what do you mean by death and destruction? Sorry.
No, I said like I want to end like our taxpayer money. I want to end the death. I want to end the destruction.
Okay, sure.
Open up more markets, help the stocks, help out lower inflation, all that good stuff.
I don't know how. Okay, so I'll have to deal with that later. But anyways, for the most part, maybe I'll say I understand what Latoid is saying. But I don't understand how Trump's actions here equals a stronger America in terms of our footprint on the world stage. Like that's the part. So let me just like lay out my problems and then you can address those, right? Like it seems to me that like at this moment, right, from what we can reasonably forecast, with the with the information we have now, right, is that the U.S. has on multiple fronts shown that it wants to give Russia an advantageous deal. That it said like we're not going to we're going to cease our cyber attacks against Russia, which might be a good thing, right? There's ways where that might be a really good thing, but like all we have is that piece of information is that we're done with the cyber attacks, right? We've humiliated our ally Ukraine, which is in a direct conflict with them, and we have had secret meetings with secret, but bilateral meetings with Russia, right, in the U.S., where we cut out all the rest of our allies, right? All of this like puts Russia in the not I'm gonna say driver's seat, but like it puts them in a great position, right? It strengthens their hand. And then furthermore, in terms of our our non-Ukraine European allies, they are feeling abandoned, right? They are wondering if the NATO alliance is going to survive another year. They are like there have been talks of during the first Trump administration, certainly happening right now. Hey, we got to ramp up our military spending, right? We are going to have to be in a world where we can't rely on America. America like will break any sort of promises it makes, right? It will like work with like our strategic enemies. Like in that sense, right? As our friend Iko, and I'm almost done. Sorry, our friend Iko said previously, that means that Europe becomes another polarity, I guess, within the world, right, within the economic, the geopolitical stage, along with Russia and China, and the sphere of influence that we have shrinks. So, like, addressing that, and then the only thing else you have to say, Gibbs, like, tell me how, like, what you've seen from Trump, right, within since he's been reinaugurated, right, tells you that vis-a-vis this Russia conflict, that we are stronger now. Please go ahead.
Sure, I think it's like it's probably more levels than I'm going to say, but I'll try to like break it down to three. Right, I think he's looking at it from like a couple different positions. One, he wants the people to stop dying. I think that's like is a goal that he wants. I think overall he's stated that many times. He just wants people to stop dying.
Okay.
And I think that Trump
You can't take what he says seriously, though. Isn't that the talking point?
Hold on, but
you can't
I
take what he
think
says seriously.
what people think about Trump. I think Trump does have like a compassion for like human life, and I think we all disagree, but I think just based on my reading of the tea leaves, Trump at least thinks that he has this, and I think he does want people to stop dying. However, that goes into the next thing. I think that's his first goal. We go into the next one, is that Trump is what you call like, he's a New York businessman. He's a New York Republican. He's a wheeler dealer. And based off like the other people I've seen him interact with, the McMahons, either Musks, all these people, I think he puts a stock in people that he believes are frank. and are like to the point. Let's figure out what your side is. Let's get to the other thing. And so when he looks at Ukraine, and we have reports from top generals saying that Ukraine's like a giant embezzlement fund, basically, or fraud on a massive level, and he sees corruption, and we have all known Ukraine was corrupt forever and ever, right? I think he's a little bit suspect, and he goes to Russia. He goes, well, Russia's a piece of shit, Putin's a piece of shit, but at least Putin will tell me what he wants, and Putin says he wants this. So if I know what he wants, I can maybe bully Ukraine into telling me what we need to get this war to stop and go. Now, I think he also looks at it like this. He goes, further up. Now we go down to NATO, the next level, right? I think he goes, okay, NATO is supposed to be our people, right? However, it looks to me like, the way I've read it and read there's other conservatives that I spoke to for my entire life have always thought two things with the NATO and the UN. We thought, why are we always going in and NATO not sending the biggest force and America cleaning up afterwards in a lot of these situations, especially the brush fire little ones? And two, why are we even a part of the UN? The UN seems corrupt as fuck and doesn't get anything done, right? Now, I know globalists don't like that, but moving on, I think Trump looks at it, he goes, okay, a lot of people on the left have been arguing for multipolarity. They've argued, Russia and China rising is good. America's superpower hedge is bad because we're corrupt. All this thing. So, okay, I think Trump's almost looking at it the same way. I think he's going, let's say, hypothetically, NATO, did pull out of NATO. I don't think we will. I think it's a negotiating tool. But let's say, I think Trump is ready for the worst case scenario as well. I think he wants it to be this case or higher scenarios. But I think Trump also looks at it in this worst case scenario. And this is the scenario that I envision him seeing, is that he goes, okay, worst case scenario, we pull out of NATO or we pull back dramatically and it becomes even more European focused, right? Okay, that means Europe rises, right? And we don't have to spend our commission on NATO, which we could reinvest into whatever we're spending here, right? Cool. And then we can trim the U.S. budget with Doge, yada, yada. So then he looks, okay, NATO becomes more European-centric. That's a counter to, say, Russia and China, who are their own polarities, because they don't always align as well. And India's its own thing. And he's going, hey, we're the current superpower. We guarantee world trade. If all of these things fail, and all these alliances start shaking out, who's going to be the best out? Well, I mean, there's plenty of places we can land grab, and suddenly we have new alliances being made. I don't see that necessarily as even a bad thing either, because I think the International Rules-Based Order is basically bullshit, and it's just been a front because we've been using proxy states, just like France is using Rwanda, and we're using Rwanda in Africa, or just like Wagner Group is being used by Russia, or Iran with the Houthis and all these. That's basically Iran. It's just they're using the Houthis. Saudi Arabia's got their own people. It's like, I think instead of this, Trump's just recognizing, we're not going to play behind the scenes puppet. We're just going to be direct now because I think we can get better deals. That's the worst case.
Okay. So
and I think he likes the dominant line.
This is, I have lots of issues with this. One, NATO,
what he's thinking.
Well, no. Well, the thing that I've been asking you is how does this make us stronger, right? So I'm trying to glean.
We can reinvest in ourselves and start doing what Russia's doing.
Yeah. Okay. So there's in terms of
benefits.
Okay. So in terms of reinvesting in ourselves, what does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Ours. Panama's ours. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay. Reinvesting in ourselves.
That's not. It's not literally not investing in ourselves. But
that's literally reaching outside of the answer.
Yeah.
They're ours. Now we reinvested in doing what's best for us.
Yeah, we're just spending money to take over other countries and not reinvesting in ourselves.
We have the money to do that anyway. Hold on. We have the money to do that anyway. If you're saying to actually buy those nations, right? And assuming
maybe that too.
Either the nations or. Oh, wait, you want me that? Wait, hold on, you meant like a military invasion? Then we can run that anyway.
One of the others good with me, but what I'm saying is these other countries are doing that already.
Either options are still available to us, right? Well, in NATO or outside NATO. We could do those one way or the other, right? So,
sure.
Okay, so moving on.
I think he's saying if you want to play chicken, let's play chicken.
So that's not a benefit. So from a leftist perspective, from a leftist perspective, right? When we talk about reinvesting into the United States, right? We're saying, okay, let's spend less on the military and our foreign adventures and spend more on programs like Medicare for all, on college for all, on housing for all, on infrastructure, all those things, right? Let's put that into the public good, right? And that'd be investing in ourselves. Now, I know you're conservative and you feel differently, right? So, but I'm just saying that's what it means for us. So it's a little confusing when you're saying, well, we can reinvest. Well, reinvest more into the military? Well, why? because at some point we get diminishing returns, right? And the advantage of NATO is the advantage of NATO is force projection, right? Like that's something that simply like putting money into the Pentagon doesn't give us, right? Like we need bases. We need bases all over. Like the U.S. does have bases all over the planet, right? That's how. That's why we are such a threat. That network. And remember, I'm anti-imperial, right? But I'm just like talking about like the reality of the situation. That's how we. That's sure.
So one investing, like if we take like let's just use, I'm gonna use Rwanda as an example again. If they invade they annex these areas with these mineral resources, would you consider that investing in themselves, because now they are selling these resources and developing mines and they're developing side industries? That would be investing in themselves through conquest, correct?
Investing in ourselves. I mean, I think there's a weird way of saying investing. I mean,
we're benefiting because we're getting their minerals.
If you
right, well, yeah, they would be benefiting from. But
you got to look at it really tax bracket.
Yeah, I mean, like if you want to, if you're married to this framing, fine, whatever, I don't care.
Sure.
But go ahead. Sorry, what was your second point?
Okay. So then the other thing, right, is so I would say that we're investing in ourselves by conquering other countries.
Well, we can do that any which way. We can do that any which way without.
The other thing is do you disagree with this point necessarily? All right, say America left NATO tomorrow, like we're out, okay, and NATO as it stands today. Who do you think would win in that game of chicken whenever they go, because one side you have America, the world superpower. Even though we're divided as a nation, like politically, we have one leader, and we have one whoever that is for 4 years, we have one leader, one direction it's going to go. All right, and we know if the U.S. decides we're going to go do something, it's going to do it as one group, right? Versus you have the EU/NATO. Like, right, you have 50 different countries. I mean, I don't know exactly. You have a ton of different countries, and they're all going, hey, you know what? Our benefits, France's benefits don't align with Germany's benefits all the time. Poland's benefits don't align with whatever, but they might all be united against in a cause against Russia. Who do you think's going to win in this game of chicken when we go, hey, we want XYZ, y'all can't even come to an agreement about why y'all are agreeing on two of these things? Obviously, us are going to have more power.
So as far as I can see from the outside, as far as I can see from the outside, the European Union has like far outclassed the United States in terms of like long-term political planning, right? Heading
exactly. That's the problem, and now we're getting.
Wait a minute, how is that help? That hurts your point. That doesn't help your point.
No, it helps my point because they have bamboozled our political leaders and made a European-centric groups that take American funding and American power to ensure they are continuing to exist.
Hold on.
If we pull that out, we can renegotiate into an American.
Maybe this is the problem. Because we haven't defined American strengthening America. Because then we don't define. Then Gibbs can just turn to this amorphous thing and say like, oh, okay, well, strengthening America means these guys aren't taking advantage of us by not giving their proper contribution to NATO, right? And so now that now they're scaring them, and they are now we've strengthened America. That's not what I'm talking about in strengthening America. Like at least I thought we were talking the same language, but we're not, right? So strengthening America on the world stage in this sense, right, is a pro-imperialist sense. Now I'm not pro-imperialism, but this is what I'm talking about here. This is the language I'm trying to use here. That if America wants to get stronger on the geopolitical stage with this imperial network we've spent decades and trillions of dollars building, right? Then we have to maintain that network, and we have to maintain it through our allies, through our strategic relations, right? If we dissolve those strategic relationships, then the U.S. would be, in terms of a pro-imperialist stance, poor for it. That we can't that the U.S. we can't launch U.S. troops from anywhere in Western and in certain places in Eastern Europe, right? We can't do that anymore. And then, right, now Europe, now that they're untethered from the United States, right, still economically to a certain extent, but they're untethered militarily, well, they get to make all kinds of decisions, right? And it might be better for them, right? They may not be in direct competition with China in the way that we are, right? What if they say, hey, actually, we want to strengthen our relationship with China? They're like, now that we don't have to deal with the U.S. wants and needs, now that they're not in the room anymore, we actually want to strengthen our economic ties with them, right? And the way that the U.S. is the one, and the U.S. complains, hey, he knocked it off. You're like, hey, fuck you, right? We're not a part of NATO. You don't tell us what to do anymore. What if that situation happens? Like, what would we do? Will we be in that situation? Will it be weaker or will it be stronger?
I mean, in that one specific situation, in that one scenario, in a regional aspect, we might be weaker. However, on a broader scenario, we can easily sit here and turn around and go, oh, we're going to make, instead of NATO, we're going to have, I don't know, the the AA, which is the American Alliance. And you're going to agree that you produce this percent of GDP and you always follow our interests. And basically your military becomes an extension of our military and we go forward. And so we go get Mexico, boom, they join it. And we go invade Cuba. I mean, there's all sorts of different ways to play out. I mean, yeah, we might lose some influence here while we turn around and gain.
You're saying that Trump has proposed. Are you saying Trump has proposed a brand new military alliance, right? Where America is more fully in control.
I'm proposing an alternate where just because you lose an area,
but I'm not. I don't care what you're proposing of the alternate, right? I'm saying the thing I'm examining is Trump's behavior. You're saying your statement before is that Trump. No, hold on. I'm not hyper. I'm looking for ways into finding where this helps America from an imperialist standpoint, which is like the way that. This is normally looked at, right? So, what has Trump done to do that? That's what I've asked you. Then and we spent a half hour trying to get that out of you.
I think I can explain. I think I can explain. So, I think when you look at it from my standpoint, right, and is that we don't see that NATO has done the imperialist things that we want, right? Whenever I'm looking at it like this, it seems to me that we always lead with NATO, but it should be NATO going in first. And then us if needed, because they are. Hold on.
But what you just said before is that you're proposing a new alliance where America, where these are an extension of American military, right? The point is that
Daddy's going to come in if we have to, right? My argument is
you're going to lead from the back seat.
Yeah, lead from the back seat. Yeah, because that's what you send in. You send in the pawn before you send in the big pieces, right? I mean, that's why the pawns go first in the chess. I mean, so my point is, right? When I'm looking at this, I don't think NATO seems to have really focused on Eurocentric, right? And I think a lot of Americans, and at least in my camp, we see it as having been Eurocentric for a while, and especially the UN. Right. And so, but when it's specifically with NATO, right, I don't see us getting the gains from holding on to Greece, right? If we could sit there, we could go to Greece right now and say, we will guarantee your protection. And if you want to leave NATO and join our whatever, and we'll put on whatever basis we want, and you're going to pay us X amount a year, they would say, okay, probably, right? Because if we gave them a better deal, because I think with our powers, yeah, you might see the UN or NATO kind of do their own thing. I don't necessarily see it as a zero-sum game.
Greece would not prefer us to the EU. There's no way.
Maybe, right? But if you're sitting here,
because we've proven that our alliances are written on toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
Like the second. No, yeah, sure.
We've proven that
look at our economic alliance. Look at the USMCA. The USMCA wasn't worth the paper it was written on, because as soon as Trump gets back into power, he tears up his own agreement.
They're not worth the paper we're written on.
Yeah, right? And it was a Trump negotiated agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And he was like, who
negotiated
this deal?
Right, the alliances.
Yeah, he said it was fantastic when he signed it. And now he wants to tear it up.
Now they're taking advantage of us. They're taking advantage of us. They're taking advantage. Admiral Gibbs. He said the U.S., Canada, and Mexico are taking advantage of the U.S. Right when they're following the USMCA that he was one who negotiated.
I'm not talking about,
but they're taking advantage of us.
That's not. Listen. I'm not talking about the U.S. I'm talking about NATO.
Greece, like
NATO for decades. There have been countries that have not met the standards, and we've allowed them to be in there, and they only continue to exist because
I think we all agree on that one. I think we've all agreed on that.
So we all agree. So we all agree whenever Trump goes, hey, we should. Yeah, I know. But if Trump goes, hey, I shouldn't even be in NATO if all of y'all aren't paying this, cool, it's a negotiation. And if he's willing to actually play the chicken and go, we're out then. And if y'all want to see a world where we're out.
No, but they've been raising their agreement.
Hold on.
They're way over 2% on balance now. 2.8%.
Hold on. Because y'all are hyper-focused on one thing and you're not seeing the broader picture. Because you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Please, we've been waiting for you to do that.
I'm trying, but y'all keep look, y'all y'all are going, how is it best for imperialists? I'm arguing that it's not necessarily best for imperialistic in the short term, but if we've been getting fucked, it might be better for us to go, okay, you want to see what the world looks like without us backing you every play and us only looking out for ourselves? Fine. You can have your little side of the world.
Article 5 has only been used once.
Hold on. God damn it. This is why I keep getting, is y'all if y'all want to sit
Oh, yeah, I've been dominating this conversation.
It might be bad short term in Prime's one example, but they don't want to see what happens with the U.S. not backing them because they know we can do what we want if we go imperialist and do what we want. So instead, we're going to sit here and make them do what we want. It's really that simple.
No,
and y'all sitting here going,
explain that sentence because
you
said a nonsensical sentence, right? They can know we do what we want. If we do what we want, like do that again.
Yeah, because we've been playing ball by their rules
for
decades.
What are you talking about playing ball by their rules? Like NATO
what are you talking about? How do you
NATO is a mouthpiece for the United States,
just
right?
Saying,
NATO,
for decades they didn't pay.
You just keep saying that we're not getting any advantage out of NATO, but we have been absolutely American interest.
More advantage.
But we already. But what does that mean? You just keep saying these random things. And they don't mean anything.
It's very simple concept.
But
you're going because we get a net zero, we get a +1 when we should get a +10.
NATO
we're not getting fucked.
NATO is a puppet of the United States. Like the thing that you want, we already have, right? In terms of NATO.
It's not enough of
it. Giving that up now.
Yeah, we're destroying that now.
Because they've been fucking us.
They haven't been. You just keep saying that, but they haven't been. Hold on.
This is what you don't understand.
Just because, I do understand. I understand way more than you do, certainly, right? No,
from them doesn't mean that you can't have a bigger positive.
We use NATO when we have a conflict. When we have a conflict, we use NATO, right? And use our alliance as legitimacy, right, for what we're about to do to some nation that we don't like. We go to NATO nations, right, and we're like, well, we gotta form a coalition, right, and then we tell our populace, meaning the American audience, hey, we have a coalition of nations that are behind, right, this awful
like
thing you're about to do, right, yeah, like we have a coalition here, right, and the coalition of the brave, united,
or whatever. It was the one and only time we ever
yeah.
used it, and it was them backing our play, not the other way around.
And
by the way, all those countries, it wasn't
decision.
Iraq. Actually, it was not. Article 5 did not apply to Iraq. It was only Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And when we went into Afghanistan, all those NATO countries backed our play. They sent members of their own military to back our play when we called Article 5 on them.
Members?
And guess what?
500, 200 troops?
Well, no, way more than that. Hold on. Afghanistan was a true multinational coalition. Iraq wasn't, but that's because we didn't. That's
even
because we didn't do Article 5 on Iraq. But hold on.
Look at the numbers.
Gibbs, I'm going to finish the sentence, okay? So we went into Afghanistan and they backed our play when we called Article 5. And guess what? They didn't get 50% of our mineral resources in exchange. They did it without us giving them anything.
Yeah.
Suddenly, we want to act like
we spent way more than they did.
Well, we agree. We're not defending NATO's actions.
They were defending us. This was a response of 9/11. This was in America's national interest. Europe really didn't stand anything to gain by backing us.
Yeah, I understand. We were post 9/11 U.S. foreign policy.
Do you think they should have demanded 50% of our mineral resources in exchange?
Of our mineral resources?
Yeah, why not? To go help defend the United
States. They were backing us. Why not?
Yeah, they were backing us.
So a couple things. First of all, we should not have gone into Iraq.
You can argue with Gibbs on that.
It
wasn't Iraq. It wasn't Iraq. It was just Afghanistan.
I'm getting there. I also don't think we should have gone into Afghanistan.
I agree.
Or at least if we did, done it differently than we did it.
Yeah, but it's not about whether or not we made the right call in going in. It's a matter of what our allies did. Again, what did NATO do? Did they serve the interest of the U.S. or did we serve their interest?
I understand. I said from the beginning, I don't want to leave NATO. That's like something I disagree with, like some of the more super MAGA people on. I don't see a reason to leave NATO. But I think Gibbs is right when he's saying that for a long time, that it is less now because of pressure from the U.S. But for a long time, NATO was kind of mooching off of our umbrella and spending money on other things that they could avoid spending money on military.
We all agree they should have spent more on their military.
Yeah, but at the time when Trump was pushing that, he got a lot of shit.
It was a mistake to think that the United States could be relied upon to be an ally.
People were saying this. People were saying the same shit when he was demanding NATO start paying their fair share. He was absolutely right about that. And when you're saying, well, like, the U.S. directed NATO into a whole bunch of catastrophes. Sure, that's true. But again, that doesn't change the point. The point being, like, is NATO beneficial? I think it is if the other countries pay their fair share, which a lot of them are doing that now. They didn't for a long time. So I think now the calculus is that we probably should stay in NATO. But beforehand, if they were saying, no, we're going to stay at 1%, fuck you. I think at that
By the
point,
way,
yeah,
it
we
was
could probably
Let me
leave.
just read something from the White House. All right, this is the NATO numbers for Afghanistan. The truly multi-coalition that Iko just said was proof that NATO was going in. All right, the total number of troops at the highest point for the U.S. in Afghanistan was over 100K. You want to know what the highest point? Hold on. You know what? Yeah, 130. You want to know what the highest amount of total coalition troops was for the rest of the NATO countries?
40,000.
6,000 at the
Nope,
highest.
40,000. Nope,
That's according to the White House.
In 2012,
maybe
there
they
were
have 40,000
40,000
rotating
European troops deployed in Afghanistan.
Post your source.
That's not what the White House says. I got it right here.
Another Bing search.
This is from George Bush White House Archives.gov. I need
What year? Post it.
George Bush. George Bush.
What year?
Library.
Yeah, what,
Because
the year-
because European troops peaked in 2011. So if it was the George Bush White House that you're
Oof.
citing, they stepped down 3 years prior to the peak.
So even then, 40,000 compared to 100K,
40,000
that's
troops.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
It should
and what
be
percentage?
flipped.
Hold on.
It should be 100K and us sitting 40K.
No, it shouldn't have. Listen.
Absolutely.
What percentage?
NATO
What
is our
percentage of the
client
Twin
state.
Towers? Hold on. What percentage of the Twin Towers was
Doesn't
located
matter.
in
There are
Europe?
client states. It doesn't.
What
doesn't matter.
percentage of the Twin Towers was in Europe?
They listen. The only reason this is the thing, right? And this is where we're coming from. That we got attacked. It should have been all of Europe sending everything they got first, and then us getting there and everything was cleaned up. That's what it should have been, because there are bitches. There are clients. Every single, this is going to sound bad, before one American citizen dies to a Russian aggression.
To defend
every
U.S.
single year-
interests?
hold on.
Yeah.
No.
Not gonna
Before
happen.
one American citizen dies from a Russian aggression, every European should have been gone through.
Gibbs,
Because they
Gibbs,
are our
Gibbs.
bitches.
Sorry,
I'll never have it.
question
Wait,
a second.
I just want to do one bookkeeping thing. Gibbs, can you read the full sentence of that source where you got that number? I wanted to read you the full 2 sentences there.
What are the full 6,000?
Is that a full? Is that a full? Keep going. Keep reading.
Okay, 6,000 troops opposition in enduring freedom in the International Security Association in Kabul, making up more than half of the 11,000 non-Afghanistan
So the
forces.
6,000 was more than half.
Of the 11,000 non-Afghan forces. So 6,000.
So wait.
Oh,
Can we do the math here? So the 6,000 is more than half of the non-Afghan troops.
And they were avenging 9/11.
I think it's also fair to look at what the split is between in terms of combat troops. Hold on. There are a lot of them were in support roles, Gibbs. You're missing this.
I gotta respond. No, I'm not missing this. Corey's missing this. All right, what that means, Corey, let me explain this to you. They're not counting U.S. forces, which are separate. They've already said that. They're counting non-Afghan forces. So 5,000 Afghan forces, 6,000 people, 6,000 coalition. That's not counting U.S. forces.
Wait. So is it?
Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do. So is it fair to say?
So what was the problem there? 6,000 people from the European countries. That's all that was said at that point. Is that correct? Yes or no, Corey?
As in the non-U.S. troops was more than the U.S. troops.
No, Corey. They're not counting the U.S. troops in that 6,000. You understand that, right?
Yeah, they're counting the non-U.S. troops, right?
They're counting coalition forces, not
coalition
U.S.
versus Afghanistan forces.
Hey, but see, Dr. Big Brain up there got me with the reading.
Yeah.
He's the one who wanted me to read 2 sentences.
You also want to look at
But
casualties, right? So of the 3,579 dead, 2,420 of those were from the U.S. Among the 23,500 wounded, 20,700 of them were from the U.S. Right? The U.S. took the overwhelming share unless we're talking about the Afghan forces, right? Afghan security forces, which everybody else pales in comparison to. But in terms of foreign, part of the foreign coalition or the coalition, I guess, the U.S. took the the U.S. took the vast majority of all casualties when you look at both death and wounded. It's not even close.
Well, yeah, that makes total sense because the
It's
United
because
States
we
was
were in the
vanguard.
combat roles.
Because we were the ones. Keep in mind, this was different from the first Gulf War, which is an international coalition. This was one where America was making the decision on which forces to deploy at any given point. Like, it's not like the Europeans like had a hand in deciding like what combat operations they were going to
That's
be.
because they
given.
primarily played
It was the
support
United
roles.
States. Yeah, yes, and the main reason was because it was America that was under attack, so they were backing
Sure.
our play, not the other
Yeah,
way around.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yes,
of
yes,
course.
and unlike
And
with
we
Ukraine,
trusted our own troops more than we
Yes.
trusted any other troops
for,
to
for,
go into
for
any
sure,
given
for sure,
operation.
and our troops were the
Yeah.
ones that were like
So
actually.
it was because
engaging.
of the decisions we made.
And we were in the combat roles, unlike a lot of the European troops. And keep in mind, like, yes, just like we would come to the aid of, like I said before, other NATO countries if they triggered Article 5 because we have a legal.
I'm not sure that we
obligation
would
to.
at this point.
Yeah, no
I
one
think
would
if
do
there was
that.
an invasion,
I
of
disagree.
Yeah, why
Syria,
would we?
I
Why?
disagree.
We
It's
would.
going to cost us too much.
Because those are
It's
treaties.
corruption and fraud.
Those are
It's
treaties
corruption and fraud.
ratified. Those are treaties ratified by Congress. Like we have a
Yeah,
legal
but there's no
Who
guarantee
cares?
Trump's
Fuck
going to
Congress.
a
honor
legal
those treaties.
obligation.
He's going to pull us out of
Yeah,
NATO.
yeah, what if
He
Trump
already
says
said he-
no?
By the way, you said you agree
Guys,
with everything Elon
guys,
wants.
fuck
Elon
Congress.
also wants us to get out of NATO.
Yeah, I don't agree with that part. Then I don't agree with everything Elon
Yeah, he
wants.
doesn't
I never,
agree
I never,
with-
I never
yeah.
said I agree with everything Elon wants. I said I agree with a lot of things Elon's done and a lot of
I
things.
think that
Elon
list is going to
supports.
get longer.
Maybe,
Of
but
things you-
but
Maybe
But
we have to wait until we get
we-
fucked first.
if we
Yeah.
have no obligations to defend Ukraine, and yet we've given
Bro, we
them
have no
almost
obligations to defend anyone.
almost-
We have no
it's not
obligations to defend
true.
anyone. Why?
We have
It's too
legal
expensive.
obligations. We have legal
What
obligations.
legal obligations? Who's going to
Article-
court? Who's going to
Art-
jail?
You can literally
going to
we
jail?
could- we could the Supreme Court. I'm not sure anybody's going to go to jail over this. but
Yeah,
you
okay, so
can-
then we have no
you
legal
could-
obligations.
you-
It doesn't
you
fucking
could.
matter.
Stop being obtuse, okay?
I'm-
we have legal obligations here that never existed when it
What
came to
happens if
Ukraine.
we don't fulfill them?
Yeah. What happens if we nuke ourselves? What happens if we don't do anything
No,
ever?
what happens if we
all
don't?
just
No,
dig our
You
fucking
keep
hole
saying,
in the
you
sand,
keep saying it like
stick our head in the
like
ground.
it matters.
Sure,
What
we're not
happens
going to do
if we don't
anything
fulfill
ever.
them?
We're not going to do anything
What
ever.
happens if we don't
Well,
fulfill
yeah,
them?
Russia
What
could nuke
happens?
Manhattan, and
What
Trump could
happens
just say,
if we
well,
don't
it's too
fulfill
expensive.
our NATO
No,
obligations?
no,
What
yeah.
happens?
Ultimately, what it is.
Can you tell me what happens, or are you just going to
ultimately,
keep
there's no
giving
guarantee
me
anything
other
will happen.
hypotheticals? Can you tell me what happens?
Ultimately, hold on. Listen to me. Ultimately, there's
listening.
no. Yeah, listen. Stop talking over me. Ultimately, there's no in the grand scheme of everything. There's no guarantee that anything will happen ever. Every law could be ignored. Tomorrow, Trump could fire a nuclear weapon at Manhattan, and there is nothing you
He's
or I can do about
signaling
it.
that he's going to ignore those. What's that?
And
really
there's-
mean?
and
He's
there's-
just going to
and
pull us
there's
out of
nothing-
NATO.
what if
So
he nukes
There's
Chicago?
nothing that we can do about it. What I'm saying is that right now there is a
Something we
key,
could have done
there is
about
a
last
there is a key difference, okay, between a NATO ally and Ukraine. We have no legal obligation to defend Ukraine in the way that we do when it comes to our
But we
NATO
did for
allies.
so long. But we did
And
for a
yet-
long time.
Despite the fact that we have no legal obligation to do it, here we are $200 billion later.
Hold on.
And we're still trying to
Wait a minute.
negotiate a
No,
peace treaty
and-
for a non-ally.
And hold on, but hold on, that's the reason why we did it. Like, the reason why we cared to do that in the first place was because we wanted to actively drain Russia of its resources,
Yes.
right? Like, let's be clear. That's why we
Yeah,
didn't do
we're
it.
just doing it out
And
of
that
do it
wouldn't
out of
exist for
because of
Latvia or
We didn't do it
Estonia?
out of legal obligation.
we didn't do this.
Wait, can,
No, I'm talking about in terms of
Because we
Ukraine.
had no legal obligation. You're right.
I'm
We did it
saying-
for
I
other
know, but we
reasons.
did it because we're an adversary to Russia. This helped us weaken or drain Russia,
Yeah,
however
it
it may be.
wasn't-
So it benefited us. So we used the
Sure.
Ukrainians
This wasn't
and it benefited
charity.
us. Okay, so it's not that we
Pretty
give a fuck
Machiavellian,
about
but
these
yeah,
nations. It's
probably.
not that we care about legal obligations, which is why there is no answer to what happens if we don't back up the countries that are in NATO, because nothing's going to happen because we're the power in the, which is why
Sure,
you
so-
want them
so
to
do
pay
we-
more
so-
than
so-
their 1%,
Okay,
because we're
question
the
for you
ones
then.
fronting
Do we
everything.
have
It's like,
to do we have to back every country then?
You
Do we have to
don't
back every country?
We don't have to back anyone. The only reason we do is if it benefits us. If it doesn't benefit us, we won't back the country. We simply will not care.
I'm confused as to what point you're trying to make. If you're saying, well, we're not going to back a NATO country because look, we're like wavering in our support of Ukraine. The question is like, okay, then if we waver support on any non-NATO country, is that an indication on us not backing like NATO countries?
No, I'm talking about your reasoning to wavering support for Ukraine, right? If it seems that like we were backing up the country because of a previous administration, we were hardcore anti-Russia, and then the following administration comes in, and within a month we remove aid to that country. It kind of seems like we're not anti-Russia anymore, and it kind of seems like we're buddied up with
the evidence for
and we're
this
willing to
is the
secede
AP.
land, and we're willing to secede $200 billion. We're just going to lose that, by the way. Nothing really happens. they lose the war. We just secede the land, and we lose 200,000, and we lose face.
And the evidence of this was the AB
As opposed to
experiment
what?
that we just found in Europe, right? Where in 2004, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Slovenia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia all joined NATO. Russia didn't invade any of them, right? But Ukraine didn't join NATO, and they got invaded. So clearly, yes, joining NATO is the best guarantee to not get invaded by.
But Russia won't let that happen.
No,
But Russia won't let
stop.
that happen. But
That
for
was a-
some
that was a
reason, it'll
mis-
let all the other countries happen. But if this
is
country
this
does
is
it,
a horrible. This is like what the
Finland
interesting
and
question
Sweden
is.
learned that lesson, which
what
is
the
why they
inter-
joined in the last 2
what
years.
the interesting question would be is, if if there was an ultimatum, do not join NATO, right? If that was the ultimatum, why wasn't this ultimatum given to those other countries? What about specifically Ukraine?
That ultimatum
is
was
unique?
specifically given to Finland in particular, both Finland and Sweden. But in
Whoa,
Finland in
the
particular,
ultimatum.
yes. Yes,
When was that ultimatum
they
given?
were told by Putin. He said it multiple times that if they join NATO, they're risking us doing what we haven't done before, which they did do before because it was the Winter War. But they said, they're increasing the risk that we're going to have to defend our interests if they join. They joined, Russia didn't do shit.
No. Russia has responded in terms of like increased military presence on the border. That's what
Yeah,
they
who gives a
threatened.
shit about that? We're talking about them actually doing like what they did in the Winter War. And the only reason they could do what they did in the Winter War was because there wasn't a NATO for them to be in yet at that time.
They never. It's so difficult because like there seems to be this like all or nothing mentality where it's like we can't ever budge on anything, even when it comes to like. Look
No,
at
we can
look at
budge.
look at
You
Russia.
wanna compromise?
Hold on.
Hold
You want to compromise? Let them keep their
hold on,
lands in Ukraine and then
hold
let
on.
them give Ukraine an equal amount of land from Russia. Okay,
Yeah, Russia won't
there's your
agree to that,
compromise.
and they're winning.
Of course they won't agree to that. No, they're
Well,
not
we
winning.
should, so we
They lost
Yes,
a
they
million
are.
men. They are not winning this war. No.
Look at land transfers.
No
over
one's
the
winning
past
this
year.
war. This is
Look
a
at the land-
lose-lose
Look at the
war.
land transfers. Look at the land transfers of the past year. Look at where the direction is going.
and look at the number of dead and the total economic cost.
Oh,
of this
you
war
think
in
it's going to
Russia.
stop them?
It
You
is
think it's
not.
going to stop them?
No, it's sunk cost for them. But what they found
No,
out
you're
is
right.
that
You're right. Trump is going to stop them with a peace treaty.
Potentially. That's like the
They're
best
willing to
plan
lose
we have right
bodies.
now.
They're willing to lose bodies on bodies on
They-
bodies.
they-
and
they-
they don't have a
they
time
are-
machine,
they
right?
are
So if in
not-
10
they are
years they
not-
invade a second time because we allowed them to
1991
recharge their forces, you're not going to be able to go
1991
back in time and say, "Oh, I guess that was a mistake after all." It's a gift.
Well, that's what they'll say. He'll say,
Wait,
"Oh,
wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
give
wait,
a
wait.
shit.
I will make a
Let's
bet with you
talk
right
time
now.
machine.
I will make a wager with you right now. In the event that we don't have peace, like Russia will continue to gain land. Do you disagree with this? Do you want to bet on this?
I don't. I have no idea how to evaluate. I'll tell you what, they will
I
not
will
gain
put
an
my
amount
money
of
where my
land
mouth is on this.
that they will not gain an amount of land that justifies what they've lost in the war.
That's
I
a
guarantee
subjective
you that's
analysis.
the
How do you
case.
measure that?
Yeah, you have to measure that over the period of decades.
Well, let me
Come back
propose
to
a
what
different
you're gonna
concept.
see is a total
What I'm saying
collapse.
is they're going to. No, what I'm saying is you're going to continue to see Russian gains. There is a risk of the gains becoming parabolic, just like it happened in Syria, just like it happened in Vietnam, just like it happened in Afghanistan. You
But
absolutely
look at the
have
final
risk.
result in Syria.
Yeah. What about it? You had
Assad's
the regime
gone.
leave. Yes. This is what I'm saying. That whole regime collapsed after a week.
No, wait, hold on. But the argument there would have been stop opposing Assad. This is Tulsi Gabbard's argument, right? Stop opposing Assad because Assad is just going to keep making gains against the rebels. And
No.
in the long run, he wasn't
That
able
was-
to maintain those gains.
Those were Turkish control. Like initially, those were Turkish rebels that were moving down, and they gathered momentum. When you look at the series of
It was,
like when you look at
it was the
momentum
Free Syrian Army, and it was
in the north, it was
ISIS,
the
and it was a
Turkish.
few other.
I'm talking about right before the collapse. Right before the collapse, it was Turkish rebels in the north that were that
And the
caused
Kurds.
the avalanche
I mean,
to start happening.
based,
Once you
right?
start,
Like,
yeah,
that's NATO.
yes, sure. I'm saying once you start seeing like this kind of momentum, that's a troubling sign if you are concerned about the whole country. And all I'm saying here is that if you want to go down this path, there is a much bigger risk than there is on trying to come to some kind of terms with Russia now. The bigger risk is losing control of Western control of all of Ukraine, as opposed to salvaging some kind of.
I understand what you're saying, but I think
portion of it.
I think the bigger risk is you're allowing Russia the time that it takes for them to rebuild. Right, and they're down 1 million men at this point. The only thing that can save them is if they have a decade to take their younger teenagers and grow them up into military.
Couldn't Ukraine rebuild?
Age people, and then sure. And if they were in if like for instance, if during this peace, Europe was allowed to relocate its forces inside of Ukraine,
Or fund them.
the way Russia is, and then they can join NATO, then yeah, I would like. The thing that I wanted to say earlier was at this point, I think one of the compromises that I might agree to is the two things that you and I agree Russia wants, which is Ukraine cannot join and that Russia gets to keep the territory that it currently occupies. I would say if you can give them one of those things but not the other, I think that would be worth considering, right? So either they put where they are now and they get to join Ukraine or get to join NATO.
Another 300,000 people dead, in the next fucking year, and more territory lost.
I'm saying that's the compromise. That's the compromise. Give them one of the two things they want. Let them pick which one of those two.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, those are the two that they're not going to budge.
We have no arguing power. We stop being America when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. For some reason.
We
have no power over Russia.
Yeah. If you want to put boots on the ground, if you want to get in a direct fight with a nuclear power,
it's becoming too
expensive. I want to propose a different time scenario, right? All right. So I can propose this time machine scenario where we go into the future.
10 years.
Sure. Let's just maybe expand it 2050. I don't care. Like the way I'm looking at it, I think that the international rules.
I'm dead by then, so we're good.
Sure. Well, okay, fair enough. But for the rest of us,
you don't know that.
Maybe it will be uploaded into the mainframe at that point. Who knows? But
thanks to Elon, of course.
Yeah, right. Yeah, thanks to Elon. But here's the way I'm looking at it. Right. I genuinely believe in my heart of hearts that international rules-based order is a myth that we've told ourselves, and that at some point, some generations believe it's true, right? So I want to propose a different scenario. Instead of this idea we leave NATO and all these other things, what if I'm right and we return to empire building, right? And Russia's basically doing the modern version of this, where they
all of human
go
history
in and they
except
find
for the last 80 years.
Exactly, all of human history except for the last 80 years. So what's the exception?
There's plenty of empire building in the last 80 years.
So that's indicative to me that is the norm. That's societal status quo. I think that eventually we're going to return to that, right? And I think this is the first sign. We're seeing it in Africa on a scale we haven't seen since World War II. We're seeing it in Russia right now. We saw China do it with Tibet, not 50 years ago. I feel like we did it with Manifest Destiny, not even.
Well, why did it stop with Tibet?
Hold on. Hear me out. Here's my thing. I think the problem is, y'all are sitting here going, oh, how does it stop us imperialistically if NATO falls? Oh, whatever. I think that we've fooled ourselves.
I think, whatever is a pretty good argument, honestly.
Hold on. No. I think we have fooled ourselves that these guys are allies when they've never been. They've been their own polarities. I think it's time we should reflect on this and go, maybe America should just start locking out for ourselves because all these other countries are just using us. And maybe we should just start conquering shit too. Just like Russia's doing.
So here's the problem.
In this one framework, you're saying, hold on, I'm literally almost, y'all sat here and go, hey, this is the framework we have to play by. It's NATO or else. And the sad thing is it doesn't have to be that. There's all these different variations. And y'all are going, well, if you even challenge the NATO in any capacity, you're giving it all up, and it's just like it's not that.
Gibbs, hold on, Gibbs. No.
You made that same argument until 5 minutes ago.
My problem with you, Gibbs, is that you're all over the map here, right? Is that you're not picking a lane, right? I wish you did.
No, I'm picking all the lanes.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. You're not picking one lane.
That's what I just said.
That's what I just said. Not picking a lane. That's the problem.
You're on the autobahn. You're on the autobahn, and we're like on Route 66.
You're trying to act like it's not 15
You can't have this. You can't have it all, right? This is my problem with you. No, you can't.
We're a miracle. We can have everything.
In politics and
it's not a miracle. That's why
politics, when you're dealing with other actors, you can't literally have it all, right? Even if you're dealing with slaves, you can't have it all, right? Because you have to make allowances for slaves to eat, right? Like, even hold on. Hey, guys, knock it off. Like, this is my issue. Is that like you're all over the map, right? Now, if we're just taking a straight isolationist stance, right, and saying that's the path. Huh?
That's his problem.
It doesn't have to be the straight stance.
Yeah, I know exactly. Sorry, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So let me lay this out. Because if you're taking an isolation stance, okay, I can understand that. All right, I can work with that. Okay, this is what Gibbs want, and then I can analyze what Trump is doing and say, oh, well, this gives what he wants, right? But Yeah, you know, of course, right? Because I know, because you're trying to fit every interest, right? Every possible path into your equation, and it doesn't work. And then you're like, well, also we can do the imperialist thing, and we should have an alliance, an international alliance, where these other countries are basically our slave states, right? And that when we have a conflict, when there's ever international conflicts, before America goes, you have to. All these European soldiers have to die before we send troops in. This is a ridiculous fucking statement.
No, it's absolutely real.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's stupid, right? Let me tell you why it's stupid. It's a dumb fuck idea, Gibbs, right? And you've been wasting your time with a dumb fuck idea.
No,
why would the Europeans? Hold on.
Years
Why would the fucking Europeans agree to this alliance? Right. The whole point of the alliance. The point of the alliance is that, hey, we don't want to build up our military. We don't want to spend spend a bunch of GDP on the military. We want to guarantor, right? We want to protect her, right? We want Daddy to protect us. But now Daddy is saying, no, instead of protecting her, right, I'm going to be using it as a human shield. There's no point in doing that. There is no point in doing that. If
I agree.
If they become our hold on. Oh my! Stop it, Gibbs. Stop it. You've been saying nonsense this entire time, and we've been trying to push through it, right? It's complete nonsense. We can't be isolationists and have an international order of slave states that will die for American whims whenever we want, before the American troops steps down a combat zone. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. You keep saying this, right? And then you're like drawing divisions. I'm not sure. Not where I want to use here. When there are none, right? You're saying, well, you're saying they're mutually exclusive paths that aren't mutually exclusive, right? Where, hey, well, we could also get Panama and Greenland. Well, we could do that now, right? We could do that now. That has nothing to do with what Trump is talking about in this very much in terms of this conversation. That has nothing to do with anything. We can reinvest our resources, right? That's not. That the resources that we have, we can do all the things that you've listed that you wanted, right? We can do all those things. So obviously that doesn't come into the calculations when we're talking about the Russian-Ukraine conflict. None of that matters. You've been wasting our time with this. It's bullshit.
The problem is you're boiling it down to such like three simple things when it's a vastly complicated international web of issues. And I
asked you a simple question. You could not answer that question.
No, because it's not a simple question, Prime. Listen, I can ask a simple question and it not mean Fugazi. That's what you've done. You've sat here and said,
my question was, hey, how is Trump? The question was, the question I asked is like, how is Trump's actions making America stronger, right? And then you went over a ton of different directions and a ton of mutually exclusive directions that don't make any sense. It's nonsense.
It's very simple, Prime. It's okay. I'll dumb it down.
Oh, very simple. Take another half hour to tell us this very simple thing. Go ahead.
Wait, Gibbs, just a minute ago you said it was super complicated. It's not that simple. Now you're saying it's very simple.
It's not that simple. I'm going to try to make it out as simple as I can.
Simple, complicated.
That's another example of having it both ways. It's simple and it's complicated.
Okay, I'm going to try to dumb it down here so that we can explain something super complicated, super simple, right? It's real simple.
And in a minute you're going to say you're going to like complicate it up.
It's constantly random.
No, it's not constantly random. That just because you don't understand international politics,
constantly inconstant.
Look, it's real simple, all right? It's Trump is going, this is this playing field as it lies. There's 13, 15, 300 different situations. I'm going to hope for this one because these scenarios, in my opinion, haven't worked. So I'm playing hardball. Now, Trump, am ready to play chicken. If it gets to these worst scenarios, I'm prepared to go there. Okay? Maybe that's not the best source in the short term imperialistically, but it's better than XYZ if they don't give us what we want. It's really that simple. And you're going, oh, well, Gibbs, that's too complicated. Trump can't have this big brain of a plan. Because if it's either all or nothing for NATO.
I didn't call into question Trump's intelligence. Now I always do because he's an idiot, but I didn't do it this time, right? That wasn't the focus. I was actually trying to work within the confines.
Do you not believe in the concept of hoping for the best, preparing for the worst?
I'm sorry. I'm done with this, right?
Now when you're the president.
I'm just moving forward. Lactoid. I got to ask you a question here, right? Oh, I'm sorry. And to be clear, it is past 11:30. I just wanted to let you know if anyone needs to leave. I let you know. But Lactoid, do you think the way that it's been it's been framed within the media is that Trump's play for Ukraine to give over 50% of their resources, right? The mineral resources, is a play. Is an American. How do I want to say this, right? Is an American good, right? Basically, getting those resources, like serves America's interests, right? Do you believe? Let's say that this crazy scenario happens, like where they give 50% of our resources for no security guarantee, which is the deal that was proposed to them. If that happened, like they gave us a resource, would you say that's in America's interests?
If Ukraine was giving us, like, if we could mine their rare minerals, yeah. I also think it provides them something too.
So I push back against that because it's not in American interests. It's in corporate interests, right? A lot of corporations.
Well, sure, but so is war, right?
Well, yeah, yeah, actually it is. Great. I'm glad we agree. Yeah.
I guess I'm talking about, like, in terms of, like, the geopolitical kind of, like, does it bring resources into the United States just to give, like, U.S. control over more resources? It does. And to some extent, I think that, like, corporate interests, if they're regarding consumer goods, you can argue are, like, related to overall well-being for the American consumer. I think that war is a different animal, right? Because you're not creating things that are productively used by the consumer. The use is to kill people.
The direct benefit is to the oligarchs, right? The American oligarchs. It's to the billionaire class that's going to be controlling those resources. They get to control those resources that we bought with American treasure, right? Not American blood this time, but American treasure during this conflict. We buy those resources, right? So we are subsidizing the cost, right? The public has subsidized the cost, and then private ownership, like, reaps the benefits, reaps the rewards. They are the ones going to take those resources, turn into products to sell back to us to double dip, and then again to get more money, right? So
right, but the more like rare earth minerals that are on the market leads to lower consumer costs.
But that is okay. So then let's talk about that. Do you think that is an acceptable trade that equals a benefit for Americans, right? That we spent, let's say, was it $200 billion on this conflict, right? And in return, I get to buy a laptop that may be slightly cheaper, might not be, right? Let's say, like, it's where some of the minerals are going into creating this laptop, right? But if they lower the cost of their the cost of, like, creating the laptop, right, by gathering resources, that doesn't necessarily translate into lower prices for me, of course, right? That's not even baked in. But, like, how, like, do you think that's a worthwhile trade for the American people?
I know. Well, like, if you were asking, if let's say we're sitting in 2022, and we could prevent this whole thing from happening by Ukraine's never joining NATO. Okay, that agreement's made. I think that overall that's better for the world economy and the U.S. economy than whatever we get out of these mineral mining shit. But there's a question here now as to, well, we've already sunk almost $200 billion into this. We're not getting that back unless we have some kind of way to try to get some of it back. And apparently the theory on getting some of it back now is this mineral deal.
But we don't get it back. So this is the part that I'm pointing in on.
That's taxpayer money.
We don't. What's taxpayer
money?
The almost 200 billion.
Yeah. No.
What do we get out of it when we get it back from minerals?
Right. And so when you have when you have U.S. interests that are, like, controlling these mineral mines and they're, like, gathering up these minerals, like, there's a couple things are happening. They're directing to the U.S. market, like, raw materials that are going to make overall consumer goods cheaper. They're going to boost our stock market. Those companies are going to pay U.S. taxes, right? There are, again, ways that this does benefit, like, the government, I guess, of recouping some of the costs.
Yeah, so we never see a benefit. We just keep losing. We lose our tax dollars going $200 billion to Ukraine, and then the money that comes back from the minerals, we never see any of it anyways. So,
I agree. This whole war could have been prevented, and the whole war was a disaster.
the thing that I'm trying to say, right? And I'm just trying to reframe this conversation and like all the conversations that we have when we're talking about like American adventurism around the world, right? And like what is American interest, right? I think that we do ourselves a disservice saying that like this minerals deal is an American interest, because it's not. It's a corporate interest, right? Corporations that happen to be based in America that use tax shelters outside of America, right? But corporate interests.
Yeah, but we have an interest in our
benefit.
corporations, right?
No, sorry, what did you say?
We have some interest in our corporations.
Yes.
Like we
but I'm
want
s-
Apple to be big and powerful, right? Or like, sorry, the
No,
U.S.
actually,
government
hold on,
does
hold
want
on.
Apple to be big and
I
powerful.
don't know. Actually, no. I'm talking about for the American people. So like I'm rephrasing, orienting this in favor of the American people. Do the American people want Apple to be big and powerful? No, actually.
Look,
because that
let me make this very straightforward, right? One of the drivers, and there's been multiple drivers, a big part of it was money printing, but one of the drivers of inflation, which does directly affect the American consumer, was the supply chain disruptions that happened because of the Ukraine-Russian war. Okay, and what was the supply chain issues? A lot of that was lack of access to raw materials because Russia supplies a lot of raw materials, and so having those like easily accessible prevents inflation.
Sorry,
and so if we get more raw minerals from Ukraine,
sorry, friend,
that would prevent inflation.
Okay. Sorry, I think you're misunderstanding me. Maybe it's because I started off like framing it within the Ukraine conflict, right? So let's back away from that completely, right? My point is that when we're dealing with American adventurism around the world, and resources are being taken, it is framed within the media as we are serving American interests. I'm saying that's never the case. It's never the case. That like I say that American interests are things that benefit the people in general. They have direct benefits for the people, and like corporations extracting mineral resources, right, subsidized by the American military, right, using force on some bumfuck foreign nation to the point that they are weak in their acquiescence, and then they give us a favorable trade deal. That is not within American interest. That's for private interests that happen to reside in America, but honestly have very little. They care very little for our nation, I think. But they benefit immensely from exercising the power of our American military. I think it'd be better for all of us. I think even for your project as a libertarian, honestly, to say that these things don't benefit Americans, right? That like
Prime.
there's a difference.
If I own a bunch of farmland and I sell food to the American people,
Mhm.
is my farm benefiting American interests?
Sell food to the American people. Yes. Sure.
Okay, I'm making a
yes.
profit. I'm making a corporate profit, but I'm selling goods to the American market.
Yeah.
Just 'cause they're doing
Okay, if I own a
Profit isn't the
farm and
issue.
if I own a farm in Ukraine and I'm selling food to the American market, am I also benefiting the American people?
Yes, in terms of just providing us with goods. But I'm
Great.
saying
Now, if I own a mine in Ukraine and I'm selling raw earth materials to the American market, am I benefiting the American people?
yeah, hon, you're benefiting the American people, but our framing about American interests, like I think that it tells it I think it gives the impression, right, that these are our resources, right? Like in the scenario that you laid out, right? These are your resources. Like you, Lactoid, right, owns a farm. You, Lactoid, owns a mine, right? And yes, like I can, being the American, right, the consumer, I can buy those things from you, right? And if those are a thing that I wanted, then yes, that's then I am better off for that, right? But in terms of like American interests, I think this gives that term. It gives the impression that we ourselves own these mineral interests, but we don't. We don't own these things, right? We create favorable trade deals for American corporations to then benefit.
That's what we mean by American interests.
Hold on, but then that comes at a massive subsidy from the American military using its might, right, to to break countries, right, to get them to acquiesce to that, right? Because in the end, so I'm saying that, like, looking at the math here, right, the cost of these wars, right, does not equal the price gain, right? So in the scenario that you gave me, right, it was an isolated incident. Like in this scenario, you own a farm in Ukraine, right, and you're selling it to the American people, right, in isolation, right? Oh, but before then, was there a massive war in which now America got?
Well, I already said that. I already said this, Prime.
I agree. Okay, so then maybe I don't know why you're fighting me on this, right? I think
I'm not. I'm saying that look, if
corporations
you look at
are
the war,
America.
I don't think the war makes it worth it, because yes, there's a whole bunch of costs of that war. There's inflation. We spent a whole bunch of money. We did a whole bunch of shit there. I think overall that hurts Americans more, right? Yes.
Okay, great.
But let's assume that the math went the other way. Let's assume that like the Ukrainians were actually super soldiers, and we only had to give them like $5 and a pack of gum, and they wiped the Russian military, and then gave us all their minerals. Then economically, it'd be very worth it. Our American interests would be greatly benefited from this endeavor.
Sure.
Wait, I think his problem is that you keep saying. I think his problem is that you keep saying American interests, and when we say American interests, we're thinking Americans, American citizens, and then when you say American interests, what we hear is corporations and the private sector benefits, and therefore America and the greater whole benefits, because they're supposed to grant us the grace of lowering the prices of our goods, even though they skyrocketed. They're not going. But we also understand that they're not going to lower the prices of our goods, and even if they do lower the prices of let me finish my statement. Even if they do lower the prices of our goods, they're going to lower them a percentage lower than the skyrocket that they've done. So it's like we don't really benefit.
So
corporations didn't just choose to create inflation.
Hold on. But so my
There's
friend,
like a lot of different factors at play.
Is that like? Yeah,
but
here's what would be an American interest, right? Like if we, like the American people, owned those mines, right? Like the mines for those minerals, we owned them, right? It went to, and the profits from that went into an American sovereign wealth fund, right? And then we use that sovereign wealth fund to invest in America, right? Like, why not reorient our thinking this way? So I know this is new to a lot of people, right? But like other countries do this. Like they have sovereign wealth funds where they use the profits of their resources to then invest into their own nation, right? And this maybe allows them to have like a Medicare for all, right? Like a healthcare for all. It maybe pays for schooling. It does all these things, right? And that's when I'm talking about like an American interest, right? Now you're talking about an American benefit. Yes, something can benefit us, right? But we can understand there are other options available. And now there's one option, right, which I described that like vastly indirectly benefits Americans, right? Then there's another option that vastly indirectly benefits corporations while it trickles down to I get a slightly cheaper plastic widget in a few years, maybe. That's if they lower the price. They don't have to. Right, so like there's options here, correct?
I don't know what you're going on about. It sounds like it sounds like any of this logic could just be used against capitalism generally, right?
Here.
I'm not
whenever a company profits, is this like when American company profits? This hold on? When you have an American company profiting by selling goods to the American people, is this an American interest? If yes, then we're on the same page. If no, then it's not. Okay.
No, you're saying
we disagree.
Because you're saying, hey, like an economic transaction happened, right? And so that is a good in and of itself, right? Sure, I can say that's that may be a good, right? If there was a seller who wants to sell something, a buyer who wants to buy something, and they make the trade, well, that's good, right? Sure, in and of itself, that's fine. What I'm saying is,
and if there's more of a good, it's
but like
cheaper,
we can
right?
understand. Hold on, we can understand who benefits more from different trades. We can understand that when we come up with excuses to invade nations, to extract resources. I'm not sure that was like the Ukraine is weird because we didn't invade, right? But to prolong the conflict or whatever, right? But the point is that when it comes to American adventurism, when we make excuses or we leverage our military to get these resources, we're not doing it for the benefit, right? For American interests in terms of the public good. We're doing it for corporate interests, right? And then Americans can get some trickle down benefit afterwards. Yes. Acknowledged. No one's arguing against that, right? We get that part. But we can have,
corporations are
we can
Americans.
have, we can
Hold on.
have,
If you're an American,
we can have a scenario.
No, if I'm a corporation and I'm owned by Americans, and I'm going to give you an example that, like I guess
you're a multinational.
Hold on. Look, if I say, let's do the minerals, these rare earth minerals, right?
Right.
There's a country right now that gets funding from the UK and the US to their military. I think the overall, the UK still funds the military. I think US maybe stopped funding the military, and they've gone in there and conquered another country. And they've taken the mineral resources, and it's lowered the cost for Americans overall. So here's what I think: when you say, "Oh, it's corporate interests," what
Cost of
makes
war
up
for Americans.
Hold on. All the rare earth minerals, car batteries, lithium, all sorts of good shit.
So you can buy more crap.
Hold on. Listen. So when I go and I sit here and look at this, Prime's going, oh, lordy, corporations evil, ha ha ha.
I didn't say evil.
Prime,
I didn't say that.
Hold on, Prime. You hate Americans that make money and are
no,
productive.
I don't.
I know you do. You do because you said
you do. It's okay.
whole last 30 minutes and said, hey,
I didn't. This is not
all
last
these
30 minutes.
corporations are evil, and anybody that benefits
This
from
is a
these parts of
12-minute
corporations
conversation.
is not working for America's best interest, and then Americans might get a cheaper iPhone somewhere down the line because corporations bad. That's what you just sat here and said.
No, I didn't say that. No, hold on.
You did say that. That's what you said.
No, he said they're receiving the benefit and the American.
Hold on, Ali. I let you finish. So when we're sitting here, you're going, "Oh, corporations aren't many people." I'm sorry. Let me break it down to you. If a corporation is majority owned by Americans, that's an American company. That means it's made up of the polis, which is the population of America. Right? Cool. Check this out. So whenever a company, which is made up of Americans, goes and asks the government, "Hey, I need this resource secured, no matter what that is, in order to provide things under a certain amount of cost to their consumer base, which are also Americans."
I don't care.
Hold on.
I don't care if you can't understand this very simple equation.
But I'm going to finish this. They said, hey, we are Americans, and we're selling to Americans that a good that they expect at a certain price. Guess what? We need you to maintain these resources at a certain price. They are protecting American interests at multiple levels.
Yeah.
And just because you don't like corporations...
Yeah, hold on.
I got a great way of explaining this.
Yeah.
If ExxonMobil discovers like an oil deposit, let's say, in like the Arctic somewhere, then sets up a drilling platform and like doubles their oil production, let's say, what effect do you think it's going to have on U.S. gas prices?
Nothing.
Well, maybe they'll fall. Hold on, maybe they fall, but like U.S. like the distribution of oil, right? It doesn't like come directly to a country. Like the oil market is very complicated, right? It doesn't like the U.S. is drilling more oil now, right? But gas prices are still going up because the oil market is very complicated. So just like doubling the amount of oil within the system,
demand is growing. But I'm saying because demand is growing. What I'm saying
nothing's going to happen.
What I'm saying no, stop. So do you know what inflationary pressure is?
Yeah. And is shrinking too.
Yeah, inflationary pressure is when you have basically too much money chasing too few goods. And if you increase the money supply, that is inflationary pressure. Doesn't necessarily mean inflation is going to happen because there's other things that could be going on in the market. But if you increase the money supply, causes inflationary pressure. If you decrease the amount of goods, you also get inflationary pressure. If you increase the amount of goods that are available, you get deflationary pressure because supply and demand. If you have more supply, and let's say demand stays the same, prices drop, right?
Go. You're assuming it goes to the U.S. If it does, then okay, sure. Let's assume that it just goes
even if it goes to the world. Because look, let's assume for a second that world oil consumption remains the same. It's not true. It's going up. But let's just say it stayed the same, okay?
It's actually
in the whole world, including like in Africa.
Yeah, globally, yes, because countries are transitioning to EVs as fast as they are, especially in China. China is now over the majority of new cars sold in China are EVs. So you're seeing actually not only has growth slowed down, it's now growth is actually going. Total demand is actually going down, and it's mainly because of China. Although I'd like to point to places like Norway, where it's more like 97% EVs in new cars sold. But because China is so massive, the fact that they've crossed 50% has made a big impact on total oil demand.
So I
But
mean,
that's a whole other.
what I'm looking at it is that it's there was a blip during the pandemic, but it's been going up since then. That's what I'm.
No,
looking
there was
at.
a blip in the pandemic, but now the what's explaining it going down is China. Is
Okay.
Chinese
Well,
prices.
everything I'm looking at,
So
indicates that it's still
lactoid, but
going up.
even in your
You can Google this.
scenario,
It's going up.
even in
I mean,
scenario, okay,
I
you're saying, okay, actually, let me let you finish that.
Let's-
scenario,
okay,
and
but
then we'll go.
regardless, so
Yeah.
whether it's going up or not,
I'll go with your hypothetical. I'm gonna just give you all the stipulations.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you going with my hypothetical. That's a welcome
Yeah,
change.
well, this one is actually based in
And
reality,
so-
unlike
and
all the
so
other
let-
ones, right? The mole people.
Well, it's not based on
Yeah,
reality because
who
I'm asking you to
knows?
assume that oil
the
pricing
mole
is
people,
or oil
but the
consumption
mole
is the exact same.
people. Yeah, but like this is different compared to your mole people example, right? And hey, like let's look at the races of the mole people, right? And then,
I know. Because it's more
does
complicated
your-
hypothetical. You
and,
can hard
and do
follow.
your social
It wasn't
morals apply to the
complicated at
mole
all,
people?
brother.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Ollie. Anyway, let's assume oil consumption's not moving whatsoever.
Sure.
It's exactly the same. And then we double the world's oil supply.
Okay,
what
sure.
happens to
Prices
global
fall.
gas pricing?
Prices fall. Sure.
Prices fall. And so, yes, I agree. One mine is not going to have like a significant impact on like rare earth metal pricing unless this mine truly is like some significant percentage of the world's rare earth minerals, which it's not. But let's just assume it, like, regardless. It is like that small little part is going to have some element of deflationary effect for the U.S. consumer, just like all resource extraction all over the world helps deflationary pressure in the U.S.
Okay. All right. So I hear you, friend. I hear you. I hear what you're trying to say.
And if we get first dibs because it's an American interest,
I hear
then
you.
we get more of a deflationary effect.
I hear you, and I love you. Okay. Right. So I understand what you're trying to say. Okay. Now look. What I'm trying to is weigh options, right? Because what you're doing is saying, like, okay, the way we've always extracted resources, right, happens to be a way that Americans get some level of benefit from, right? Gibbs is saying something like this as well, right? That like it goes to American corporations, it passes through American hands, right? And so Americans benefit. Well, you're correct. Americans benefit. Okay, so I got this blueberry pie. Right? And I got multiple options as to how we're going to distribute this blueberry pie, right? One is where I could just like cut up the blueberry pie and I can share it with my friend Lactoid, right? I could just do that.
So this is just a criticism of corporations.
Hold on. It's not a criticism of corporate. Well, hold on. Well, this is a larger criticism. But anyway, I could give you half of that blueberry pie, right? The other way, right, is that I can have Lactoid like lay
the
down.
Capitalist keeps it and gives me a piece.
I can have Lactoid lay down under me, right, and I can eat the blueberry pie above him, and then the crumbs can fall into his mouth, right? And then Lactoid benefits, right? Hold on, but Lactoid benefits from this, right? And we can say that like this is in Lactoid's interest, right? It's Lactoid's interest that's Prime, right, gets the pie, and then he eats the pie, and then crumbs fall down in his mouth, right? And everyone's winning in this scenario, right? But there are other ways, right? So let's look at your scenario again. So there is the Exxon, right? Exxon, who gets subsidies from the United States, right? Who gets protection from the American military when it's going to drill, right? It gets a series of benefits of investments, right? To lower the barriers of all of its transactions, right? It's being subsidized by America, right? And that's where we're putting our resources. And then, of course, you're right. You're correct. We get some benefit because lower gas prices, right? But what if maybe instead of doing that, right, we instead decided, well, what's better for the American public, right? The American interest, as I'm defining it, is that instead we invest in green technology, right? That let's say, follow my scenario. Let's assume that green technology is a good that radically lowers energy prices and the whatnot, right? That
when you say we invest, who invests?
Sorry.
When you say we invest, who are you talking about?
The American public invests, right? The American government Sure. Yeah.
American government.
Yes, in the American government.
How do we invest? Do we give it to a private corporation, or do we start like a state?
We can do it ourselves. Actually, we can form our own.
Doge runs it. Doge will run it.
That would absolutely.
We can call it a department. We
can do it. We can do it both ways. I can run this scenario both ways. Right? We can create a department, right? That, or just expand the Department of Energy, that actually put solar panels, right, and then sends out that energy to the people, right? We can just do that. We don't need any corporation to handle that, and we can do it at a cheaper price. It doesn't matter. Hold on, but right. And that would be a better benefit to the American people. We'd have more. Hold on. I told you, I can run the scenario both ways. It doesn't matter, right? Both ways work for me. So we can run this experiment, and then we can vastly lower these prices in a way that directly benefits the American people. That can also have longer term benefits for resources that doesn't run out. Much cheaper prices at the end for the same product. That would benefit the Americans better than what ExxonMobil will do. But okay, we can run the scenario the other way, and that the America gives it to private corporations, right? And invest in private corporations, and they set up solar farms or whatnot, right? We can do that too, right? The less efficient way, but we can do that as well. But we can still get that level of benefit. The point is not that a corporation is in the middle of it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that reorienting our thinking as to what gives the American people themselves the most benefit of the options available. The most benefit, of course, would be the benefit to American. Hold on, one second. Almost done. The thing that would benefit us the most is that if all these natural resources were in the hands of the public and distributed for the public, right? That would be the best example. But, conservatives exist and they're going to get in my fucking way. So the second best option is to have make decisions between different private options, right? And see which ones benefit America's the most. And we don't do that though, right? We do. Whoever is the highest bidder, maybe, right? Whoever pays off our politician more. Exxon has a lot of money to pay off our politicians, like I was saying previously. And so now they get the benefit of the American military to go help them. But these smaller corporations, these green energy corporations, they don't have the money that Exxon does, right? They didn't have decades of resource extraction and subsidization to put them in a position where they can lobby Congress and have their interests met that would benefit the American people more. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's reorient our minds as to what we consider in the American interest. What should be in the American interest provides the most good, not simply a good. Done.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know why that doesn't make sense to you, actually.
Yeah,
I feel like you're missing what I feel like you're just missing. I don't disagree. Like I said from the beginning, you could try to maximize American interest, but I think that there is still an interest we have. If a corporation does, you would agree. I guess
yes,
if you have an interest,
small interest.
Sure. Wait, I don't know what percentage interest it is, but you would agree that if you have 1% interest in something, this is still some interest.
Okay.
So the issue
is
then I'll
say this, and then I'll go straight to Ali. Right? Okay. If that's your sticking point, okay. No worry. We got a spectrum. Okay. All right. We were just setting up another spectrum. If that's what you wanted, I got you, Lactoid. We can set up another spectrum. Yes, we can say that mining resources is on the spectrum of American interests, right? We can say it's on the lower end when we're just handing over to corporations to do resource extraction to sell its products back to us, right? They'll vastly they will have the vast amount of the benefits accrued to themselves rather than the American people.
Because
right? because I just laid out other options that would be better. So I'm saying, hold on, sorry, Gibbs, I'm distracting. So, but on the other end, right? That's fine. That's right. I don't care. I was asking for your approval. But on the other end, right? So we can say there are good implementations of American interests, and then there are
You just called
better
the government running this
implementations,
more
right?
efficient.
They're better.
Which has never
Hold
been
on,
true
hold on,
in
Skips. I
history.
wasn't asking for permission. So there are good implementations, and there are better implementations. I'm saying that hey, maybe we should reorient our thinking, and so that the American interests and the way we implement those are better for the American people. And there are ways to do that. But okay. Ali.
But your idea of better is worse, Prime.
No,
Like, your
so
idea of
understood,
better is
thank you.
worse. It's
So
significantly
understood.
worse and
Thank
less
you.
efficient.
I
Like,
appreciate you, Gibbs.
Here's the problem with the framing that like the corporations that it trickles down to us and that we receive a benefit. That benefit to American, like the average American, is still a great cost. So if like right now a laptop is $1,500 or an iPhone is $1,200, we get these mineral costs. Apple then has cheaper access to minerals. It's not like the phone is going to go from $1,200 to like $600 again. It's going to go from $1,200 to $1,150, $1,100, which is still way too much for the average American to afford. But we keep sitting here and talking about like subsidizing these companies, these types of resources going to the companies because the corporations are in benefit are beneficial to like the greater America, right? Without these corporations, we fail. But without Americans being able to afford the goods that these corporations are selling, we fail too. So it's just like instead of constantly focus on
These are not mutually
reallocating,
exclusive. Y'all's lack of
they are
understanding
mutually
economics
exclusive. They're
is-
100%
no, 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 no,
mutually.
no,
Oh
no, no.
boy,
Y'all's
Gibbs,
lacking-
who
hold
just
on.
explained
Y'all's
global
lacking-
politics to us, is going to
No, no,
explain
y'all's-
economics to us.
well,
I
listen,
can't wait.
You don't seem to understand economics. Let me explain this to you.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're right,
yeah,
don't.
yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
Okay, look, let's go with it. Y'all are acting like just because in Lactoid scenario with the oil that it only affects oil, right? Do you think that lower oil prices will also help other businesses? Let's give
No.
you an example. Hold on. Hear me out. So here we got Exxon. Exxon comes in, they start a new oil range. Now that provides all these jobs. Now, who else benefits from that? Well, now hold on. Now you need all the restaurants, all the Mexican taco trucks. They're going to set up outside. That benefits from the new building of the new oil wells. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, boom. So now you have all these people now tangibly benefiting from all the new oil companies. Oh, hey, they need a machine.
We
Now,
agree.
hold on.
Hold on. We already agree. We already agree on this. I don't need to explain this part. We already agree.
So we agree that all these people get all these different interests.
We
And
agree.
Prime solution is instead of doing this where we know private companies are more efficient than governments
They're
every
not.
single
We don't know
time.
that.
Well, they are 100%
We don't
of
know
the time.
that.
It's been
Not-
proven throughout history.
not in true.
Not
No,
a
it
single
hasn't.
time in
It
history.
never-
Hold
it
on,
really
not a
almost
single
never
time
has
in
been.
history. Prime. Not a single time in history has a government been more efficient than a
You're
private
just saying
company.
that,
You
but
can't
okay.
name one. You can't name that one. We know it's true.
Yeah, I
We
can
know
do it. I
examples
can do it in
of
terms of
we know
power.
examples of
Hold on, give me an example. I'm going to give you an example right now. I'm talking about,
Let me
like,
finish.
oh, okay, you don't
Every
want the
single
example.
time,
That's
or
fine.
99.9% of the time, they're terrible. You might
Okay,
find some
sure.
one outlier example, but we know
There are
for a
plenty
fact
of examples
it's
listed around the country.
It's
We
a
can go.
universal law, if we want to use scientific
No,
terms.
we can talk
that
about
private
accepted
companies-
fact,
universal
Prime.
law.
It is
It's
an
not.
accepted fact. No,
fact.
it
It's
is
universally
accepted.
accepted.
Hold on,
They teach this in
I can give you
kindergarten,
an
Prime.
examples.
I
You don't
just
want to hear
listened to
them?
y'all's bullshit about economics for
Okay, you asked me a
hour.
question. I was gonna
Y'all are
answer it, but
wrong-
okay.
Y'all are wrong unequivocally when you say, "Oh, all these don't benefit." What happens is we have Apple starts getting the resources and it starts lowering the cost of iPhone. Yeah, that helps the consumer, but it also helps Bob, the business owner of a mom and pop.
We
car
all
shop,
agree that.
because now he can pays less on
And
his
you
phone.
name
bill,
one
and
company
he
that's
can-
lowered the
Hold on,
prices
You're
of
not
anything
explaining
ever.
anything we
You
don't
let me
even know,
just
so it's a
fucking
waste of
tell you.
goddamn
I'm just
time.
sitting
Can you
here.
get to
I
the
let y'all
point
sit
then?
here. I let y'all spew y'all's total
Dude, you're not
macro
saying
economics.
anything
You're not
right
saying
now, though.
anything.
Yeah, I am saying
But we
something. You're
all
not
agree
listening.
on that.
Okay,
You're telling us something that we all
so
agree
then how
on.
are you going to sit here with a straight face and try
Hold
to
on.
argue
When
that
if I
these
open
things aren't American interests
Okay,
because
hold on.
corporations
Then hey, if
are
I open
made
a
of
government,
Americans
if I
and
open a
other
government,
companies
if I open a
other
government
companies also
building,
benefit
if
from
I hold
one
on,
company doing
sure,
better
we
than
can play
another,
this game.
as
If
opposed
I
to
open
government contracts, which are full of bloat and waste.
Gibbs, if I open a government building filled with government workers, right? Like, aren't those same taco stands going to set up outside, right? Hey, there's a bunch of hungry workers. They're not going to. Great.
No,
All right, so
because
moving
the
on.
government is inefficient and doesn't pay people the market value
So
for their
the government
work.
workers, they're so inefficient that they can't eat tacos, right?
I mean, it's
Great.
true.
I'm
It's true. We
glad,
find
I'm
bloat
glad
left
you
and right.
spent
That's why
time.
Doge
I'm
exists.
glad you spent time explaining economics to us,
I mean,
right?
I'm sorry that
Government
you still don't
workers don't eat
understand how
tacos.
interconnected. Hold on,
Lactoid,
you
did you
didn't
know?
even engage with
Hold
my
on.
point.
Lactoid,
You didn't
hold on.
engage with my point because you're
I was-
arguing that
I-
one
I-
resource
Oh,
doesn't
wait,
affect
hold on.
15 other companies.
You just talked about not on the fence, right? And you said like and your point is that only applies when
I
it
know
comes
you're
to
crashing out because you don't like my
I'm not
point,
crashing
because
out.
it's true.
No, I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious what's
smirking,
happening
that's
here
what's
as always. Yeah, okay. You're saying that first, right? So people don't say that about you, right? But
I've already said it
happen.
because you won't even let me finish my point
collapsing.
every time because
We
you
are.
start going.
Yeah, okay, whatever. So any which way, like your point is that like
Say whatever. That's your
part
point,
of
whatever,
part of your point. Yeah, again, hold on. You're asking me questions and I'm trying to explain them to you, but you don't want to hear it. Okay. So part of your point was that like there's a bunch of knock-on economic effects that happen within private transactions, right? That don't happen in the government, or the government is just so inefficient these things don't happen. You specifically gave the example of, right, when setting up an oil drilling industry, like company, right? And they're drilling, right? And the workers who are working there, they benefit the local economy. Okay, right? Then I give you a parallel scenario when I create a government building doing whatever the fuck the government does, right? Filled with hungry government workers who would benefit the local economy. And you say, no, that doesn't happen. Okay, great.
It doesn't work because government requires you have exclusive contracts with them.
That's right. So it doesn't. Okay. So I'm moving past it. Now the other thing you asked me, the other thing that you asked me was that, hey, well, when is government more efficient? Right? Government is more efficient with power distribution in terms of in terms of in terms of
but not economically, they're not more efficient, which is what we were talking about.
No, that's what they are more efficient. Yeah, 100%. When there is no profit overhead for power distribution, right? When there is no a reason to cut costs in terms of, hey, I don't know, like there's a bunch of power lines, right? And trees overgrowing them. And like it costs a certain amount of money for us to send out workers to cut down the brush around the power lines to make sure they don't go down. But say, if I have a profit motive, right? Well, then like that increased my cost, right? And it'd be better if I just like skimp on this, right? Maybe for a few years. And oops, I don't know. There was a forest fire.
Or you just hire the best person for the job, so you don't ever have to deal with it again.
There was a forest fire, right? And then that destroys like
you ever heard the expression,
a huge amount of the state, right?
You get what you pay for.
In terms of healthcare, we have a profit motive, right? That tells individuals that tells organizations, hey, cut costs whenever you can, right? People, you want to get as many customers to pay into this your organization, right, into your health insurance program. But on the other end, you don't want to pay it out.
You offer the best product.
You don't want to. But the best product for the consumer isn't like, hey, I'm actually sick now. I've been paying into this for 20 years, right? And I'd like to use my insurance, but then to be denied care. That's a problem. That would be an inefficient use of that time. Sorry, Lactoid, you want to say something?
I got to bounce real quick.
No. Lactoid does this every time. Okay, Lactoid.
We're talking about just like capitalism now.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's a problem.
I didn't want to talk about it. Gibbs wanted to bring that up. Okay, so
because you were just spewing bad economic policy.
Yeah. Okay, great. So Lactoid, I agree. Lactoid, I agree. I should just ignore Gibbs. Okay, back to you.
It's not the subject. It's not the subject. It's a little bit late.
I mean, Lactoid agrees with what I'm saying.
Lactoid's running away.
I do.
Okay.
Look,
Lactoid. All right.
I appreciate you having me on, Prime. I appreciate all of you for talking with me. I just want to say before I go, look into 2014 Euromaidan. Look at the Ukrainian Constitution, Article 108.
What is that? Can you spell that? I don't know what that is. What is that? Euromaidan? Sorry.
Euromaidan. That's the 2014 coup in Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
And look at Article 108 of the Ukrainian Constitution and come to your own conclusions as to what happened there. And you can look at 2010 election maps of Crimea and the East. And I think it'll begin to paint a picture for you as to why this conflict was predictable and why peace in Ukraine isn't going to mean that Poland is going to be invaded tomorrow. Anyway, that's really, I think, the conclusion of what I really wanted to get at. I think this is a good thing, and I think we're going to see it to be a good thing. And I don't think that, assuming that peace is made and that it's along the lines of what I've been saying, I think it's probably could be a lasting peace. So, but we'll see.
Peace in Eastern Europe, peace in the Middle East,
Peace in all the East. Lactoid. Corey, did you want to say something on Lactoid before you left? Want to yell at him?
No.
Please do.
I
Please
do want to
yell at
do
him.
something quickly with Gibbs for bookkeeping, but
Peace
actually,
with
Okay. Have a good one,
Polish forces
Lactoid.
in Kiev.
Bookkeeping. All right.
Have a good one, Lactoid. We'll see you in
take
the
care,
future.
Lactoid, be well.
Rory?
Well, so Gibbs. Well, first, yeah. It's important to own up to your mistakes, and I made a mistake earlier, but I do want to correct a record.
I also
so...
apologize for being a dick, by the way.
Oh, no, that's fine.
I
can take
you
it.
try to
I'm
trap me.
I'm waiting for you to apologize to me, but okay, go ahead.
Never, Prime. I love you. I'm just kidding.
But okay, on that website though, can you go back?
I
to it?
apologize on behalf of Gibbs.
It says
both of you.
6,000 troops, okay, and I've been trying because ICAO. I was more familiar with ICAO's numbers, okay, and I was trying to see like where's this number coming from? Where's this number coming from? And like why is it different on this website? And like it was
older.
Because
yeah,
it's older, much older.
It was staring me right. Yeah, right. Well, yeah. What does it say at the top there?
Well, listen, that's just a source I found off the quick
Whoa,
run.
can you read it? Can you read this? Well, can you read at the top?
I don't. Here, let me pull it up. I don't have it in front of me. Sure, let me pull it up. International contributions to the war against terror.
No. At the top, at the very top of the website, there's a banner.
Historical material, frozen time. The website's no longer updated. At least the external website.
It hasn't been updated in 20 years.
Sure. I mean, I will admit it's an older article. I mean, my point still stands. Hold on. I even agreed if it was 40,000, that's still nothing whenever you have however many countries compared to the U.S., which provided 100.
So the 6,000 number is irrelevant, though.
Well, it's at the time of that article, it was accurate. Sure. I mean,
yeah, but it hasn't been updated in 20 years, though, right?
Well, 20 years ago, when we went in with the giant numbers, they went in with 6K.
Yeah, but over time,
that would be my point.
Yeah, but we did
Over
have the
time.
surge as well, which was long after 2005.
I will grant the 40,000 number. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that they should have gone 100K. We should have done the 40K if we really want to get technical. But that's what would be my argument there.
Okay, but it was still like, about 40%, 35, 40%. Like, that's not nothing.
Yeah, but here's I think part of the reason why it wasn't bigger than 40K. I think 40K is a rather massive number, actually. But part of the reason was probably because if somebody came and gave Gibbs's argument, which is you are our slaves and you should go and die to the last European on behalf of defending us, I think that probably wouldn't have been a very persuasive argument at that time.
It'd just be like, no.
No, we should have been like,
we would have to show
if you want us to defend against Russia in the future, y'all need to go in there and take out the Taliban for us.
We were telling them at the time that we had their best interests at heart, and therefore they should have our best interests. That was the argument that we were making. So your argument is we don't have any of your interests at heart, and we still expect you to have our interests at. And that's
not my argument. That's not my argument.
Well, that's actually a more charitable version of what you said.
Sure, it is more charitable version. I would take a harder line stance. I would argue though, like in reality, if we're living in like the pragmatic world, the part of the reason I'm taking such a hard line stance is to get a more achievable goal of this. And to get more achievable goal is that states? I don't think NATO has our interest. I think NATO has become, because we've let them become, a European-centric organization that benefits from not having to provide their own military stuff because they know that the daddy U.S. will come and step in. And so
what's
we're just
the mission
sitting there
statement for NATO?
I don't know off the top of my head. You got the mission statement? Go ahead.
Yes. I don't know word for word, but the mission statement for NATO is that that NATO exists to contain Russia. That's it. That's its only reason for existence.
Well, it should be. We should redo it. It should be. It only.
So, unless you're expecting them to invade Alaska, it's going to be a European-centric mission.
I think this is the problem I'm having. I think we can get to the core issue that you and I have different. Like, I think I thought about it long and hard. Is you are advocating, and I don't know about the rest of them, but I know specifically you.
I gotta go, guys.
I'm going.
Take care, Ali. Be well.
Adios, Ali. Is that you and I we both don't like Russia, right? So you see upholding the status quo at NATO as the best way to do that. Okay.
I think it's better than the alternative that's been provided so far.
So let me just throw it. Do you agree that longtime allies sometimes can end up on different sides due to different change in geopolitical issues?
Yes.
Okay. So the way I'm looking at it is I see a new world order shaping. And I don't necessarily see us being bogged down with countries not willing to uphold their end to our benefit when there are other countries making overtures to us that seem to be willing to uphold their end of the bargains more.
It sounds to me like we're talking, at least when it comes to Trump, we're talking about an old world order. That is to say, he's using language from 100 years ago, like America First, for instance. And America First was a movement in the early 20th century that basically said it's not in our interest to fight Europe's wars for them. Let them deal with the Nazis. Fuck them. We don't have to deal with it, right? And the result of all that was Pearl Harbor. We didn't understand at the time that that actually allowing the Nazis to do what they were doing would ultimately it was fuck around and find out for us, right?
Well, no, the end result of that wasn't Pearl Harbor. The end result was the American superpower.
No. I'm talking about the end result of the America First Committee, which was the committee that said we shouldn't fight against the Nazis. We should stay out of the war in Europe.
I'm saying, okay, listen, I understand but I'm saying the direct cause of that, because we stayed out for as long as we did, and then when we did get involved, it was the demolishing of the Nazi Germany and the fall of the Japanese Empire and the establishment of a two world order, which was the Soviet
We're
Russia.
We're gonna rate out, but you guys can keep talking.
And ours.
Okay.
And so we were the superpower. So it established.
Yeah, I would argue we could have won that war a lot sooner and with a lot less cost if we had gone in sooner. And I think given your foreign policy priorities up until about 5 minutes ago, I would have thought you'd agree with me that
I think
it was a mistake not to go in.
I think going into Germany sooner would have been fine, but I don't think we would have ever had the public support to go against Japan if Japan had done that. Or we were more willing to go to Japan and not. I think we were more willing to go to war with Japan and not even fuck with Germany than after Pearl Harbor, right? Because then
after Pearl, they were allies, right? So we had no choice. If we were going to be at war with Japan, we had to be at war with Germany,
right?
Because they were allies. It was all going to be automatic at that point. And the thing is, I feel like the people who want us to stay out of European wars now are they call themselves America First as well. And I think those America First people are just like the America First people from 100 years ago.
I think there's
we shouldn't listen to them.
There's also a lot of people that want to return to a manifest destiny style of American First.
But so I want to address that. So how hypothetically, okay, you at least what I understand what you're saying is I also hear an echo now. I don't know if that's does anybody else hear that?
That's probably me.
Oh, okay.
Just so you guys know, I'm gonna rate out. Please come back in the future, everyone. I'd love to have you. I'm going to hit the follow button. I haven't done so yet. I'm gonna send you off to this girl. I'm not sure how to pronounce her name. But hit the follow button. I haven't done so. And we're gonna go in this direction. I'm gonna get this raid started. The raid failed. What? How did the raid fail? Okay. Let's this girl. Let's see. Will the raid go? No, it's gonna be a different one. Okay, so we're going to raid out this lady, and she won't even notice us. We're too small, but it's okay. Have a good one.